Some stories do not whisper their pain. They carry it like a wound that never truly closes. Tonight, you step into that darkness with The Painted Bird by Jerzy Kosinski, a haunting journey shaped by the shadows of war, isolation, and the fragile line between innocence and cruelty. First published in 1965, this unsettling novel would travel across the world and find millions of readers who could never quite forget it. Kosinski, also known for Being There and the National Book Award-winning Steps, left behind stories that linger long after the final page. Decades later, its world returned in the 2019 film Adaptation. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And this is not a word-for-word reading. This is a third-person retelling, carrying you through the heart of the story while, along the way, revealing hidden facts, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes details you may not know. Keep listening, because some stories stay with you long after you leave them. The story begins. The war had barely begun that autumn of 1939, when the boy's parents made the painful decision to send him eastward, away from the city and the dangers that shadowed their family. His father's political activities had marked them all, and hiding was the only alternative to the camps or forced labor in Germany. A stranger, paid handsomely for his trouble, promised to find the child a safe haven in a distant village, and the parents, clinging to hope, entrusted their 6-year-old son to him. The plan unraveled quickly. The chaos of war swallowed all traces of the man who had taken the boy, and within 2 months of his arrival, the woman who had been paid to care for him was dead. Suddenly alone, he was cast adrift, a stray passed from village to village, sometimes taken in, more often driven away, a dark-haired, dark-eyed child among fair-skinned, light-eyed peasants, his city speech incomprehensible to their rural ears. They saw a gypsy or a Jew in him, and in those times harboring such a child meant risking the Germans' harshest reprisals. The countryside itself felt like a world left behind by time. The villages were sunk in centuries of neglect, cut off from cities, without schools or hospitals or roads, governed only by the iron law of strength and wealth. The people were divided by faith, Catholic and Orthodox, but united in superstition and the shared misery of poor soil and harsh weather. The rivers flooded, the bogs spread, and the forests sheltered partisans and outlaws. The German occupation had only deepened the poverty, forcing the peasants to give up their meager harvests to both soldiers and rebels, with the threat of entire villages burned to the ground for refusal. The boy lived in Marta's hut, still believing his parents would come for him any day. He cried at first, but the old woman paid his tears no mind. She was a creature of ancient decrepitude, bent nearly double, her long uncombed hair fused into thick knotted braids. She called elf locks nests, for the evil forces that were slowly, she believed, pulling her mind into madness. She moved with a hobbling gait, leaning on a stick, her small leathery face a web of wrinkles, her body trembling as if stirred by an inner wind. Her fingers, gnarled by disease, never stopped quivering, and her head nodded constantly on a scraggy neck. She saw the world through slitted eyes beneath thick brows, tears perpetually tracing worn paths down her cheeks to mingle with the viscous threads from her nose and the bubbles of saliva at her lips. He was afraid of her at first, closing his eyes whenever she came near, overwhelmed by the strong, sour smell of her unwashed body. She slept in her clothes, she explained, to ward off the diseases that fresh air might carry into the room. Health required bathing only twice a year, at Christmas and Easter, and even then in a cursory way, fully dressed. Her feet, knotted with corns and ingrown nails, she soaked once or twice a week, the only hot water she ever used. Despite his fear, the boy grew accustomed to her touch, as she often stroked his hair with her rake-like hands and encouraged him to befriend the animals in the yard. He soon found them less frightening than they first appeared. He remembered the stories his nurse had read to him from picture books, tales where animals had their own lives, loves, and arguments, speaking in a language all their own. The hens in the chicken house crowded around him when he threw grain, some strolling in pairs while others pecked at the weaker ones or soaked in puddles after rain, then ruffled their feathers and dozed over their eggs. He watched yellow and black chicks hatch, looking like tiny live eggs on spindly legs. A lonely pigeon joined the flock, but was clearly unwelcome. The hens fled at his approach, and when he tried to court them, they stood aloof and ran away clucking. One day, the pigeon was mixing with the hens when a black shape fell from the clouds. The hens scattered in panic, but the pigeon had nowhere to go. A hawk pinned him to the ground before he could even spread his wings, striking with a sharp hooked beak. Marta rushed out with a stick, but the hawk flew off with the pigeon's limp body. Marta kept a snake in a small fenced rock garden. It moved sinuously through the leaves, indifferent to everything, its forked tongue flickering. Once it disappeared into the moss and stayed hidden for a long time. When it finally emerged, its head glistened. The snake grew still, shivered slowly, and then crawled out of its own skin, looking thinner and younger, waiting for the new skin to harden. The discarded, translucent skin lay on the ground as flies marched over it. Marta lifted it reverently and hid it away. It had powerful healing properties, she said, but he was too young to understand. She told him then that the human soul shed the body the same way, rising up to God, who would revive it, and either make it an angel or cast it down into eternal fire. They watched this transformation together, and he marveled at the snake's ability to start anew. A small red squirrel visited the hut daily. After eating, it would dance in the yard, beating its tail and terrorizing the chickens with its leaps and squeaks. It perched on the boy's shoulder, kissing his ears and neck, teasing his hair with its light touch, then disappearing back to the woods across the field. One day he heard voices and crept to arise. Hidden in the bushes, he watched in horror as village boys chased his squirrel through the field. They threw rocks to cut off its path, and the creature weakened, its leaps slowing. They caught it, and though it fought back, they poured liquid over its fur. The boy desperately wanted to save his little friend, but it was too late. One of the boys touched the squirrel with a smoldering ember, and it burst into flames. It squealed, leaping as if to escape the fire, its tail wagging for a second before the small body rolled on the ground and grew still. The boys laughed, prodding it with a stick. With his friend dead, the boy had nothing to wait for in the morning. He told Marta what had happened, but she only muttered to herself, prayed, and cast her secret enchantments to keep death from entering the household. Marta fell ill, complaining of a sharp, persistent pain beneath her ribs, a place she described as the cage where the heart fluttered endlessly. She was certain that either God or the devil had sent the affliction to end her time on earth. The boy, confused, wondered why she didn't simply shed her skin like the snake and begin anew, a question that made her furious. She cursed him for a blasphemous gypsy bastard, kin to the devil, and explained that disease struck without warning. It might lurk behind you on a cart, leap onto your shoulders while you bent for berries, or crawl from the water as you crossed a river. It slipped into the body invisibly, through air, water, or contact, and she eyed him warily, as she added that it could even come from a pair of black eyes set close to a hook-nosed gypsy or witch's eyes that could bring plague and death. She forbade him to look directly into her eyes or those of the animals. If he accidentally did, he had to spit 3 times and cross himself. When her bread dough soured, she blamed his evil eye and punished him with 2 days without food. To appease her, he walked through the hut with his eyes closed, stumbling over furniture and spilling buckets, knocking against walls like a confused moth. Meanwhile, she burned goose down over coals, blowing the smoke through the room with incantations to break the spell, and when the next batch of bread rose properly, she declared the evil lifted. Marta fought her illness with constant, crafty rituals. When the pain flared, she minced raw meat, mixed it with water drawn from the well before sunrise, and buried the jar in a corner of the hut. This brought relief for a few days until the meat rotted, and then she repeated the entire process. She never drank fluids or smiled in his presence, believing he might count her teeth and subtract a year from her life for each one counted. She had few teeth left, but at her age, Every year was precious. He began to eat and drink without exposing his teeth, practicing in the dark mirror of the well, smiling with his mouth closed. He was never allowed to pick up her fallen hairs, as even one could be spotted by an evil eye and cause a throat ailment. In the evenings she sat by the stove, nodding and mumbling prayers. He sat nearby, thinking of his parents, recalling his toys, the teddy bear with glass eyes, the airplane with its turning propellers and visible passengers, the little tank, and the fire engine with its extending ladder. As he remembered, the hut seemed warmer, the pictures sharper, his mother at the piano, her songs, his fear before an appendix operation at age 4, the shiny hospital floors, the gas mask that stopped him from counting to 10. But that past was fading into something as unreal as his nanny's fables. He wondered if his parents would ever find him, and worried about his father's broad smile, so many teeth, that an evil eye might surely count them all and bring his death. One morning, he woke to a cold hut. The fire was out, and Marta sat in the middle of the room, skirts tucked up, bare feet in a bucket of water. She didn't answer when he spoke. He tickled her cold, stiff hand, but the knobby fingers didn't move. The hand hung like wet linen from a line. When he lifted her head, her watery eyes stared upward, and it reminded him of the dead fish the stream had once thrown up. He concluded she was shedding her skin like the snake, and couldn't be disturbed. He tried to be patient, though he didn't know what to do. It was late fall, the wind cracking brittle twigs and tearing the last leaves from the trees. Hens perched sleepily, opening one eye at a time. It was cold, and he didn't know how to light a fire. Marta remained motionless, staring at something he couldn't see. He went back to sleep. Sure, she'd be bustling about by evening, but when he woke, she was still soaking her feet. Hungry and frightened by the dark, he decided to light the oil lamp. He searched for the matches, took the lamp from the shelf, but it slipped and spilled kerosene on the floor. The matches wouldn't light, and when one finally flared, it broke off and fell into the puddle. The flame hesitated, then leapt across the room. He could see Marta clearly now, and she didn't seem to notice the fire climbing the wall and licking at her chair. He admired her endurance as she sat motionless. The room grew hot, flames crawling up the walls like vines. He stood by the door waiting for her to move, but she remained stiff. The fire reached her hands, leaving purple marks, then climbed to her matted hair, blazing like a peaked hat. She became a torch, and the water in her bucket hissed as shreds of her rabbit fur jacket fell in. Through the flames, he glimpsed patches of her wrinkled skin and the white bones of her arms. He called out one last time, then ran into the yard. Hens cackled furiously in the coop, and the cow mooed, butting the barn door. He freed the hens himself, and they rushed out in hysterical flight. The cow broke down the barn door and stood at a safe distance, chewing its cud. The hut was now an inferno, flames shooting through windows and holes, the thatched roof smoking ominously. He marveled at Marta. Was she truly immune, her charms protecting her from the fire? She still hadn't emerged. When the heat became unbearable, he retreated to the far end of the yard. The chicken coops and barn caught fire rats scurried wildly, and a cat's yellow eyes reflected the flames from the field's dark edge. When the wall collapsed into the charred interior, he began to doubt he'd ever see her again. In the rising smoke, he thought he saw a strange oblong shape. Was it Marta's soul escaping to heaven, or Marta herself, revived and freed from her old skin, riding a fiery broomstick like the witch in his mother's story? He was still staring when the sound of men's voices and barking dogs jolted him. The farmers were coming. Marta had always warned him if they ever caught him alone, they'd drown him or kill him with an axe. He ran as soon as the first figures appeared in the circle of light, stumbling over unseen stumps and thorns, finally falling into a ravine. He heard the faint voices and the crash of falling walls, and then he slept. He woke at dawn, half frozen, mist hanging between the ravine's edges. He scrambled to the top of the hill and saw only wisps of smoke and an occasional flame rising from the pile of scorched wood where Marta's hut had stood. Everything was silent. He believed his parents would meet him in the ravine. They must have known what had happened. Wasn't he their child? What were parents for if not to be with their children in times of danger? He called out, just in case they were near, but no one answered. Weak, cold, and hungry, he had no idea where to go. His parents still hadn't come. He trembled and vomited, knowing he had to find people, had to reach the village. He limped on bruised feet and legs, picking his way across the yellowing grass toward the distant huts. His parents were nowhere. He broke into a run across the field. At the crossroads stood a rotting crucifix, once painted blue, with a holy picture at its top, a pair of barely visible eyes, tear-stained, gazing into the empty fields and the red sunrise. A gray bird perched on the cross arm, but as soon as it caught sight of him, it spread its wings and vanished. The wind carried the charred smell of Marta's hut across the fields. A thin thread of smoke drifted from the cooling ruins into the wintry sky. Chilled and terrified, he entered the village. The huts sat half sunk into the earth, their low thatched roofs and boarded-up windows lining the packed dirt road. The dogs tied to fences noticed him and began to howl, straining against their chains. He froze in the middle of the road, expecting one to break free at any moment. The monstrous thought rose in him. His parents were not here and would not be here. He sat down and cried again, calling for his father, his mother, even his nanny. A crowd of men and women gathered, speaking a dialect he couldn't understand. He feared their suspicious looks. Several held dogs that snarled and strained toward him. Someone jabbed him from behind with a rake. He jumped aside. Someone else pricked him with a sharp prong. He sprang away, crying loudly. The crowd grew more lively. A stone struck him, and he lay face down in the dust, not wanting to know what might happen next. Dried cow dung, moldy potatoes, apple cores, handfuls of dirt, and small stones rained on his head. He covered his face and screamed into the dust. Someone yanked him up. A tall, red-haired peasant held him by the hair, twisting his ear with the other hand, dragging him closer. He resisted desperately, but the crowd only shrieked with laughter. The man pushed and kicked him with a wood-soled shoe. The mob roared, men clutching their bellies and shaking, the dogs struggling closer. A peasant with a burlap sack pushed through, grabbed him by the neck, and slipped the sack over his head, then threw him to the ground and tried to knead his body into the black soil. He lashed out, biting and scratching, but a blow to the back of his neck knocked him unconscious. He woke in pain, crammed into the sack, carried on someone's shoulders. He could feel the man's sweaty heat through the rough cloth. The sack was tied above his head. When he tried to free himself, the man put him down and kicked him breathless and groggy. Afraid to move, he sat hunched in a stupor. They arrived at a farm. He smelled manure, heard a goat bleating and a cow mooing. He was dumped on a hut floor, and someone whacked the sack with a whip. He burst through the tied neck as if burned, leaping out. The peasant stood there, whip in hand, and brought it down on his legs. He hopped like a squirrel while the man kept whipping. People entered the room. A woman in a stained apron, small children crawling out like cockroaches from the feather bed and behind the oven, and 2 farmhands. They surrounded him. One tried to touch his hair, but when he turned, the man quickly withdrew his hand. They exchanged remarks. He caught the word gypsy many times. He tried to speak, but his language and accent only made them giggle. The man began whacking his calves again. He jumped higher and higher while children and adults howled with laughter. They gave him a piece of bread and locked him in the firewood closet. His body burned from the whip slashes, and he couldn't sleep. Rats scampered in the dark when they touched his legs. He cried out, scaring the hens sleeping behind the wall. Over the next few days, peasants and their families came to stare. The owner whipped his welt-encrusted legs so he'd hop like a frog. He wore only a sack with holes cut for his legs. It often fell off when he jumped. The men roared, the women tittered, and he tried to cover himself. He stared straight into the eyes of a few of them, and they quickly averted their gaze or spat 3 times and dropped their eyes. One day an elderly woman called Olga the Wise One arrived. The owner treated her with obvious respect. She looked him over, scrutinized his eyes and teeth, felt his bones, and had him urinate in a small jar, which she examined. Then she contemplated the long scar on his belly, the souvenir of his appendectomy, kneading his stomach with her hands. After the inspection, she haggled fiercely with the peasant until she tied a string around his neck and led him away. He had been bought. He began living in her hut, a 2-room dugout filled with piles of dried grasses, leaves, and shrubs, oddly shaped stones, frogs, moles, and pots of wriggling lizards and worms. Cauldrons hung over a fire in the center of the hut. Olga showed him everything he was to tend the fire, bring wood from the forest, and clean the animal stalls. He helped her grind powders in a large mortar. Early each morning she took him to visit village huts. The women and men crossed themselves when they saw them, but greeted them politely. The sick waited inside. When they found a moaning woman clutching her abdomen, Olga had him massage the woman's warm belly and stare at it without pausing, while she muttered words and made signs in the air. Once they attended a child with a rotting leg, covered with wrinkled brown skin from which bloody yellow pus oozed. The stench was so strong that even Olga had to open the door every few moments. He stared at the gangrenous leg all day, while the child sobbed and slept, its terrified family praying outside. When the child's attention flagged, Olga applied a red-hot rod, carefully burning out the entire wound. The child lashed out, screamed, fainted, and came to. The smell of charred flesh filled the room as the wound sizzled. Afterward, Olga covered it with wet bread kneaded with mold and freshly gathered cobwebs. Olga had treatments for nearly every disease, and his admiration for her grew. People came with all kinds of complaints, and she could always help. When a man's ears hurt, she washed them with caraway oil, inserted linen soaked in hot wax, and set it on fire. The patient, tied to a table, shrieked while the fire burned the cloth, and she blew out the residue and coated the burn with an ointment of onion juice, bile, and raw vodka. She could cut out boils, tumors, and wens, and pull decayed teeth. The excised boils she kept in vinegar until marinated for medicine. The pus she drained into cups to ferment. He pulverized the extracted teeth in the mortar, drying the powder over bark on the oven. Sometimes at night, a frightened peasant would rush in for Olga, and she'd go off to attend to childbirth, covering herself with a wrap and shuddering from the chill. When she visited neighboring villages and didn't return for days, he watched the hut, feeding the animals and keeping the fire burning. Although Olga spoke a strange dialect, they came to understand each other well. In winter, when storms raged and snows made the village impassable, they sat together in the warm hut, and she told him of God's children and Satan's spirits. She called him the Black One, and he learned for the first time that he was possessed by an evil spirit. An unseen presence crouched inside him like a mole in a deep burrow. This spirit marked him as a darkling, recognizable by his bewitched black eyes that didn't blink when they met bright clear ones. She explained that he could unknowingly cast spells on others simply by staring at them, but that the same eyes could also remove spells. He had to keep his mind blank of everything but the disease he was helping her cure. If he looked at a healthy child, the child would waste away at a calf. It would drop dead at grass, the hay would rot. His evil spirit attracted other mysterious beings, phantoms that drifted around him, silent and elusive, tripping people in fields, peeking into huts, turning into vicious cats or rabid dogs, moaning when enraged, and turning to hot tar at midnight. Ghosts, she explained, were drawn to such a possessed soul, the long dead, condemned to eternal damnation, who returned only at full moon with superhuman powers, their eyes forever turned mournfully eastward. Vampires were even more dangerous, often taking human form. They were the unbaptized, drowned, or abandoned by their mothers, growing to the age of 7 in water or forests, before returning as vagabonds, desperate to enter Catholic or Uniate churches, where they would defile altars, soil holy pictures, and suck blood from sleeping men. Olga suspected he might be such a creature and told him so. Every morning, she made him drink a bitter elixir and eat a chunk of charcoal laced with garlic, hoping to restrain his evil spirit and prevent it from taking phantom form. Others feared him too when he walked through the village alone. People crossed themselves and turned away. Pregnant women fled in panic. Bolder peasants set dogs on him. He learned to run fast and stay close to Olga's hut. or he would not have survived those excursions. He spent most of his time inside, watching over Olga's valued black hen, keeping the albino cat from killing it, staring at the blank eyes of toads in a tall pot, tending the fire, stirring brews, and peeling rotten potatoes to collect the greenish mold she used for wounds and bruises. When he accompanied Olga, her high standing in the village protected him. She was often called to sprinkle cattle's eyes before market, to protect them from spells. She taught peasants the proper way to spit when buying a pig, and how to prepare a heifer with sanctified bread before mating. No one would buy a horse or cow until she poured water over it, and by watching how it shook itself, delivered her verdict, a judgment that determined the price, and often the sale itself. Spring approached. Ice broke on the river, and low sunrays pierced the rushing water. Blue dragonflies hovered over the current, fighting sudden cold winds. Wraiths of moisture rose from the lake's sun-warmed surface, caught by gusts and teased into wisps like wool drawn into the turbulent air. But the warmer weather brought a plague. Those struck wriggled in agony, shaken by ghastly chills, and died without regaining consciousness. He rushed with Olga from hut to hut, staring at the patients to drive out the sickness, but the disease was too strong. Behind shuttered windows, the dying groaned. Women pressed their swaddled babies to their breasts. Men covered fever, racked wives with feather mattresses, and sheepskins children gazed tearfully at their dead parents' blue-spotted faces. The plague persisted. Villagers came to their thresholds, raising their eyes from the dust, searching for God, the only one who could ease their sorrow, grant peace to the tormented, change disease into health, or deaden a mother's pain. But God waited. Fires burned around the huts' paths, and gardens were fumigated with smoke. The ringing of axes and crashing of trees echoed from the forest as men cut wood for the fires. He heard the crisp, sharp sound of axe on blade, which grew muffled and faint as it crossed the pastures. The disease-heavy air absorbed and smothered it like fog dimming a candle flame. One evening, his face began to burn, and he shook with uncontrollable throbs. Olga looked into his eyes and placed her cold hand on his brow. Then, without a word, she dragged him to a remote field, dug a pit, stripped him, and ordered him to jump in. Trembling with fever, he stood at the bottom while she pushed earth back until he was buried to the neck. She trampled and beat the soil smooth, made 3 smoky peat fires, and left him there. Planted in the cold earth, his body cooled like the root of a wilting weed. He lost all awareness, became part of the great field like an abandoned head of cabbage. Olga brought cool drinks several times a day, pouring them into his mouth, so they seemed to drain through him into the earth. The smoke from the fires, stoked with fresh moss, misted his eyes and stung his throat. When the wind cleared it, the world looked like a rough rug. The small plants around him loomed tall as trees, and Olga cast an unearthly giant's shadow over the landscape. At twilight, she fed him for the last time, threw fresh peat on the fires, and left him alone, rooted in the earth that seemed to pull him deeper. The fires burned slowly, sparks jumping like glowworms into the blackness. He felt like a plant straining toward the sun, unable to straighten its branches, restrained by the earth. Sometimes his head seemed to take on a life of its own, rolling faster and faster until it struck the sun's disk. At other times, feeling the wind on his brow, he was filled with horror, imagining armies of ants and cockroaches swarming toward his skull, building nests under the bone, eating away his thoughts until he was as empty as a hollowed pumpkin. Noises woke him. He opened his eyes, fused with the earth, but thoughts stirred in his heavy head. The world was graying, the fires had gone out, dew streamed cold on his lips, settling on his face and hair. A flock of ravens circled overhead. One landed nearby on broad rustling wings, approaching slowly while others began to alight. He watched their shining black feathers and darting eyes as they stalked closer, flicking their heads, uncertain if he was dead or alive. He screamed, and the startled ravens leapt back, but they settled again and advanced more boldly. His heart pounded. He screamed again, but they showed no fear. They were only 2 feet away, their forms huge, their beaks vicious, their claws like rakes. One stopped inches from his nose. He yelled into its face, but it only jerked and pecked, pulling out a tuft of his hair, then another. He turned his head side to side, loosening the earth, but his movements only made them more curious. They surrounded him, pecking wherever they could. He called out, but his voice was too weak to reach Olga's hut. The more furiously he swiveled, the more excited they became, attacking the back of his head. His strength ebbed, moving. His head felt like shifting a sack of grain. Crazed, he saw everything through a miasmal fog. He gave up. He was a bird now, trying to free his chilled wings from the earth. Stretching his limbs, he joined the flock. Borne on a gust of wind, he soared into a ray of sunlight taut on the horizon, his joyous cawing echoed by his winged companions. Olga found him amid the swarming ravens, nearly frozen, his head deeply lacerated. She dug him out quickly. After several days, his health returned. She said the cold earth had driven out the sickness, and the ghosts had taken raven form to taste his blood and confirm he was one of them, the only reason, she claimed, they hadn't pecked out his eyes. Weeks passed. The plague subsided, and fresh grass grew over the many new graves, grass that couldn't be touched, as it was surely poisoned by the plague victims. One fair morning, Olga was summoned to the riverbank. The peasants were hauling in a monstrous catfish, one of the largest ever seen, its long whiskers stiffly sprouting from its snout. During the catch, a fisherman had his vein cut by the net, while Olga applied a tourniquet to stem the gushing blood. The others disemboweled the fish and extracted the air bladder intact, to everyone's joy. The boy was relaxed and unsuspecting when a fat man suddenly lifted him high in the air and shouted to the others. The crowd applauded, and he was swiftly passed from hand to hand. Before he understood what was happening, the large bladder was thrown into the water, and he was flung on top of it. It sank a little. Someone shoved it with a foot. He began to float away from the bank, feverishly hugging the buoyant balloon with his legs and hands, plunging into the cold brown river, screaming and begging for mercy. But he drifted farther and farther. The people ran along the bank, waving, some hurling rocks that splashed beside him. One nearly hit the bladder. The current swept him toward the middle of the river. Both banks seemed unreachable, and the crowd disappeared behind a hill. A fresh breeze, unlike any he'd felt on land, rippled the water. He moved smoothly downstream. Several times the bladder sank beneath the light waves, but bobbed up again, sailing slowly. Then he was swept into a whirlpool, the bladder spinning in endless circles. He tried to swing it up and down, hoping to break free, agonized at the thought of spending the night this way. If the bladder burst, he would drown. He couldn't swim. The sun set with each rotation. Its dazzling reflections danced in his eyes. It grew chilly, the wind more turbulent, until a gust pushed the bladder out of the eddy. He was miles from Olga's village now. The current carried him toward a shore lost in deepening shadow. He made out marshes, tall swaying rushes, hidden nests of sleeping ducks. The bladder drifted through scattered tufts of grass. Waterflies hovered nervously, yellow lilies rustled, a frightened frog belched from a ditch. Suddenly, a reed pierced the bladder, and he stood on the spongy bottom. It was completely still. He heard vague voices, human or animal, in the alder groves and dank swamps. His body cramped, covered with goose flesh. He listened intently, but the stillness was everywhere. He was frightened to be entirely alone, but he remembered two things Olga had said were necessary for survival without human help: knowledge of plants and animals, and possession of fire. A comet. The comet was a simple device, a 1-quart preserve can, open at one end with nail holes punched in the sides, and a 3-foot wire loop for a handle, so it could be swung like a lasso or a censer. It served as a portable stove and heat source. One filled it with fuel, keeping sparks at the bottom. Swinging it pumped air through the holes like a blacksmith's bellows, while centrifugal force held the fuel in place. Different fuels and swinging motions produced different heats: slow fires of peat and damp leaves for baking, dry twigs for roasting. At night, damp moss packed tightly would burn with a dim glow, repelling snakes and insects. In danger, a few swings could bring it to white heat. The comet also protected against dogs and people. Even the most vicious dogs backed away from a wildly swinging, spark-showering object, and no man would risk his eyes or face. A man with a loaded comet became a fortress. Extinguishing the comet was serious. Matches were scarce and expensive. Those who had them split each match in half for economy. Fire was preserved in stoves and ovens, with women banking ashes to keep embers glowing until morning. Sharing fire was thought to bring misfortune. Those who borrowed fire might have to return it in hell, and carrying fire out of the house could make cows go dry. A fire that went out could have disastrous consequences in childbirth. People carried sacks for collecting fuel. In the daytime, peasants baked vegetables and birds in their comets. At night, they swung them into the sky, burning like soaring red discs, their fiery tails tracing courses. That was how they got their name. They really looked like comets with flaming tails, an omen of war, plague, and death. Cans were hard to come by, found only along railroad tracks. Communities fought over them, sending out teams with sacks and axes to ward off competitors. Olga had given him his first comet, received in payment for treating a patient. He took good care of it, hammering holes that grew too large, flattening dents, polishing the metal. He wrapped the handle wire around his wrist and never parted from it. The sparkling fire made him feel secure and proud. He filled his sack with fuel at every opportunity. As long as he had his comet, he felt perfectly safe. But Olga was far away now, and he was without it. He shivered with cold and fear. His feet bled from cuts from the sharp reeds. He brushed leeches from his calves and thighs as they swelled with his blood. Long, crooked shadows fell over the river. Muffled sounds crept along the murky banks. In the creaking of thick branches and rustling of willows, he heard the utterances of mystic beings Olga had described. Shapes serpentine and peaked, with bats' heads and snakes' bodies coiling around a man's legs and draining his will to live, until he sat down and sought a sleep from which there was no awakening. He'd seen such snakes in barns, terrifying cows into frantic mooing. They were said to drink their milk or even crawl inside and consume their food until the cows starved. He cut through reeds and grasses, forcing his way through tangled weeds, squeezing under overhanging branches, almost impaling himself on sharp thorns. A cow mooed in the distance. He climbed a tree and scanned the countryside, spotting the twinkle of comets, people returning from pasture. He moved cautiously toward them, listening for their dog which came through the undergrowth. The voices were close. A path lay behind the foliage. He heard the shuffle of cows and the voices of young herdsmen. Sparks from their comets lit up the dark sky. He followed along the bushes, determined to attack and seize one. The dog picked up his scent several times, dashing into the bushes but not feeling secure in the dark. When he hissed like a snake, it withdrew to the path, growling. The herdsman sensed danger and grew silent, listening. He approached the lane. The cows brushed against the branches close enough that he could smell their bodies. The dog tried another attack, but hissing drove it back. When the cows moved closer, he jabbed two of them with a sharp stick. They bellowed and trotted, followed by the dog. Then he screamed a long, vibrating banshee howl and struck the nearest herder in the face, grabbing his comet before the boy could react, and sped back into the bushes. The other herders, frightened by the eerie howl and the panicking cows, ran toward the village, dragging the dazed boy with them. He went deeper into the forest, dampening the comet's bright fire with fresh leaves. When he was far enough, he blew on the comet. Its light lured scores of insects from the dark. He saw witches hanging from trees, staring, trying to lead him astray. He heard the shudders of wandering souls, and in the rusty glow saw trees bending over him, the plaintive voices and movements of ghosts and ghouls trying to bore their way out of their trunks. He noticed axe cuts on trees. Olga had told him peasants made these to cast spells on enemies, striking the wood and uttering a hated name to bring disease and death. There were many such scars. People here had many enemies. Frightened, he swung the comet wildly and saw rows of trees bowing, inviting him deeper into their closing ranks. Sooner or later, he would have to heed them. He wanted to stay away from the riverside villages. He went on, convinced that Olga's spells would bring him back to her. She always said that if he ran away, She could bewitch his feet and make them walk her back. Some unknown force from above or within was leading him unerringly to old Olga. The boy found himself living at the miller's, a man the villagers called jealous. The miller was even more taciturn than most in the region, sitting in silence when neighbors visited, taking an occasional sip of vodka, drawling out a word now and then, lost in thought or staring at a dried fly stuck to the wall. He only stirred from his reverie when his wife entered, a woman equally quiet, who would sit behind him and drop her gaze modestly when men glanced at her. The boy slept in the attic directly above their bedroom, and at night he was awakened by their quarrels. The miller suspected his wife of flirting and displaying her body before a young plowboy in the fields and mill. She didn't deny it, but sat passive and still. When the quarrel escalated, the enraged miller would light candles, put on his boots, and beat her. The boy would press his eye to a crack in the floorboards, watching as the miller lashed his naked wife with a horsewhip. She cowered behind a feather quilt, but he pulled it away and continued whipping her plump body, red swollen lines rising on her tender skin after every stroke. The miller was merciless, looping the thong over her buttocks and thighs, slashing her breasts and neck, scourging her shoulders and shins. She weakened, whining like a puppy, then crawled to his legs begging forgiveness. Finally, he threw down the whip and went to bed, leaving her groaning. The next day she'd cover her wounds, move with difficulty, and wipe away tears with bruised palms. There was also a well-fed tabby cat in the hut. One day she was seized by a frenzy, emitting half-smothered squeals instead of mewing, sliding along walls sinuously, swinging her pulsating flanks, clawing at the miller's wife's skirts, growling and moaning in a strange voice. At dusk, she whined insanely, her tail beating her flanks, her nose thrusting. The miller locked the inflamed female in the cellar and went to the mill, telling his wife he'd bring the plowboy home for supper. The woman prepared the food and table without a word. The plowboy was an orphan. In his first season on the farm, tall and placid with flaxen hair, he habitually pushed from his sweating brow. The miller knew the villagers gossiped about his wife, and the boy, it was said, she changed when she looked into his blue eyes, heedlessly hiking her skirt and pushing down her bodice to display her breasts, all the while staring at him. The miller returned with a young man, carrying a sack over his shoulder containing a tomcat borrowed from a neighbor, a beast with a head as large as a turnip and a long, strong tail. The tabby howled lustingly in the cellar. When released, she sprang to the center of the room. The two cats circled mistrustfully, panting, drawing closer. The miller's wife served supper. They ate in silence, the miller at the center, his wife on one side, the plowboy on the other. The boy squatted by the oven with his portion, admiring the men's appetites as huge chunks of meat and bread, washed down with vodka, disappeared like hazelnuts. The woman chewed slowly, and whenever she bowed her head over the bowl, the plowboy darted a glance at her bulging bodice. In the center of the room, the tabby arched her body, bared her teeth and claws, and pounced on the tomcat. He halted, stretched his back, and sputtered saliva into her inflamed eyes. She circled him, leaped, recoiled, struck his muzzle. He stalked cautiously, sniffing her intoxicating odor, arching his tail and trying to come from the rear, but she flattened like a millstone and struck his nose with stiff paws. Fascinated, the miller and the other two stared silently while eating. The woman's face flushed, her neck reddening. The plowboy raised and dropped his eyes, sweat running through his hair as he pushed it from his brow. The miller ate calmly, watching the cats and glancing casually at his wife and guest. The tomcat suddenly made his decision, his movements lighter as he advanced. She moved playfully as if to draw back, but he leapt high and flopped onto her, sinking his teeth in her neck and plunging into her without squirming. When he relaxed, sated and exhausted, she screamed and sprang from under him, jumping onto the cooled oven and tossing like a fish, looping her paws over her neck, rubbing her head against the warm wall. The miller's wife and the plowboy had stopped eating, staring at each other, gaping over food-filled mouths. She breathed heavily, placing her hands under her breasts and squeezing them, unaware of herself. He looked alternately at the cats and her, licking dry lips, swallowing with difficulty. The miller finished his meal, leaned back, gulped his vodka, then rose, grasping his iron spoon and tapping it as he approached the plowboy. The youth sat bewildered. The woman hitched up her skirt and busied herself at the fire. The miller bent and whispered something into the plowboy's ear. The youth jumped, as if pricked by a knife, and began denying something. The miller asked loudly if the boy lusted after his wife. The plowboy blushed but didn't answer. The woman turned away, continuing to clean pots. The miller pointed at the strolling tomcat and whispered again. The youth rose with effort, intending to leave, but the miller overturned his stool and, before the boy could react, pushed him against the wall, one arm against his throat, a knee driven into his stomach. The boy couldn't move, panting in terror, babbling incoherently. The woman rushed toward her husband, imploring and wailing, but a single kick sent her away. With a movement like gouging a rotten spot from a potato, the miller plunged the spoon into one of the boy's eyes and twisted. The eye sprang out like a yolk from a broken egg and rolled down the miller's hand onto the floor. The plowboy howled and shrieked, pinned against the wall, and then the blood-covered spoon plunged into the other eye, which sprang out even faster, resting on his cheek for a moment before tumbling down his shirt to the floor. It all happened in an instant. The boy couldn't believe what he'd seen. A glimmer of hope crossed his mind that the eyes could be put back. The miller's wife screamed wildly, rushing to wake her children, who started crying in terror. The plowboy screamed, then fell silent, covering his face as blood seeped through his fingers. The miller pushed him toward the window, as if unaware he was blind. The boy stumbled, nearly knocked over a table, and was kicked out the door, falling in the yard as dogs barked. The eyeballs lay on the floor. The boy walked around them, catching their steady stare. The cats timidly moved out and began to play with the eyes like balls of thread. Their pupils narrowed to slits, rolling, sniffing, licking, passing them gently. It seemed the eyes were staring at him from every corner, as if they'd acquired new life. He watched with fascination. If the miller hadn't been there, he would have taken them. Surely they could still see. He'd keep them in his pocket, place them over his own eyes to see twice as much, or attach them to the back of his head to watch behind him. Or he could leave them somewhere and they'd tell him what happened in his absence. Maybe they'd escape and wander free, watching people in secret. Excited, he decided to close the door quietly and capture them. But the miller, annoyed by the cat's play, kicked them away and squashed the eyeballs with his heavy boots. Something popped under his soul, a marvelous mirror that could reflect the whole world, now broken, leaving only a crushed bit of jelly. The boy felt a terrible sense of loss. The miller slumped on the bench and fell asleep. The boy cautiously lifted the bloodied spoon and began gathering the dishes, keeping away from the crushed eyes as he swept the ooze into a pail and threw it in the oven. The boy woke early, hearing the miller and his wife snoring below. He packed a sack of food, loaded his comet with hot embers, and bribed the yard dog with a piece of sausage before fleeing the hut. At the mill wall near the barn, the plowboy lay on the ground sightless, still stunned, covering his face with his hands as he moaned and sobbed. Caked blood covered his face, hands, and shirt. The boy wanted to speak, but was afraid the plowboy would ask about his eyes, and he'd have to tell him the miller had stamped them into pulp. He felt terribly sorry for him. He wondered if losing one's sight also meant losing the memory of everything seen before. If so, the man wouldn't be able to see even in dreams. But if memory remained, it wouldn't be so bad. The world was much the same everywhere, and after seeing people and animals for years, one should know what they looked like. He'd lived only 7 years, but he remembered a lot when he closed his eyes. Details came back even more vividly. Who knew, perhaps without his eyes, the plowboy would start seeing a new, more fascinating world. Hearing a sound from the village, he went on his way, afraid the miller might wake. He touched his eyes frequently, walking more cautiously now, knowing eyeballs had weak roots. They hung like apples and could easily drop out. He resolved to jump fences with his head up, but on his first try he stumbled and fell. Lifting his fingers fearfully to check that his eyes were still there, he confirmed they opened and closed properly, then noticed with delight the partridges and thrushes in flight. His sight could follow them, even overtake them as they soared under the clouds, growing smaller than raindrops. He made a promise he would remember everything he saw if someone ever plucked out his eyes. He'd retain the memory of all he'd seen for as long as he lived. His new duty was to set snares for Lek, who sold birds in several neighboring villages. No one could compete with him. Lek worked alone, and had taken the boy in because he was small, thin, and light, able to set traps in places Lek himself couldn't reach. Slender branches, dense nettles, waterlogged islets in bogs and swamps. Lek had no family. His hut was filled with birds, from common sparrows to wise owls. Peasants bartered food for his birds: milk, butter, cheese, bread, sausage, vodka, fruits, even cloth, and he collected these while carrying his caged birds from village to village, hawking their beauty and songs. Lek had a pimpled, freckled face. Peasants claimed such faces belonged to those who stole eggs from swallows' nests, but Lek said it came from spitting carelessly into fire as a youth. His father had been a village scribe who wanted him to become a priest, but he was drawn to the forests, studying birds and envying their flight. He'd escaped from his father's hut and wandered like a wild bird, eventually learning to catch them. He observed the wondrous habits of quail and larks, could imitate the cuckoo's call, the magpie's screech, the owl's hooting. He knew the bullfinch's courting, the landrail's jealous fury circling a nest abandoned by its female, the swallow's sorrow when boys destroyed its nest. He understood the hawk's flight and admired the stork's patience hunting frogs. He envied the nightingale its song. He'd passed his youth among birds and trees. Now, rapidly balding, with rotting teeth and sagging skin, he'd settled in a hut he built himself, occupying one corner and filling the rest with cages, one of which had a narrow space for the boy at the bottom. Lek spoke often of his birds, and the boy listened avidly. He learned that storks came from beyond distant oceans on St. Joseph's Day, and stayed until Street Bartholomew drove frogs into the mud with hop poles. The mud plugged their mouths, and the storks couldn't hear them, so they left. Storks brought good luck to houses where they nested. Lek was the only man who knew how to prepare stork nests in advance, charging high prices. He set about nest building with great deliberation, placing a harrow at the roof's halfway point, slanted slightly west so winds wouldn't damage it. He drove long nails halfway into the harrow for anchorage, and just before the stork's arrival, he placed a large piece of red cloth to attract their attention. It was good luck to see the first springtime stork in flight, but bad luck to see one sitting. Storks also provided clues about village life. They'd never returned to a roof under which misdeeds had been committed or people lived in sin. They were strange birds. Lek told how a female had pecked him when he tried to correct her nest. He took revenge by placing a goose egg among the stork eggs. When the chicks hatched, the storks were amazed. One was misshapen, bow-legged, with a flat beak. Father stork accused his wife of adultery and wanted to kill the bastard chick. Mother stork wanted to keep it. The argument continued for days until she rolled the gosling onto the thatched roof, where it fell harmlessly into straw. That should have closed the matter, but when it was time to fly away, all the storks held a conference. It was decided the hen was guilty of adultery and didn't deserve to accompany her husband. Before the birds took off, the faithless wife was attacked with beaks and wings. She fell dead near the house, and next to her body, peasants found an ugly gosling shedding bitter tears. Swallows also led interesting lives, favorites of the Virgin Mary, harbingers of spring and joy. In the fall, they flew far away and perched on reeds in distant marshes, resting until the reeds broke and plunged them into water, where they remained all winter in their icy home. The cuckoo's voice could mean many things. A man hearing it for the first time in the season should jangle coins and count his money to ensure the same amount for the year. Thieves hearing it before leaves appeared on the trees should abandon their plans, which would prove unsuccessful. Lek had special affection for cuckoos, regarding them as people turned into birds, noblemen begging God to change them back. He saw a clue in how they raised their young cuckoos. Never educated their own chicks but hired wagtails to feed and look after them while they flew around the forest, calling on the Lord to change them back into gentlemen. He viewed bats with disgust, half birds and half mice, emissaries of evil spirits seeking fresh victims, able to attach themselves to scalps and infuse sinful desires. But even bats had uses. Lek once caught one, placed it on an anthill, and by the next day, only bones remained. He collected the skeleton, took the wishbone to wear on his chest, ground the rest to dust, mixed it with vodka, and gave it to the woman he loved. It would, he said, assure him of her increased desire. Lek taught him that a man should always watch birds and draw conclusions from their behavior. Large numbers of different breeds flying in a red sunset meant evil spirits rode on their wings, searching for damned souls. Crows, rooks, and jackdaws gathering in a field were inspired by an evil one instilling hatred for other birds. Long-winged white crows signaled a cloudburst. Low-flying wild geese in spring meant a rainy summer and poor harvest. At dawn, while birds slept, they ventured out to stalk nests. Lek strode ahead, carefully jumping over bushes. The boy followed closely. When daylight reached the deepest corners of forest and fields, they took the terrified birds from traps set the day before. Lek removed them carefully, soothing or threatening, then placed them in a large bag slung over his shoulder, where they struggled until their strength waned. Each new prisoner made the bag quiver and swing against Lek's back. Above, the prisoner's family circled, twittering curses. Lek would look up and hurl insults, and if they persisted, he'd take out his sling and shoot a sharp stone he never missed, and a motionless bird would hurtle from the sky, its corpse left uncollected. As noon approached, Lek hastened his steps, wiping sweat from his brow more often. The most important hour was nearing. A woman called Stupid Ludmila was waiting in a distant forest clearing known only to them. The boy trotted proudly behind, the bag of twitching birds on his shoulder. The forest grew denser and more forbidding. Snake-colored hornbeams shot into the clouds. Lindens, which Lek said remembered the beginnings of humanity, stood broad-shouldered with trunks like coats of male oaks stretched like starving birds' necks, obscuring the sun with gloomy branches. Sometimes Lek stopped to examine spores in decaying bark, tree knots, and gallnuts with black holes revealing bare white wood. They passed through groves of young birches with fragile shoots. Through the foliage, perching birds noticed them and soared away in fright, their chirping mixed with bees murmuring like a moving cloud. Lek protected his face and fled to denser thickets, the boy following with the bag and basket, waving to drive off the vengeful swarm. Stupid Ludmila was strange, and the boy feared her increasingly. She was well built and tall, with cascading hair, large breasts hanging nearly to her belly, and strong calves. In summer she wore only a faded sack, revealing her breasts and a clump of red hair. Men and boys told of pranks with Ludmila when she was in the mood. Village women tried to trap her, but as Lek said with pride, her tail was windblown. No one could catch her against her will. She disappeared into undergrowth like a starling, creeping out when no one was around. No one knew her lair. Sometimes at dawn, peasants saw her waving amorously from afar. They'd halt and wave back, their will to work weakening until their wives and mothers called them back. Women set dogs on her, but the largest and most dangerous one sent to attack her never returned. After that, she appeared holding it by a rope, and other dogs fled. It was said she lived with a dog as with a man, and would give birth to canine-haired children with lupin ears and paws, monsters living in the forest. Lek never repeated these stories. He mentioned once that when she was young and innocent, her parents ordered her to marry the village psalmist's son, notorious for ugliness and cruelty. She refused, and her fiancé lured her outside the village, where drunken peasants raped her until she lost consciousness. After that, her mind was addled, and she was nicknamed Stupid Ludmila. She lived in forests, luring men into bushes and pleasing them so much they couldn't look at their wives. No one man could satisfy her. She needed several, one after another, yet she was Lek's great love. He made up songs about her as a strange-colored bird, free and quick, brighter than other creatures. To Lek, she belonged to the pagan kingdom of birds and forests, wild, abundant, blooming, royal in decay and rebirth, clashing with the human world. Every noon they walked to the clearing where he hoped to meet her. Lech hooted like an owl. Ludmila rose from the tall grass, bluebottles and poppies in her hair. He rushed eagerly, and they stood together, swaying like grasses, almost growing into each other like tree trunks from a single root. The boy watched from the edge. Behind ferns, the birds in his bag were disturbed by the stillness. The man and woman kissed hair and eyes, rubbing cheeks, intoxicated by touch and smell. Their hands grew playful. Lech's callous paws moved over her arms as she drew his face closer. They slid into the tall grass, which shook above them, partly hiding them from the gyrating birds. Lech later said that Ludmila told him stories of her life and sufferings, disclosing the quirks of her strange feelings, the byways of her frail mind. It was hot, windless, treetops rigid. Grasshoppers and dragonflies buzzed. A butterfly hovered over the sun-whitened clearing. The woodpecker stopped. The boy dozed, then woke to voices. The man and woman stood clinging together, as if grown into the soil, saying words he didn't understand. They separated reluctantly. Ludmila waved, and Lech stumbled toward him, repeatedly turning back with a wistful smile. On the way home they set more traps. Lech was tired and withdrawn. In the evening, when birds slept in cages, he cheered up, restless, speaking of Ludmila, his body trembling, giggling with closed eyes, his pimply cheeks flushed. Sometimes days passed without Ludmila. Lech would fall into silent rage, stare solemnly at the caged birds, mumbling. After prolonged scrutiny, he'd choose the strongest bird, tie it to his wrist, and prepare stinking paints from varied components. When the color satisfied him, he'd paint its wings, head and breast in rainbow hues, until it became more vivid than wildflowers. Then they'd go into the thick forest. Lech ordered the boy to hold the painted bird and squeeze it lightly. It would twitter and attract a flock of the same species. When enough birds gathered, Lech gave the signal to release the prisoner. It soared, happy and free, a spot of rainbow against the clouds, then plunged into the waiting flock. For an instant, the birds were confounded. The painted bird circled, vainly trying to convince its kin it was one of them, but dazzled by its colors, they flew around unconvinced. One by one they peeled off in fierce attacks, and soon the many-hued shape dropped to the ground, usually dead. Lech examined the number of blows. Blood seeped through the colored wings, diluting the paint and soiling his hands. Ludmila still didn't return. Lech, sulking and glum, painted one bird after another in gaudier colors and released them to be killed by their kin. One day he trapped a large raven, painting its wings red, breast green, tail blue. When a flock appeared, he freed it. A desperate battle began. Black, red, green, blue feathers fell. The painted raven plummeted to the fresh plowed soil, still alive, opening its beak, vainly trying to move its wings. Its eyes had been pecked out, fresh blood streaming over its painted feathers. It made one last attempt to flutter up, but its strength was gone. Lech grew thin and stayed in the hut, drinking homemade vodka and singing songs about Ludmila. Sometimes he'd sit astride his bed, leaning over the dirt floor, drawing with a long stick until the outline of a full-breasted, long-haired woman took shape. When no birds remained to paint, he roamed the fields with a bottle under his jacket, and the boy, afraid he might stumble into swamps, followed nearby. Hearing his deep, sorrowful voice spread grief over the bogs like heavy winter fog, soaring with migrating birds, but growing remote in the forest depths. Villagers laughed at Lech, saying Ludmila had cast a spell and put fire in his loins that would drive him insane. He hurled curses at them, threatening to send birds to peck out their eyes. Once he struck the boy, shouting that his gypsy eyes scared Ludmila away. He lay ill for 2 days, then packed his knapsack with bread and went into the forest, ordering the boy to keep setting snares. Weeks passed. The traps caught only drifting cobwebs. Storks and swallows had flown. The forest was deserted. Snakes and lizards multiplying, birds in cages puffed up, their wings graying and still. Then came an overcast day. Clouds screening the anemic sun, wind whipping fields, huts cowering amid vacant stubble blackened with mildew. In the undergrowth, the wind scourged tall thistles and shifted rotting potato stalks. Suddenly stupid Ludmila appeared, leading her huge dog. Her behavior was odd. She asked about Lek, and when the boy told her he'd left days ago, she sobbed and laughed, pacing the cabin. She pressed Lek's old cap to her cheeks, burst into tears, then threw it down and trampled it. She found a bottle of vodka under the bed, drained it, then ordered the boy to go with her to the pasture. He tried to escape, but she set the dog on him. The pastures lay beyond the cemetery. A few cows grazed. Young shepherds warmed themselves at a fire. They crossed the cemetery quickly and climbed the high wall, hiding on the other side. Ludmila tied the dog to a tree, threatened the boy with a belt, and made him take off his pants. She wriggled out of her sack and pulled him toward her, naked. He struggled, but she whipped him with the belt. His screams attracted the shepherds. She spread her legs wider as they approached, staring at her body. They surrounded her silently. Two began to lower their pants, while others stood undecided. No one paid attention to him. A rock struck the dog, and it lay licking its wound. A tall shepherd mounted her as she writhed, howling at his every move. He struck her breasts, bit her nipples, kneaded her belly. When he finished, another took his place. Ludmila moaned and shuddered. Drawing him with arms and legs, the other men crouched nearby, snickering. Then a mob of village women appeared from behind the cemetery, led by younger ones shouting and waving rakes and shovels. The shepherds hitched up their pants but didn't flee, holding on to Ludmila. The dog strained at its leash but couldn't break free. The women came closer. The boy sat at a safe distance by the cemetery wall and noticed Lek running across the pastures. He must have returned and learned what was happening. But he was far away, exhausted, shambling, stumbling. The women grabbed Ludmila before she could rise, pinning her flat against the grass, sitting on her hands and legs, beating her with rakes, ripping her skin, tearing her hair, spitting in her face. Lek tried to push through, but they barred his way. He fought, but they knocked him down and beat him brutally until he ceased struggling, and several women straddled him. Then they killed Ludmila's dog with shovel blows. The peasant sat on the wall. The boy edged away, ready to flee into the cemetery where he'd be safe among graves they feared. Ludmila lay bleeding, blue bruises on her tormented body, groaning, arching her back, trembling, trying to free herself. One woman approached with a corked bottle of brownish-black manure, kneeled between Ludmila's legs, and rammed the entire bottle inside her assaulted slit. Ludmila moaned and howled like a beast. Another woman kicked the bottom of the bottle with all her strength. Muffled glass shattered inside. All the women began to kick Ludmila, blood spurting around their boots and calves, until she was dead. Their fury spent, they returned to the village chattering. Lek rose, his face bleeding, swaying on weak legs, spitting out teeth. Sobbing, he threw himself on the dead woman, touching her mutilated body, crossing himself, babbling through swollen lips. The boy sat huddled on the cemetery wall, not daring to move. The sky gray. The dead whispered about Ludmila's wandering soul, begging mercy for her sins. The moon rose, its cold light illuminating only the dark shape of the kneeling man and the fair hair of the dead woman. He slept and woke by turns as wind raged over graves, hanging wet leaves on crosses. Spirits moaned, dogs howled in the village. When he woke, Lek still knelt by Ludmila, his hunched back shaken by sobs. The boy spoke to him, but he paid no attention. Too frightened to return to the hut, he resolved to leave. Above, a flock of birds wheeled, chirping from all directions. The carpenter and his wife held a deep certainty about the boy's black hair, that it was a magnet for the lightning which often ravaged their village. During hot, dry nights, the man would prove it to himself by touching the boy's hair with a flint or bone comb, watching the bluish-yellow sparks jump from the small head like some infesting demon. In this region, storms arrive with terrifying suddenness and ferocity, their lightning bolts described as fiery projectiles hurled from heaven. The villagers viewed such fires as unstoppable acts of God, believing that no human effort could quench them, just as a person struck by lightning was beyond saving. They also believed that lightning, once it struck a house, would bury itself deep in the earth, lying in wait for 7 years before drawing another bolt to the same spot, and that even objects salvaged from a lightning-struck home carried this same dangerous potential. When dusk brought the threat of a storm, with the sky growing dark and heavy clouds sliding ominously over the thatched roofs, the village fell into a fearful silence. The old women would pause in their prayers to whisper about who might be singled out by God for reward or by Satan for destruction. To them the sounds of the storm creaking doors, groaning trees, the shriek of wind were the cries of tormented souls in the afterlife. During these moments, the carpenter would act with frantic urgency. After crossing himself repeatedly, he would fasten a padlocked chain around the boy's ankle, attaching the other end to a heavy harness. Then, braving the howling wind and flashes of lightning, he would load the boy onto a cart and drive to a distant, empty field where no trees or houses stood, leaving him there alone and tethered. He knew the boy's black hair would be safer far from the village. Left behind in the storm, the boy listened to the cart's wheels fading into the roaring night. Lightning would flash, briefly illuminating the distant huts before plunging them back into darkness. After each burst of thunder, an eerie calm would settle over the fields. The plants and animals seemed frozen, but the boy could still hear the groaning earth and the rustling of the forest around him. In his terror, his imagination conjured werewolves creeping from the woods, demons flying from the swamps, and ghouls crashing together in the air. He felt their cold, dry touch on his skin. Overwhelmed, he threw himself onto the muddy ground, dragging the heavy chain as he pressed himself into the earth, sensing God himself poised somewhere above, watching the chaos unfold. The darkness became a physical presence, something he could almost taste and grasp. It twisted the familiar field into a bottomless chasm and the flat road into impassable mountains. In his mind, the devil hurled lightning from beyond the clouds, each thunderbolt shaking the world to its core. Hours later, as dawn broke and the storm subsided, the carpenter would return to retrieve him. One stormy afternoon, however, the carpenter fell ill. His wife, too preoccupied with tending to him, forgot to drive the boy away. When the first thunder rumbled, the boy, sensing the danger, hid himself in the barn under a pile of hay. An instant later, an unnerving peal of thunder shook the barn to its foundation. A wall burst into flames, the fire spreading quickly through the resin-soaked planks and leaping toward the house and cow barn. Panicked, the boy darted into the courtyard. The village was in chaos. People ran from their huts, shouting and grabbing axes and rakes as they converged on the burning barn. Dogs howled, women clutched babies and struggled against the wind, and terrified livestock stampeded in all directions. Cows bellowed and ran, calves stumbled and tried to suckle their fleeing mothers, hens flew wildly into the air. In the confusion, the boy made his escape, believing that the mob, convinced his hair had drawn the lightning, would kill him if they caught him. Struggling against the gale, he ran until he reached the forest and found a hollow to hide in. The storm passed, leaving only the sound of dripping rain. At dawn, he heard a slow timber train approaching and ran alongside it, jumping onto the end car and riding it deeper into the woods. When he spotted a level spot on the embankment, he jumped down and vanished into the undergrowth, unnoticed by the guard. In the forest, he stumbled upon an abandoned cobblestone road leading to a deserted military bunker. It was eerily silent. He threw a stone at its closed door, which only echoed back at him. He walked around the structure, climbing to its top, where he found a large opening. Leaning over it, he was hit by a foul smell of decay. From below came muffled squeaking. He dropped a helmet inside, and the squeaking intensified. He threw in clods of earth and metal scraps, and the noise grew louder. Using a piece of sheet metal to reflect sunlight down into the opening, he saw the horrifying truth, a seething mass of rats, thousands of them, churning and fighting among themselves. They bit and tore at each other, attempting to climb the walls and escape the pit. The sight of them attacking and eating one another, their bodies slick with blood, was both mesmerizing and repulsive. The boy quickly covered the hole with the metal panel and hurried away, eating berries as he went, hoping to find a village before nightfall. But the village he approached at sunset was the same one he had fled the night before. He recognized the owner's face as he came out of the house. The peasant recognized him too, sending a farmhand to fetch the carpenter. When the carpenter arrived, he grabbed the boy and beat him savagely, then dragged him toward the smoldering ruins of his barn. After throwing him onto a pile of manure and delivering one final blow, the boy lost consciousness. Waking up, he saw the carpenter preparing a large sack nearby. Fear seized him as he recalled that the man drowned unwanted cats in just such sacks. Desperate, he threw himself at the man's feet, but was kicked away. But then he remembered something the carpenter had once mentioned: partisans hiding supplies in old bunkers. He scrambled back to the man, a frantic plan forming in his mind. With urgent gestures, he managed to convey that if the carpenter spared him, he could lead him to a pillbox packed with valuable military gear, boots, uniforms, belts. He offered the secret as his only bargaining chip for his life. The carpenter's reaction was one of calculated interest, though he worked hard to appear skeptical. He crouched low, his grip tightening painfully on the boy's arm as he listened. The boy repeated his promise, forcing his voice to remain steady, doing everything he could to convince the man of the bunker's hidden treasure. Before dawn, the carpenter harnessed his ox to the cart. He tied a length of string securely around the boy's wrist, the other end looped around his own hand. He took a large axe, and without a word to anyone in his household, he set off with his captive. The boy spent the journey desperately searching for a way to break free, but the string held fast. When they reached the bunker, the carpenter left the cart behind and led the boy toward the structure. They climbed onto the concrete roof, which was warm under the morning sun. The boy stalled, pretending to have forgotten the exact location of the opening, but eventually he was forced to reveal it. The carpenter eagerly pushed aside the tin panel. The stench of rot and decay flooded out, and the rats inside stirred, their squeaking growing frantic as the light hit them. The man leaned over the gap, his eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness below. In that moment, the boy edged to the opposite side of the opening, putting distance between himself and his captor. The string went taut. He knew he had only a split second to act, or the peasant would kill him and throw him into that pit. With a violent, desperate tug, he yanked the string with all his might, the cord cutting deep into his wrist. The sudden pull caught the carpenter off balance. The man cried out, flailing, and pitched forward into the open maw of the bunker. A dull, sickening thud echoed up from below. The boy braced his feet against the concrete lip, and the string, scraping against the rough edge, finally snapped. From the darkness came the man's scream, then a broken, gurgling cry that was cut short. Trembling, the boy crept back to the opening. He reflected a beam of daylight down with a piece of tin. Below, the carpenter's massive body was only partly visible, his face and arms already submerged beneath a roiling mass of rats. The creatures swarmed over him, wave after wave, their bodies slick with blood. The animals fought ferociously for access to the corpse, their teeth glinting in the dim light, their eyes reflecting the beam like beads on a string. The boy watched, frozen, unable to pull himself away from the edge. Then, a bony hand broke through the surface, its fingers spread wide, followed by the man's entire arm. It rose like a swimmer's, clawing at the air before the surging rats pushed up the rest of the carpenter's body. A bluish-white skeleton, stripped of flesh, with only shreds of skin and clothing still clinging to the bones. The rats were still fighting over the scraps inside the rib cage, diving into the empty chest cavity and emerging through other chewed holes. When the corpse sank and resurfaced again, it was a fully bare skeleton. The boy grabbed the carpenter's axe and ran. He reached the cart, breathless, while the ox grazed calmly, unaware. He jumped onto the driver's seat and tugged the reins, but the animal refused to budge without its master. Terrified, expecting the swarm of rats to pour out of the bunker at any second, he jabbed the ox with the whip. The ox hesitated, then responded to the repeated blows. The cart lurched violently over the forgotten road, its wheels tearing through bushes and weeds. The boy drove with no destination in mind, only the need to put as much distance as possible between himself and the bunker. He pushed the ox hard through the forests and clearings, avoiding any road that showed fresh signs of peasant traffic. When night fell, he hid the cart in the brush and slept on the box seat. For the next 2 days, He traveled relentlessly, narrowly avoiding a military outpost at a sawmill. The ox grew thin and weak, but the boy kept driving until he was certain he was far enough from the carpenter's village. As they approached a small village, he rode in calmly and stopped at the first hut. The peasant there crossed himself at the sight of him. The boy offered the cart and ox in exchange for shelter and food. After a suspicious examination of the ox's teeth and of the boy's and some consultation with his wife and neighbors, the peasant agreed. The village was isolated, far from both the railroad and the river. German soldiers came only 3 times a year to collect the required food and supplies. The boy was taken in by the village blacksmith, who was also the head man. The man was respected by the villagers, which earned the boy slightly better treatment than he was used to. Still, the peasants muttered that he was a gypsy who would bring misfortune, and that the Germans would punish the whole village if they discovered him. No one dared say it openly, however, and the blacksmith, though he would slap the boy when drunk and provoked, did him no serious harm. The hired hands preferred fighting each other, and the blacksmith's son, famous for his escapades with women, was rarely around. Each morning, the blacksmith's wife gave the boy a glass of hot borscht and a piece of stale bread to soak in it. He would then light his portable stove, a comet, and take the cattle to pasture ahead of the other herders. In the evenings, while the blacksmith's wife said her prayers and her husband snored by the oven, the boy would sit in the best light, delousing the blacksmith's jacket. He would pick out the white blood-filled lice and crush them on the table. When there were too many, his wife would help, rolling a bottle over them. The lice burst with a crunch, leaving flattened corpses in dark puddles of blood. Those that fell to the dirt floor were nearly impossible to kill. She saved the largest lice, putting them in a cup. When she had a dozen, she would knead them into a dough with human and horse urine, manure, a dead spider, and cat excrement, a remedy she believed cured the blacksmith's bellyaches. He would eat several of these balls, vomit violently, and be given honey and tepid water. When the pain persisted, she would prepare a stronger concoction of pulverized horse bones, mixed bedbugs and fighting ants, hen's eggs, and kerosene. The patient had to swallow it in one gulp, and was rewarded with vodka and sausage. From time to time, armed partisans visited the blacksmith. They searched the house, then sat down with him for a meal while the boy and the wife prepared food and drink. The partisans were divided into factions: the whites, who opposed both Germans and Russians and wanted to preserve the old landlords, and the Reds, who supported the Soviets and fought for land reform. Each group demanded more from the villages and took revenge on those who helped the other. The blacksmith would hide the boy in the potato cellar when German troops came searching for partisans. The Germans would interrogate the peasants, often shooting 1 or 2 as an example. Sometimes the partisan factions would fight each other in the village itself. Then the place would become a battlefield of machine guns, grenades, and burning huts. The peasants would hide in cellars, clutching their families. Women would walk into the crossfire, praying and cursing both sides. After the fighting stopped, disputes would arise over the abandoned weapons and uniforms, and over who should bury the dead while the corpses decayed, torn apart by dogs and rats. One night, the blacksmith's wife woke the boy and urged him to flee. Voices and weapons surrounded the hut before he could fully rouse himself. He hid in the attic, watching through a crack in the floorboards as 2 partisans dragged the half-naked, shivering blacksmith into the yard. The leader of the band, wearing a tall cap with epaulets, accused him of helping the enemy. The blacksmith raised his hands, swearing his innocence. A blow knocked him down. He tried to rise, protesting, but the partisans beat him relentlessly. They used fists, boots, a heavy fence pole. They twisted his ears, stepped on his groin, broke his fingers. He writhed and groaned, but they did not stop. The blacksmith's body went slack, his groans ceasing entirely. The partisans then dragged out the 2 hired hands, the blacksmith's wife, and his struggling son. They threw the 4 of them across the shaft of a cart, their bellies draped over it so they hung like sacks of grain, and stripped them of their clothes. Their hands and feet were bound together. With their sleeves rolled up, the partisans took steel canes, cut from track signal wire, and began beating the squirming, defenseless bodies. The blows landed with sharp, cracking sounds against exposed flesh. The victims twisted and writhed, howling in pain. The boy, watching from his hiding place, trembled and sweated with fear. The partisans beat them relentlessly, making crude jokes, especially about the blacksmith's wife. When her moaning persisted, they flipped her over onto her back, her breasts sagging to the sides. The blows rained down on her body and belly, which grew dark with blood. Eventually, the victims drooped lifelessly over the cart shaft. The torturers put their jackets back on and entered the hut, smashing furniture and looting everything they could find. They discovered the boy in the attic. They grabbed him by the neck, turning him this way and that, punching him, pulling his hair. They immediately assumed he was a gypsy foundling and debated his fate aloud. One of them decided the boy should be handed over to the German outpost, about a dozen miles away. This, he reasoned, would make the commander less suspicious of the village, which was already behind on its deliveries. Another man agreed, adding that the whole village might be burned because of one gypsy bastard. The boy's hands and feet were bound, and he was carried outside. The partisans summoned 2 peasants and explained something to them while gesturing at the boy. The peasants nodded obediently. The boy was placed on a cart and lashed to a crossbeam, and the peasants drove off with him. The partisans escorted the cart for several miles, riding easily in their saddles and sharing the food they had taken from the blacksmith. When they reached a dense part of the forest, they spoke to the peasants once more, then spurred their horses and vanished into the thicket. Exhausted from the sun and the uncomfortable position, the boy dozed into a half-sleep. He dreamed of being a squirrel watching the world from a dark tree-hole, and then a grasshopper leaping across vast distances. Through the fog of his dreams, he could still hear the drivers' voices, the neighing of the horse, and the creaking of the wheels. They reached a railroad station at noon and were immediately surrounded by German soldiers in faded uniforms. The peasants bowed and handed over a note from the partisans. While a guard went to fetch an officer, several soldiers stared at the boy. One of them, an elderly man with fogged spectacles, leaned against the cart and watched him with dispassionate, watery blue eyes. The boy smiled, but the soldier didn't respond. The boy looked straight into his eyes, wondering if he could cast a spell, but then felt sorry for him and dropped his gaze. A young officer emerged from the station. The soldiers straightened to attention. The peasants, unsure what to do, tried to imitate them. The officer gave a terse order to a soldier, who approached the cart, roughly patted the boy's hair, pulled back his eyelids to look at his eyes, and inspected the scars on his knees and calves. After reporting, the officer issued a command to the elderly soldier with the spectacles, and left. The soldiers moved away. From the station building came a cheerful tune. On the tall watchtower, machine gun guards adjusted their helmets. The bespectacled soldier approached the boy and untied the rope that bound him to the cart. He looped one end of it around his own wrist and gestured for the boy to follow. The boy glanced back. The 2 peasants were already on their way, whipping the horse. They passed the station, and the soldier stopped at a warehouse to pick up a small can of gasoline. Then they walked along the railroad tracks, heading toward the darkening forest. The boy was certain the soldier meant to shoot him and burn his body with the gasoline. He had seen such executions before, and the thought of the pain terrified him, but there was nothing he could do. The soldier carried a rifle, and the rope around the boy's leg was secured to the man's wrist. Barefoot, the boy struggled to keep up. The sun-hot railroad ties burned his feet, and he hopped over the sharp gravel. He tried walking on the rail for balance, but the rope prevented it. His small steps couldn't match the soldier's long stride. The soldier watched him briefly, a faint smile crossing his face before disappearing, too brief to mean anything. He was still going to kill him. After passing the last switch point as they neared the forest, the soldier stopped. He put down the gasoline can, transferred his rifle to his left arm, and sat on the edge of the track with a deep sigh. He removed his spectacles, wiped his brow with his sleeve, and unclipped a small shovel from his belt. He lit a cigarette, carefully extinguishing the match. He watched the boy struggle with the rope, which was rubbing the skin raw on his leg. Then the soldier took out a small jackknife, opened it, held the boy's leg and cut the rope. He rolled it up and tossed it over the embankment. The boy smiled, trying to express his thanks, but the soldier didn't smile back. They sat in silence, the soldier smoking, the boy watching the smoke drift upward. He began to think about the ways people died. He remembered the first days of the war, when a bomb had struck a house across from his parents' home. The explosion had blown out their windows and filled the air with screams. He recalled the terrifying fall of walls and ceilings, the grand pianos and armchairs tumbling into the street, the chandeliers crashing with shrill cries, and pages from books fluttering down like frightened birds. As the dust settled, he saw the house's split interior, the limp human bodies draped over jagged debris, slowly soaking in blood. People groaned and screamed beneath fallen beams. He remembered an old woman climbing out of the rubble, only to topple backward into the pit. He also remembered a different death, a fight he'd witnessed at Lex. 2 peasants had attacked each other with bare hands, biting and tearing like wild dogs, breaking bones and smashing skulls, until one lay dead in a pool of blood. And he thought of the dog the partisans had killed. They had petted it, scratched its ears, and then shot it while it carried a bone in its mouth. The soldier hitched up his belt, and the movement snapped the boy back to the present moment. The boy weighed his options, calculating the distance to the forest, and how long it would take the soldier to grab his rifle and fire. The forest was too far. He'd be cut down on the sandy ridge. The patch of weeds was closer, but it offered little cover, and would slow him down. The soldier rose, stretching with a groan. The wind shifted, carrying away the smell of gasoline and bringing instead the sense of marjoram and fir resin. The boy considered that the soldier might shoot him from behind. People often preferred not to look their victims in the eyes. Then the soldier turned and gestured toward the forest, a clear signal. The boy pretended not to understand, and edged closer. The soldier recoiled, as if afraid the boy might touch him, and angrily pointed again, shielding his eyes. The boy thought it was a trick, that the soldier was pretending not to watch. He stayed rooted to the spot. The soldier grew impatient, speaking harshly in a language the boy couldn't understand. The boy smiled ingratiatingly, but it only annoyed the soldier further. He pointed to the forest again, and again the boy refused to move. Then the soldier lay down between the rails, across his rifle, its bolt removed. The boy recalculated. The risk seemed smaller now. As he began to move away, the soldier smiled warmly. At the edge of the embankment, the boy glanced back. The soldier lay motionless, dozing in the warm sun. The boy waved quickly, and then bolted like a hare down the embankment, crashing into the cool, shady forest. He tore his skin on ferns as he ran, pushing deeper until he collapsed in the damp, soothing moss, breathless. As he lay there, listening to the forest sounds, 2 shots rang out from the railroad track. The soldier was apparently staging his execution. Birds stirred in the foliage, and a small lizard hopped out of a root and stared at him. He could have crushed it, but he was too tired. After an early autumn ruined the crops, a severe winter set in. It snowed for days, and the villagers stored food and sealed their homes against the cold. Then the frost came, freezing everything solid. No one wanted to keep the boy. Food was scarce, and there was no work for him to do. The people shared their shelters with livestock, but there was no room for him. The winter was relentless. Leaden clouds pressed down on the thatched roofs, and the villagers watched shadows sweep over the village, crossing themselves and praying, believing the devil rode those dark clouds. The boy wandered from village to village, wrapped in rags and animal hides, warmed only by his comet stove made from a found can. He carried a sack of fuel, replenishing it constantly. When his sack grew light, he'd gather branches, bark, peat, and moss. With a full sack and his comet glowing, he felt secure. Food was easy to find. The snow kept people inside, and he could dig into snow-covered barns for potatoes and beets, baking them in his stove. If spotted, he was mistaken for a ghost, and the reluctant dogs that were sent after him could be scared away by his hot comet. His wide wooden shoes kept him from sinking too deep into the snow. Wrapped to the eyes, he roamed freely, encountering only ravens. He slept in the forest, burrowing under tree roots with a snowdrift for a roof. His comet, loaded with damp peat and leaves, kept his dugout warm and fragrant through the night. After a few weeks, the snow began to thaw, and the peasants emerged. Well-rested dogs now guarded the farms, and the boy could no longer steal food safely. He had to find a remote village far from the German outposts. During his wanderings, wet snow often threatened to smother his comet. On the second day, a cry stopped him. He hid behind a bush, listening. The cry came again. Crows circled above, alarmed. Moving from tree to tree, he approached a narrow road where an overturned cart lay, with a horse but no driver. The horse was emaciated, its bones visible, its muscles hanging like wet rope. It looked at him with dim, bloodshot eyes. One of its legs was broken above the fetlock, a bone splinter protruding through the skin. Ravens circled overhead, waiting. The horse shifted its tail invitingly when it saw him, and placed its heavy head on his shoulder, rubbing against his cheek. The boy stroked its dry nostrils, and the horse nudged him closer. He examined the broken leg, and the horse turned its head, as if awaiting his verdict. The boy encouraged it to walk, but it could only groan and stumble. It lowered its head in resignation. The boy grasped its neck, feeling the pulse of life, and spoke to it about warm stables and hay, promising that a man could set its bone. He told it about the lush meadows waiting under the snow, and how returning it to its owner might improve his own situation, maybe even allow him to stay on a farm. The horse seemed to listen, squinting at him from time to time. The boy stepped back and urged it forward with a gentle tap. The horse swayed, lifting the injured leg high, and began to hobble forward. Progress was agonizingly slow. It would stop and slump, and the boy would put his arm around its neck and lift the broken leg, coaxing it onward. Each step on the broken bone caused the splinter to emerge further, and the horse's pained neighs tore at the boy. He felt as if he were walking on the jagged edges of his own shin bones. Exhausted and covered in mud, they reached the village. A pack of snarling dogs surrounded them, but the boy kept them at bay with his comet. The horse stood impassive, sinking into a stupor. The horses were surrounded by peasants emerging from their huts. One of them, the owner, was visibly relieved and surprised the horse had bolted 2 days earlier. He chased off the dogs and examined the broken leg. His verdict was grim. The animal would have to be killed. Its value now lay only in meat, hide, and bones, with the bones being the most prized. In that region, ground horse bones mixed with herbs were a common remedy for serious illness. Powdered horse teeth, combined with a frog's thigh, made a compress for toothache. Burnt hoofs cured colds within days, and hip bones placed on an epileptic's body were believed to prevent seizures. The boy stood aside while the peasant inspected the horse. Then it was his turn. The man studied him carefully, questioning him about his past. The boy answered cautiously, trying to avoid any detail that might raise suspicion. The man made him repeat himself several times, laughing at his clumsy attempts at the local dialect, and kept pressing him about whether he was a Jewish or gypsy orphan. The boy swore on everything he could think of that he was a Christian and a willing worker. Other men watched critically, but the farmer decided to take him on as a work hand. The boy fell to his knees and kissed the man's feet. The next morning, the farmer brought out 2 strong horses and hitched them to a plow, leading them to the crippled horse waiting by a fence. He threw a noose around the injured animal's neck and tied the other end to the plow. The healthy horses stood indifferent, while the cripple struggled to breathe. The boy watched, desperate to save the animal, to explain he hadn't known this would be its fate. When the farmer approached to adjust the noose, the horse turned and licked his face. The farmer only slapped it hard across the muzzle, and the horse turned away, humiliated. The boy wanted to beg for its life, but caught the horse's reproachful stare, a look of such resignation that he was frozen. He remembered the superstition: if a dying creature counted the teeth of its executioner, that person would die soon. He didn't dare speak while the horse held his gaze. It never looked away. Then the farmer spat on his hands, grabbed a whip, and lashed the strong horses. They bolted, the rope tightened, and the noose closed on the cripple's neck. Wheezing, he was dragged down and pulled brutally over the ground. The farmer kicked its neck and knees, It didn't stir. The strong horses, sensing death, stamped nervously, avoiding the dead animal's wide-open stare. The boy spent the rest of the day helping the farmer skin and cut up the carcass. Weeks passed. The village mostly left him alone, though the boys sometimes muttered about handing him over to the Germans. Women avoided him, covering their children's heads. Men looked him over in silence and spat in his direction. These were people who used words sparingly, speaking slowly, as if to waste words was to waste salt. Fast talkers were suspected of being trained by gypsy fortune-tellers. People sat in heavy silence, covering their mouths when they spoke or laughed, so no one could see their teeth. Only vodka loosened their tongues and relaxed their manners. The farmer was respected and often invited to weddings and celebrations, sometimes taking the boy along. At these gatherings the boy was made to perform, reciting city poems and stories from his pre-war life. His rapid, hard-edged speech was a parody to their soft drawl. Before each performance, he was forced to gulp down vodka. He'd stumble to the center of the room, trying to avoid eye contact. When he recited poetry at high speed, the peasants gaped in amazement, thinking him insane. But the animal fables tales of a traveling goat, Puss in Boots, Ferdinand, Snow White, Mickey Mouse, Pinocchio had them convulsed with laughter, choking on their food and drink. After his performance, he was called from table to table to repeat poems and drink toasts. When he refused, they poured the liquor down his throat. By mid-evening, he was often so drunk he barely knew what was happening. The faces around him morphed into the animals from his stories. He felt like he was falling into a deep well, its walls covered in moss, until he reached the bottom where, instead of water, his warm bed waited. The winter was ending. The boy went with the farmer to collect wood each day. The air grew warm and damp, the mosses swelling like half-frozen skins, dripping water. Small streams spilled everywhere, playing under roots and emerging to continue their erratic course. A neighboring family hosted a grand wedding for their handsome daughter. The groom followed tradition, kissing everyone on the mouth. The bride, dizzy from toasts, wept and laughed, ignoring the men grabbing at her. When the dancing started, the boy rushed to the table to eat. He sat in a dark corner, avoiding the drunks. Two prosperous farmers entered, arms over each other's shoulders. The boy slid behind some empty barrels. The men sat and talked, offering each other food, avoiding eye contact. Then one of them, while reaching for sausage with one hand, pulled out a long knife with the other. He plunged it into his companion's back and walked out, munching the sausage. The stabbed man tried to rise, saw the boy, and tried to speak, but only a piece of cabbage fell from his mouth. He wobbled and slid between the bench and the table. The boy, trembling, slipped out and ran to the barn. In the dusk, village lads were grabbing girls. Drunks stumbled around, vomiting and harassing. The boy pried a board loose and squeezed through, running to his farmer's barn and climbing into his heap of hay. The body was left in a side room for the family to gather. An old woman washed the corpse's left arm with a brown mixture. Goiter sufferers entered one by one. She touched their swelling with the dead man's hand, while they repeated a chant. "Let the disease go, where this hand will be going." They paid the family for the cure. The corpse remained, a candle in its right hand, until the odor grew strong enough that a priest was called for burial. Even long after, the farmer's wife refused to wash the bloodstains. Everyone believed they would draw the murderer back to the spot. But the murderer, whom the boy remembered well, continued to dine in that room without fear, walking over the stains, calmly eating and drinking. The boy remained coiled, vigilant as a drawn slingshot whenever the murderer appeared. He kept waiting for something catastrophic to happen, a chasm opening beneath those bloodstains to swallow the man whole, or a fit of St. Vitus's dance to seize him. But the murderer tread across the stains without hesitation, and as time passed the boy wondered if the stains had lost their vengeance, now faded and dirtied by kittens and the woman's mop. He recalled a village tale of a skull that had tumbled from a grave and rolled through the cemetery, evading a sexton's spade and a forester's rifle, until it threw itself under a farmer's horses, causing a fatal accident. The investigation revealed the skull had belonged to the accident victim's older brother, who had died suddenly 10 years earlier just before inheriting their father's property. The younger brother and his wife had hurried the burial. That brother eventually prospered, but after the accident, a rusty nail was found driven deep into the skull. The victim had finally avenged himself. The story reinforced the belief that no amount of rain, fire, or wind could erase a crime's stain. Justice was like a sledgehammer suspended overhead, gathering force before it descended. While adults mostly ignored him, the boy had to be wary of the village boys, who treated him as their quarry. He kept to the edge of the pasture to avoid them, though the herdsmen still sneaked attacks, and he'd flee, threatening that any crop damage from straying cows would bring the farmer's punishment. The boys also obsessed over military equipment left in the woods, cartridges and landmines shaped like soap from an old partisan battle. They made pistols from rifle barrels and wooden stocks, using rubber bands and nails to fire ammunition. Such crude weapons had already injured several boys. 2 had shot each other. 1 had lost fingers and an ear when a pistol exploded, and another had been paralyzed when someone placed cartridges in his stove. There was also a powder-up method where bullet powder was divided, lit from above, and shot the bullet forward. Experts held contests, and the bolder boys tried to impress girls by holding the cartridge while shooting. A time fuse was a prized find, used to turn soap mines into explosive devices for weddings and baptisms. The boy had hidden a time fuse and 3 soaps in the barn, found while picking wild thyme. Sometimes alone, he'd hold them, marveling at their power. The peasants' simple tools, plows, scythes, were nothing compared to the fuses that could wreck a farmhouse. The Germans, he believed, were the inventors of such things. They were the ones determined to eliminate dark-haired, dark-eyed people. The boy's chances seemed slim. Yet the spectacled soldier who let him escape didn't seem particularly wise, and if the Germans were all genius inventors, why would one be stuck at a small station chasing children? He dozed off, dreaming of his own inventions, a fuse to change skin and hair color, one to build houses in a day, another to protect against evil eyes. One Sunday, returning from church, a group of village boys spotted him. It was too late to run. They surrounded him, one pushing him into a muddy puddle, others spitting at him, demanding gypsy tricks. The circle tightened. Seeing their heavy boots and realizing his bare feet could give him speed, he chose the largest boy, grabbed a stone, and smashed it into his face. The boy crumpled, bleeding. The others recoiled, and the boy leapt over him and fled across the fields. At the farmer's house, only the toothless mother-in-law was there. Then the crowd of men and boys appeared, waving clubs. The boy knew this was the end. The wounded boy's father or brothers would show no mercy. He dashed into the kitchen, shoveled glowing coals into his comet, and rushed to the barn, locking himself in. His thoughts scattered like frightened chickens. The boy remembered the fuse and mines hidden in the barn. He dug them up with trembling hands, jamming the fuse between the tightly bound soaps. He lit it with his comet, and watched the red glow crawl along the wick before shoving the whole bundle under a pile of broken plows and harrows. Then he pried a board loose from the back wall. The crowd's shouts reached him from the farmyard. He grabbed his comet and scrambled through the gap into the thick wheat behind the barn, running crouched and low, burrowing through the field toward the forest like a mole. Halfway across, the ground shuddered from the explosion. He looked back. Only 2 walls of the barn remained, leaning sadly against each other, with splintered boards and swirling hay between them. A mushroom cloud of dust rose above the ruins. Reaching the forest, he rested. His master's farm wasn't burning. He heard only the tumult of voices, and no one followed. He knew he could never return. He wandered through the woods for days, trying to approach villages. The first time, he saw people running and shouting, and stayed away. The next village echoed with gunfire. Discouraged, he kept moving. Finally, hungry and exhausted, he approached a quiet village. Emerging from the bushes, he nearly collided with a giant of a man plowing a small field. Reddish whiskers covered his face almost to his eyes, and his hair stood up like reeds. Pale gray eyes watched warily. The boy offered to work for food and shelter, and the peasant listened before taking him home without a word. The peasant and his wife had no children after arguing with neighbors, She agreed to take him in. He was given a sleeping place in the stable. The village was poor, its huts sunk into the ground, with thatched roofs and clay chimneys. Only a few had barns, built back to save walls. German soldiers sometimes came from a nearby station to take what they could find. When the Germans approached, the boy was hidden in a camouflage cellar beneath the barn. He had helped dig it. It was deep, with a narrow entrance, and stocked with butter, cheese, hams, sausages, and liquor. While the soldiers searched, the boy would sit in the cool cellar, holding his nose to keep from sneezing as he listened to their speech. When the trucks faded, the master would pull him out to resume his duties. The mushroom season began, and the boy was taken along to gather. His master shaved his black hair and gave him a large cap to make him less conspicuous, but he still felt uneasy under the suspicious glances of other peasants. On the way to the mushroom grounds, they crossed the railroad. Several times a day, locomotives passed with freight cars and machine gun posts. Then a new kind of train appeared. Locked cattle cars crammed with captured Jews and gypsies, stacked like cornstalks, 200 to a car. Stories from workers at the station told of sorting, stripping, cutting hair, pulling gold teeth. Gas chambers and ovens couldn't keep up. Thousands were buried in pits. The peasants said it was God's punishment for the Jews' ancient sins, for crucifying Christ, for killing Christian babies, for drinking their blood. The villagers gave the boy darker looks, shouting, "Gypsy Jew," and threatening him with fire. He pretended not to care, even when shepherds tried to drag him to a campfire. He had no intention of being burned in such an ordinary fire when others were incinerated in elaborate German furnaces. At night, he worried if God's wrath was only for black-haired, dark-eyed people. Why was his father fair and his mother dark? Hell, what was the difference between a gypsy and a Jew? Both were destined for the same end. Perhaps only fair-haired people would be left. When the trains passed, the peasants lined the tracks, waving cheerfully. Through the small windows, faces appeared briefly, then disappeared, replaced by thin, pale arms waving desperate signals. The peasants observed the passing trains with a mixture of curiosity and fascination, straining to make out the strange humming sound that rose from the packed cars, a sound that was neither groaning, crying, nor singing. As the train receded into the darkening forest, the boy could still see disembodied arms waving tirelessly from the small windows. At night, some desperate passengers would toss their small children through the windows, hoping to save them. Others managed to pry up floorboards and force their way through the holes, only to be slashed by wheels and semaphore wires. Their mutilated bodies would roll down the embankment into the tall grass. Peasants would find these remains and strip them of clothes and shoes, carefully ripping linings for valuables, fearing the contaminated blood of the unbaptized. Disputes and fights over the loot were common. The stripped bodies were left for the German patrol car, which either burned them or buried them. One day, word came that several trains had passed at night. The peasants finished mushroom gathering early and walked the tracks in single file, searching for signs of blood. After miles of nothing, a woman spotted crushed branches in a thicket of wild roses. Pushing aside the thorns, they found a small boy of about 5, sprawled on the ground, his clothes in shreds, black hair and dark eyebrows arched. He seemed dead. When a man stepped on his leg, the boy jerked and opened his eyes, trying to speak, but pink froth dripped from his mouth. The peasants crossed themselves and moved back. The boy tried to turn over but only moaned, a bloody bubble at his lips. One woman tore off his worn shoes. The boy coughed up more blood, opened his eyes again, then closed them for good. 2 men took his jacket and shirt, carried him to the middle of the track, and left him for the patrol car. The boy, walking away, glanced back at the small figure lying on the whitish stones, only the clump of black hair still visible. He imagined what the dying boy must have thought, how his parents must have assured him that human help would save him from the furnace, how he must have felt cheated, wishing he had stayed with the warm bodies of his family, knowing he was not alone. The boy regretted the tragedy, but felt a cold relief. A Jewish foundling would endanger them all. The Germans would search the village, find him and the cellar, and kill them both. Mushroom gathering became a daily routine. The villagers dispersed into the forest every morning, calling out to each other when they found rich clusters. The forest was alive with birdsong, the occasional owl's cry, foxes and vipers, hares bounding through the undergrowth. The symphony was broken only by the passing trains, which made everyone pause and listen. Over the weeks, they often walked the tracks, passing small heaps of black ashes and charred bones. People feared contamination and kicked dirt over them. Once, pretending to retrieve a dropped mushroom, the boy grasped a handful of human dust. It smelled of gasoline. He grew frightened, feeling the ghost of the burned person hovering over him, watching, remembering, threatening to haunt him. He saw battalions of vengeful ghosts after each train. The peasants said the smoke from the crematories went straight to God's feet. The boy wondered if so many Jews were needed to compensate for Christ's death, and if the world would become one vast incinerator. They found scraps of paper, notebooks, calendars, photographs, and documents. The pictures were most prized: elderly people in strange clothes, elegant parents with children, beautiful young girls and handsome men, old men like apostles, old ladies with faded smiles, children playing, babies crying, newlyweds kissing. On the backs were farewells and oaths in shaky handwriting, often washed or bleached away. The peasants collected and traded them, hanging them alongside crucifixes and holy pictures. One village girl supposedly fell in love with a handsome man in a photograph and refused to look at her fiancé. One day, news came of a Jewish girl found alive by the tracks, with only a sprained shoulder and bruises. She was brought to the village, pale and trembling, her dark eyes wide with terror. The headman decided she would be sent to the German post the next day. She was taken in by a man nicknamed Rainbow, who was known for his interest in heavenly signs. He would explain that a rainbow was a hollow stalk drawing water from rivers and lakes, distributing it across the land, which was why the same fish appeared in different bodies of water. Rainbow's hut stood right next to the boy's master's, their barns sharing a wall. Rainbow was still young, a widower who couldn't decide on another mate, despite neighbors joking that those who stared too much at rainbows couldn't see what was right in front of them. An old woman cooked and cared for his children while he worked and drank. The Jewess was to spend the night at Rainbow's home. That evening, the boy was awakened by noises from the barn. Through a knothole, he watched as the girl lay on sacks in the middle of the threshing floor, an oil lamp burning nearby. Rainbow sat by her head, then pulled her dress from her shoulders, kneeling on her hair to keep her still. He tore off the other strap, and despite her cries, she went motionless. He stripped her completely, and the lamplight cast shadows across her naked body. He stroked her, and she sobbed quietly. Then he removed his boots and breeches, straddled her, and with a brutal push fell on her. The girl arched and screamed, her fingers opening and closing as if grasping for something. But something strange happened. Rainbow couldn't detach himself. He was held fast by some invisible force inside her, like an animal caught in a snare. He struggled, groaning and cursing, but each attempt to pull away caused them both pain. The girl tried to help, opening her legs wider and pushing against him, but it was no use. They were bound together. The boy had seen this happen with dogs, how they'd get stuck together, running in circles, howling and bleeding, unable to separate. Sometimes, people threw them into rivers, or cut them apart. Rainbow renewed his efforts, calling on the Virgin Mary, but couldn't break free. He began to panic, hitting the girl, biting her, hammering her thighs, until they were both exhausted. They lay motionless, the only movement the flickering lamp flame. Rainbow cried for help, dogs barked, and men with axes and knives arrived. They stared in disbelief, then sent for a witch midwife. The old woman came, kneeling by the locked couple. The boy couldn't see what she did, only heard the girl's final piercing shriek, then silence. At dawn, the girl's body lay covered with a horse blanket on the threshing floor. By dusk, Rainbow had taken her back to the railroad track for the patrol to find. For weeks the village talked about it. Rainbow himself would later, when drunk, tell how the Jewess had sucked him in and wouldn't let go. Strange dreams haunted the boy, moans and cries, icy hands, black strands of hair smelling of gasoline. At dawn, he'd look fearfully at the mists, and a shred of soot would circle over his head before drifting into heaven. German detachments intensified their searches, and the boy knew his time in the village was over. One night, the farmer ordered him to flee to the forest. A raid was coming. The Germans had learned of a Jew hiding in the area, a man who had lived there since the war began, whose grandfather had owned land and was well liked. He left late that night, hiding in a bush. At dawn, he moved into a field of grain, careful not to leave a trail. Shivering, he curled into a ball to sleep. He woke to rough voices. The Germans had surrounded the field. He clung to the earth as soldiers strode through, the crackling of broken stalks growing louder. They almost stepped on him. Two young soldiers aimed their rifles, then grabbed him by the ear, laughing and asking if he was gypsy or Jew. He denied it, which only amused them more. They walked him toward the village, the boy ahead, the soldiers laughing behind. Terrified peasants watched from behind windows. Two large trucks stood in the village center, soldiers squatting around them. More soldiers surrounded the boy, pointing and laughing. One smiled warmly, then punched him hard in the stomach, sending him to the ground gasping. An officer emerged, scrutinized him coldly and gave an order. Two soldiers dragged the boy into a hut and shoved him inside. In the semi-darkness, a small emaciated man lay in the center of the room, dark, with snarled hair and a bayonet wound splitting his face. His hands were tied, a deep wound gaping through his jacket. The boy crouched in a corner, the man's shining black eyes fixed on him, seeming to come straight at him. The boy was terrified and averted his gaze. Engines started up outside, the clatter of boots and equipment blending with shouted commands as the trucks roared away. The door opened, and peasants and soldiers entered, dragging the wounded man out by his hands and dumping him onto a cart seat. His broken knuckles hung limp. The boy was seated back to back with him, facing the drivers while the wounded man faced the rear. A soldier rode with the two peasants driving. From their conversation, the boy gathered they were being taken to a police station in a nearby town. They traveled for hours on a road marked by recent truck tracks, then cut through the forest, startling birds and hares. The wounded man sagged listlessly, and the boy couldn't tell if he was alive, only felt his inert body lashed by rope. They halted twice, the peasants sharing food with the German soldier, who gave them cigarettes and candy in return. They took long drinks from hidden bottles and urinated in the bushes. The boy was ignored, hungry and weak. A warm breeze carried the scent of resin. The wounded man moaned. The horses tossed their heads, tails lashing at flies. They moved on, the German breathing heavily, as if asleep. Before sunset they entered a small, densely built town with brick houses and painted fences. Sleeping doves huddled on gutter pipes. Children playing in the road surrounded the cart. The soldier jumped down and walked alongside. The children grew bolder, one striking the prisoner with a birch twig. The wounded man shuddered, and the children erupted, pelting the cart with rubbish, rocks, cow dung, rotten tomatoes, and even dead birds. One boy methodically hit the boy with a stick. Adults joined the mob, screaming, "Beat the Jews!" The drivers abandoned the cart, leaving the wounded man and the boy as perfect targets. Stones cut the boy's cheek, broke a tooth, split his lip. He spat blood at his attackers, but they only dodged and struck again. Someone tore up ivy and ferns to lash them. The boy dropped his chin to his chest, dreading a stone in his eyes. Then a small, stout priest in a torn cassock burst from a nearby house, brandishing a cane and striking the mob's hands, faces, and heads. Panting and exhausted, he scattered them. He walked alongside the cart, clasping the boy's hand. The wounded man had fainted, his shoulders cold. The cart entered the courtyard of the military police building, and the priest had to remain outside. Two soldiers untied the wounded man and laid him by the wall. A tall SS officer in a soot-black uniform entered the courtyard. His cap bore a glittering death's head and crossbones, lightning-like signs on his collar, a swastika on his sleeve. He received a report, then strode to the wounded man, flipping his face toward the light with his boot. The man's face was a mangled ruin, ivy and dung sticking to his eye socket. The officer squatted close, questioning him. The bloody mass moved, the mutilated body pushing itself up. The officer edged away, his face now in the sun wax-like skin, flaxen hair, a compelling, almost painted beauty. The wounded man struggled to sit up, breathing hard, then uttered a loud word, "Pig," and fell back, striking his head. The officer barked a command. The soldiers cocked their rifles and fired rapid shots into the man. The shattered body shuddered and grew still. The officer approached the boy, beating a swagger stick against his breeches. The boy couldn't tear his gaze away. The officer seemed superhuman, immaculate, golden-haired with pure metal eyes, his black uniform gleaming against the drab world. In that world of harrowed faces and broken bodies, he stood untouched, perfect. The boy felt envy, wishing for such a gleaming skull instead of his gypsy face. The officer surveyed him sharply, and the boy felt like a squashed caterpillar, ashamed of his own appearance. He had nothing against being killed, and awaited the officer's decision. The officer issued a quick command and strode off. A soldier shoved the boy toward the gate. Regretfully leaving the spectacle, he walked through the gate and into the plump arms of the waiting priest, whose torn cassock looked even shabbier against the officer's resplendent uniform. The priest collected him in the borrowed cart, saying he would find a suitable home in a nearby village. Along the way, they stopped at the local church, where the priest left him alone while he went inside the vicarage. Through a window or a door he could see the priest and the vicar engaged in a tense, animated argument, their gestures sharp, and their words a low, urgent murmur. They finally emerged together and walked toward the cart. He scrambled down and approached the vicar with a practiced, desperate politeness, bowing and pressing his lips to the man's sleeve. The vicar studied him in silence for a long moment, then gave him a blessing and withdrew without a word. The priest drove on to the far edge of the village, halting at a lonely, isolated farmhouse. He entered and was gone for so long that the boy began to worry, wondering if something had gone wrong. A massive wolfhound, its head low and its expression dark, guarded the yard, its eyes fixed on him. At last, the priest emerged with a short, stocky peasant. The dog's tail dropped, and its growling ceased at the man's presence. The farmer looked the boy over, his face hardening with contempt, and then pulled the priest aside. The boy caught fragments of the farmer's angry protests. The man pointed at him and declared, with a raised voice, that anyone could see he was an unbaptized gypsy bastard. The priest tried to reason with him, but the farmer would not listen, insisting that harboring such a child was a deadly risk, as the Germans frequently visited the village and would show no mercy if they discovered him. The priest, losing patience, suddenly took the farmer by the arm and whispered something low and intense in his ear. The peasant's posture changed. He seemed to deflate, and though he cursed under his breath, he ordered the boy to follow him inside. The priest turned to the boy, holding his gaze in a long, silent stare. The boy faltered, unsure of the proper gesture, and in his confusion, he missed the priest's hand and kissed his own sleeve. The priest laughed softly, made the sign of the cross over his head, and then he was gone. The moment the priest was out of sight, the farmer grabbed the boy by the ear, yanking him almost off his feet and hauling him toward the hut. When the boy cried out in pain, the man drove a hard finger into his ribs, knocking the breath from him. The household consisted of 3 beings: the farmer, Garbos, a man with a dead, unsmiling face and a perpetually half-open mouth; the dog, Judas, a beast with sly, glowering eyes; and himself. He soon learned that Garbos was a widower, and that the neighbors often brought up a dark story in their arguments. They whispered that Garbos had once taken in an orphan Jewish girl, a boarder from fleeing parents, and that after she vanished, he had renovated his farm with the money he had received for her care. They accused him of unspeakable cruelties against her: daily beatings, rape, and worse. Whenever his livestock strayed and damaged their crops, they would revive the accusations, taunting him. Garbos would listen, his face twisted with rage, and he would threaten to unleash Judas on them. The neighbors would retreat, locking their doors, and watch the beast through their windows. No one ever came to visit Garbos. He sat alone in his hut, and the boy's duties were to tend to the pigs, the cow, the hens, and 2 turkeys. Without warning or reason, Garbos would beat him. He would creep up from behind and lash his legs with a whip, twist his ears, dig his thumb into the boy's scalp, or tickle him mercilessly in the armpits and feet until he thrashed uncontrollably. Garbo saw him as a gypsy and demanded gypsy tales, but the boy could only recite the poems and stories from his life before the war, and this would sometimes infuriate Garbos for reasons the boy could never guess, leading to another beating or a renewed threat to set Judas on him. Judas was a constant terror. He could kill a man with a single snap of his jaws. The neighbors would remind Garbos of the time he had set the dog on an apple thief, whose throat had been torn out instantly. Garbos deliberately incited Judas against the boy. The dog came to see him as his greatest enemy. The mere sight of him made Judas bristle with fury, his bloodshot eyes quivering, his nose and lips curled back in a snarl, and froth dripping from his fangs. He strained so violently against his chain that the boy feared it would break, and yet he also harbored a faint hope that the dog would strangle himself. Garbos would sometimes untie Judas, holding him by the collar, and back the boy into a corner, bringing the growling, spitting muzzle inches from his throat. The dog's great body would shake with rage as Garbos urged him on with harsh, encouraging words, and the beast came so close that the boy could feel its warm, moist breath on his face. At those moments, he felt his life drain out of him, his blood moving thick and slow through his veins. His terror was so profound, it nearly transported him to another state of being. He would look into the dog's burning eyes and see the man's hand on the collar, knowing that at any moment the teeth would close on his flesh. He would push his neck forward, seeking the first, merciful bite, understanding for the first time the fox's kindness in killing geese with a single, clean snap. But Garbos never let the dog loose. He would sit in front of the boy, drinking vodka, and marvel out loud at why someone like the boy was allowed to live when his own sons had died so young. He repeated the question often, and each time the boy failed to answer, a blow would follow. The boy could not understand the man's reasons for the beatings. He tried to stay out of the way and obey every command, but the punishments continued. At night, Garbos would creep into the kitchen where the boy slept and yell into his ear, startling him awake. When the boy screamed and flailed, Garbos would laugh, while Judas thrashed at his chain outside. On other nights, Garbos would bring the dog silently into the room, muzzle his mouth with rags, and throw the huge animal onto the boy in the darkness. The boy would wake to the crushing weight and scratching paws of the beast, overcome by terror and confusion, fighting blindly. One day the vicar arrived in a dog cart. He blessed them both, but then his eyes fell upon the livid welts on the boy's shoulders and neck, and he demanded an explanation. Garbos claimed he had to punish the boy for laziness. The vicar gave him a mild rebuke and ordered him to bring the boy to the church the next day. The moment the priest left, Garbos dragged the boy inside, stripped him, and flogged him with a willow switch, carefully avoiding his face, arms, and legs. He forbade the boy to cry, but a sensitive hit drew a whimper. Sweat beaded on Garbos's forehead, and a vein pulsed in his neck. He gagged the boy with thick canvas and, licking his dry lips, continued the beating. The next morning, the boy walked toward the church, his shirt and trousers sticking to the bloody raw patches on his back. Garbos had warned him that if he breathed a single word about the abuse, Judas would be set on him that very evening. He bit his lips and swore to himself he would remain silent, praying that the vicar would not notice his injuries. In the early dawn light, a crowd of old women waited outside the church, their bodies wrapped in odd strips of cloth, their cold fingers fumbling with rosary beads as they muttered endless prayers. When the priest appeared, they rose unsteadily and shuffled toward him, each vying for the privilege of kissing his sleeve. He stood aside, trying to remain unnoticed, but the sharpest-eyed among them saw him, their gazes filled with revulsion. They called him a vampire and a gypsy foundling, and spat 3 times in his direction. The church itself overwhelmed him. He understood it as one of God's many houses scattered across the world, and that God did not live in any of them, yet was somehow present in all. It was like the extra place a wealthy farmer would set at his table for an unexpected guest. The priest noticed him and patted his hair warmly. Confused, the boy assured him that he was now obedient and that the farmer no longer needed to beat him. The priest asked him about his parents, his home before the war, and the church he had once attended but could barely recall. Realizing the boy knew nothing of religion or church rituals, the priest took him to the organist, instructing him to teach the boy about the sacred objects and to prepare him for service as an altar boy. He began to attend church twice a week. He would wait in the back until the old women had settled into their pews, then take a seat near the holy water font. The water mystified him. It looked ordinary, colorless, and odorless, yet its magic was said to surpass any herb or incantation he had ever seen. He could not grasp the meaning of the Mass or the priest's role at the altar. It was all a grand, elaborate magic to him, far more splendid than Olga's witchcraft, yet just as baffling. He marveled at the stone altar, the fine cloths, the tabernacle where the divine spirit dwelled. In the sacristy, he touched the fanciful objects in awe: the chalice with its gleaming interior where wine turned to blood, the gilded paten, the square burse with its side opening that resembled a harmonica. He found himself comparing the splendor of this place to Olga's foul-smelling hut, full of frogs and rotting pus and cockroaches. When the priest was away and the organist occupied in the loft, he would slip into the sacristy to admire the humeral veil, running his fingers along the delicate textures, reveling in the colors of the chasubles that the priest had taught him, each symbolizing blood, fire, hope, penance, or mourning. He would touch the alb, smoothing the fringes of its belt, breathing in the fragrance of the maniple, and studying the infinite patterns of the vestments. The church, with all its mysteries and beauty, felt like a world set apart from the cruelty of the farm, a place of magic that he could almost believe in. He observed the priest's Mass with a kind of wonder, contrasting it with the wild theatrical magic of old Olga, where Olga's face had twisted and contorted, her eyes rolling and her body shaking with elaborate gestures. The priest remained utterly unchanged. He simply wore different robes and spoke in a different tongue, yet his voice was a force in itself, resonant and powerful, as if it were the very thing holding up the church's dome. Its deep vibration seemed to cut through the stupor of the elderly women in the pews, stirring them momentarily from their slumber. They would rouse, gathering their limp arms and struggling to lift their wrinkled eyelids, which looked like heavy, withered pea pods. Their dim, confused eyes would dart around the church in brief panic, before settling back into the familiar rhythm of their prayers, only to rock again into sleep like heather, wilting in the wind. As the Mass concluded, the women surged into the aisles, jostling one another in a desperate bid to touch the priest's sleeve. The organ fell silent. At the door, the organist greeted the priest warmly, and then signaled to him. It was a reminder, a command to return to his chores, to sweep and feed and prepare the meal. Every time he came back from the pasture or the henhouse or the stable, Garbos was waiting. He would take the boy inside and methodically practice new ways of inflicting pain: a willow cane, his fists, his hard fingers at first almost casually, then with growing eagerness. The welts and cuts had no chance to heal. They festered into open sores, weeping yellow pus. At night, his fear of Judas was so consuming that sleep was impossible. The faintest creak of a floorboard, the smallest rustle, would jolt him rigid. He would press himself into the corner of the room, his ears straining, swelling in his imagination to the size of half pumpkins, attuned to every sound in the house and yard. When exhaustion finally dragged him into a shallow doze, his dreams were filled with the howling of dogs across a moonlit countryside. He would see them lifting their snouts to the moon, sniffing the night air, and he would know that his death was approaching. The howls would draw Judas to his bed, and at Garbos' silent command, the beast would spring on him, mauling him with claws that left raw, blistering wounds. Then the village healer would arrive to burn out the sores with a red-hot iron. He would wake screaming, and Judas would erupt in a frenzy of barking and leaping against the walls. Garbos, roused from sleep, would rush in, thinking thieves had broken in. Realizing the boy had cried out for nothing, he would beat and kick him until he was breathless. The boy would lie on his mat, battered and bloody, too afraid to close his eyes again. The daytime was no better. He moved through its shores in a dazed stupor and was beaten again for his neglect. Sometimes He would collapse into sleep on the hay in the barn, only to be found by Garbos and subjected to another round of punishment. He began to believe that Garbos' seemingly random rage had a hidden cause, some magic trigger that could be identified, just like the incantations of Marta and Olga that were meant to influence disease. He started observing the circumstances around the attacks. Twice, he noticed he was beaten right after scratching his head. Could there be a connection between the lice disturbed by his fingers and Garbos' fury? He stopped scratching, enduring the maddening itch for 2 days, only to be beaten again anyway. He had to rethink everything. His next theory centered on the gate to the clover field. 3 times in a row he was punished shortly after passing through it. He concluded that an evil spirit was lurking there, crossing his path and inciting Garbos against him. He decided to avoid the gate by climbing over the fence instead, but this backfired. Garbos couldn't understand why the boy would take the time to clamber over a high fence when a simple gate was available. Convinced the boy was mocking him, Garbos beat him even more severely. Garbos seemed to suspect him of deliberate malice and tormented him without rest. He would amuse himself by jabbing the boy's ribs with a hoe handle, throw him into beds of stinging nettles and thorny bushes, and then laugh at his desperate efforts to soothe the burning welts. The most terrifying threat was reserved for final disobedience. He warned he would trap a live mouse on the boy's belly, as husbands did to unfaithful wives. The image consumed his mind, a mouse under a glass cup, its tiny claws scratching against his skin, eventually gnawing its way through his navel and into his guts. The agony of that vision was unspeakable. He thought about casting a spell on Garbos, but nothing seemed possible. Then one day, when Garbos tied his foot to a stool and tickled it with an ear of rye, he remembered one of Olga's old stories about a moth bearing a death's head pattern on its back, just like the emblem on the German officer's uniform. If you caught such a moth and breathed on it 3 times, the oldest member of the household would die soon after. He knew of young couples who spent entire nights chasing these moths, desperate to inherit their grandparents' property. After that, he began making nightly rounds of the house while Garbos and Judas slept, opening windows to let the moths in. Swarms of them would pour in, performing a frantic suicidal dance around the candle flame, colliding into one another, some plummeting into the fire, and burning alive or becoming stuck in the melting wax. He didn't care about their fate. He was searching for just one. But the candle's light and his movement woke Judas, whose barking roused Garbos. The farmer crept up behind him and found him leaping around the room, a candle in his hand, surrounded by a thick cloud of moths, flies, and insects. He was certain the boy was performing some malevolent gypsy rite and was severely punished the next day. He didn't give up. Weeks later, just before dawn, he finally caught the moth with the strange markings. He breathed on it 3 times and let it go. It fluttered around the stove for a few moments and then vanished into the shadows. A strange peace settled over him. He knew with certainty that Garbos had only days to live. He looked at the farmer with something close to pity. The man was oblivious to the executioner already on its way from that strange limbo of disease and death, perhaps already lurking in the house, ready to sever his life as a sickle cuts a frail stalk. He no longer minded the beatings. He would stare intently at Garbos' face, searching for the first signs of death in his eyes, and feel a secret thrill. If only the man knew what was coming. But days passed, and Garbos remained strong and healthy. On the 5th day, as doubt began to creep in, he heard Garbos cry out from the barn. He rushed there, hoping to find his tormentor on his last breath, but instead found Garbos bending over the body of his pet turtle, the oldest creature in the village, inherited from his grandfather. The turtle was dead. He exhausted every possible means of ending Garbos, and the man in turn invented ever new ways to persecute him. Sometimes Garbos hung him by his arms from a branch of the oak tree and left Judas loose underneath. Only the arrival of the priest in his dog cart would force Garbos to stop that game. The world was closing in on him, a stone vault ceiling over his head. He considered telling the priest everything, but the fear that the priest would simply admonish Garbos and leave him to face even worse punishment paralyzed him. He thought of escaping the village, but the presence of German outposts all around made him freeze. If they caught him, they would mark him a gypsy bastard, and he could only imagine the consequences. He was trapped. Then he overheard the priest explaining to an old man that certain prayers earned a believer from 100 to 300 days of indulgence. The priest clarified that a greater number of prayers meant a better, more prosperous life, while the neglect of prayer invited suffering and pain. The revelation struck him with blinding clarity. He understood in that moment the entire pattern of the world. He grasped why some were strong and others weak, some rich and others poor, some well and others sick. The fortunate ones had simply been first to understand the necessity of prayer and the accumulation of days of indulgence. Somewhere far above the clouds, he imagined enormous pastures filled with great bins, each assigned to a person. Some bins were overflowing, others nearly empty. There were empty ones too, waiting for those who, like himself, had been too blind to discover the value of prayer. He stopped blaming others. The fault was his, a simple failure of understanding. But now the truth was revealed to him. The world had order and justice. All he had to do was recite the right prayers, focusing on the ones with the greatest reward. God's aides would take notice, allocate him a bin, and his days of indulgence would begin to pile up like sacks of wheat at harvest time. A fierce confidence filled him. He would collect more indulgences than anyone, his bin would overflow, and heaven would be forced to grant him a larger one, big as the church itself. He approached the priest with studied casualness, asking to see the prayer book. His eyes quickly scanned the pages, marking the prayers with the highest indulgence rewards, and he requested to be taught those specific ones. The priest raised an eyebrow at his selective interest, but agreed, reading them aloud several times. The boy concentrated with every fiber of his being, memorizing the words, until they were seared into his mind. He was ready for a new life. The days of humiliation and torment would soon be over. He had been a helpless insect, but now he would transform into an unapproachable bull. He began praying in every spare moment, filling his heavenly account with days of indulgence. His reward would be swift. Garbos would no longer torment him. He devoted himself entirely to the task, rattling off prayers in rapid succession, occasionally including one with fewer days of indulgence so heaven would not think him arrogant. One could not outwit the Lord. Garbos noticed the change. Seeing the boy muttering constantly under his breath and ignoring his threats, the farmer grew suspicious, convinced the boy was casting gypsy spells. The boy kept his secret, fearing that if Garbos knew the truth, he might forbid the prayers, or, worse, use his seniority as a Christian to divert the indulgences to his own empty bin. The beatings increased. Sometimes, mid-prayer, the boy would ignore Garbos' questions, unwilling to lose a single earned day of indulgence. Garbos saw this as impudence and doubled his efforts to break him, also fearing the boy might finally tell the priest about the abuse. The boy's life became a rhythm of prayer and punishment. He muttered prayers from dawn to dusk, losing count of the indulgences, but almost seeing them pile up like a mountain of grain. He imagined saints pausing on their heavenly strolls, approving of the prayers soaring up from earth like flocks of birds, all coming from a small dark boy. He visualized his name whispered in councils of angels, then in gatherings of minor saints, then major ones, ascending closer and closer to the heavenly throne. Garbos was certain the boy had lost all respect for him. Even during the most brutal beatings, the boy continued to collect indulgences. The pain was temporary. The indulgences were forever. The present agony was a consequence of his past ignorance, and he was determined to make up for the lost years. He swore to Garbos that he was only praying, but the farmer did not believe him. Then the disasters began. A cow broke through the barn door and ravaged a neighbor's garden. The neighbor, in a rage, stormed into Garbos's orchard with an axe and hacked down all his pear and apple trees while Garbos lay dead drunk. The next day, a fox killed some of the best-laying hens. That same evening, Judas, with a single stroke of his paw, slaughtered a prize turkey Garbos had purchased at great expense. Garbos broke down completely. He got drunk, and in his despair, revealed his secret. He would have killed the boy long ago, but he feared St. Anthony, his patron. He also knew that the boy had counted his teeth, and that killing him would cost Garbos many years of his life. However, if Judas were to kill the boy accidentally, he would be safe from the spells, and from St. Anthony's wrath. Meanwhile, the priest fell ill at the vicarage. The boy visited once, bringing eggs from Garbos. He saw the priest lying pale and feverish, his sister and a local wise woman attending to him. The boy was astonished. Here was a man who must have accumulated an extraordinary number of indulgences over a pious life, yet he lay sick like anyone else. A new priest arrived, old and bald, with a thin parchment face and a violet band on his cassock. He saw the boy returning with the basket and questioned him about his swarthy origins. The organist, seeing them together, whispered something to the new priest. The priest blessed him and walked away. The organist then explained that the vicar did not want the boy to be too conspicuous at church. Though the priest believed him to be neither gypsy nor Jew, the Germans might take a different view, and the parish would face severe reprisals. Desperate, the boy rushed to the church altar and began reciting prayers, again choosing only those with the greatest number of days of indulgence. He reasoned that prayers said at the altar itself, under the watchful eyes of Christ and the Virgin, might carry more weight, travel a shorter distance to heaven, or be carried by a faster messenger. The organist saw him and reminded him of the new priest's warning. Regretfully, he bid farewell to the altar and its familiar objects. Garbos was waiting at home. He dragged the boy to an empty room where 2 large hooks had been driven into the ceiling beams, less than 2 feet apart, each equipped with a leather strap. He climbed on a stool, lifted the boy, and ordered him to grip a strap in each hand. Then he left the boy suspended and brought Judas into the room, locking the door behind him. Judas saw the boy hanging and immediately leapt, trying to reach his feet. The boy jerked his legs up, and the dog missed by inches. He tried again and again until he gave up and lay down, waiting. The boy knew he had to watch the dog. When freely hanging, his feet were only 6 feet from the ground, and Judas could easily reach them. He didn't know how long he would have to hang. He guessed Garbos expected him to fall, giving Judas the chance to kill him accidentally, thus thwarting the boy's months-long effort of counting Garbos' teeth. He had counted those loathsome teeth countless times while Garbos slept drunk, memorizing every wobbly, putrefied one. It was his only weapon. If Garbos killed him directly, he would have few years left to live, but an accidental death by Judas's fangs would leave Garbos's conscience clear and St. Anthony's favor intact. His shoulders began to numb. He shifted his weight, flexed his hands, and relaxed his legs, lowering them closer to the floor. Judas pretended to sleep in the corner, but the boy knew his tricks. The dog knew the boy still had some strength, that he could lift his legs faster than Judas could leap, so the dog waited for fatigue to set in. The pain in his body raced in 2 directions, from his hands to his shoulders and neck, and from his legs to his waist. They were 2 different kinds of pain, tunneling toward his middle like moles burrowing underground. The pain in his hands was manageable. He could switch his weight, let blood flow back, but the pain in his legs and abdomen was relentless, a dull, penetrating ache that settled in his belly like a woodworm finding a cozy spot in timber. He remembered a story Garbos had told as a warning. A man who killed a farmer's son was punished by being impaled on a long stake. The boy could almost see him, howling into the night, his body a lifeless sack on a pointed stalk. Judas yawned and scratched behind his ears, feigning indifference. The boy was fooled once, relaxing his legs, and the dog sprang, tearing skin from his heel. The shock of pain nearly made him fall. Judas licked his chops and watched through slitted eyes, waiting. The boy thought he could not hold on much longer. He decided to jump down and fight, though he knew he wouldn't have time to make a fist before Judas was at his throat. Then, at the edge of despair, he remembered the prayers. He began shifting his weight from hand to hand, moving his head, jerking his legs to show he still had strength. Judas watched, his eagerness fading, until he finally turned to the wall and feigned indifference. Time stretched on as his prayers multiplied. Thousands of days of indulgence streamed upward through the thatched roof toward heaven. Late in the afternoon, Garbos entered. He took in the boy's drenched body and the pool of sweat on the floor, then roughly pulled him down from the hooks and kicked the dog out. That evening, the boy could barely move his arms, hung useless, and his legs were leaden. He lay on his mattress and prayed, the days of indulgence accumulating by the hundreds and thousands. Surely, by now, his heavenly storehouse held more days than grains of wheat in the fields. Any moment now, heaven would take notice. He imagined the saints conferring on a radical improvement to his miserable existence. Garbos made a habit of hanging him daily, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening. Only his fear of foxes and thieves, and his need for Judas in the yard, kept him from doing it at night too. The pattern was always the same. While the boy still had strength, the dog would lie placidly, pretending to sleep or catching fleas. But as the pain in his arms and legs intensified, Judas would grow alert, as if sensing the boy's weakening. Sweat poured from him, streaming down his straining muscles and hitting the floor with rhythmic drips. The moment he straightened his legs, Judas would spring. Months passed. Garbos, often drunk and lazy, needed the boy more around the farm. He only hung him when he had no other use for him. When he sobered up and heard the hungry livestock, he'd take the boy down and put him to work. His arm muscles grew conditioned. He could endure the suspension for hours with less effort. The pain in his belly came later now, but cramps still gripped him with fear. Judas never missed a chance to leap, though by now, he must have doubted he would ever catch the boy off guard. Hanging from the straps, he focused on his prayers to the exclusion of all else. When his strength ebbed, he would bargain with himself just 10 more prayers, 20 more. After reciting those, he would set another goal. He clung to the belief that something could happen at any moment, that every extra 1,000 days of indulgence might save him, perhaps at this very instant. To distract himself from the pain and numbness, he would tease Judas. He'd swing as if about to fall, provoking the dog into a frenzy of barking and leaping. When Judas settled back down, the boy would wake him with cries and noises, tricking the dog into thinking his endurance was finally at an end. Judas would bound madly around the room, crashing into walls and overturning furniture, grunting and heaving until he was spent. Then the boy would straighten his legs. In the quiet punctuated by the dog's snores, he'd set little prizes for his endurance. 1 leg straightened for every 1,000 indulgences, 1 arm rested for every 10 prayers, a full shift of position for every 15. At some unexpected moment, he would hear the latch, and Garbos would enter. Seeing the boy still alive, Garbos would curse Judas, kicking and beating the dog until it whimpered like a puppy. His fury was immense, and the boy wondered if God himself had sent him at that moment, but when he looked at the man's face, there was no trace of the divine. He was beaten less often now. The hanging took up time, and the farm demanded attention. The boy wondered why Garbos persisted. Did he really expect the dog to succeed after all these failures? After each hanging, recovery was slow. Muscles stretched like yarn refused to return to their normal length. He moved with difficulty, feeling like a frail stem struggling to support a heavy blossom. When he was slow at his work, Garbos would kick him and threaten to send him to the German outpost. He tried to work harder, but Garbos was never satisfied. Whenever Garbos got drunk, the boy would find himself back on the hooks, with Judas waiting below. Spring came. He was 10 years old now, having accumulated more days of indulgence than he could count. A great church feast was approaching, and the villages prepared with festive clothes. Women wove wreaths of wild thyme and flowers to be blessed in the church, and the nave and altars were decorated with green branches. On the feast day Corpus Christi, when the bodily presence of the Son of God was said to be most powerfully felt, Garbos went to church early. The boy was left behind, bruised and aching. The broken echo of church bells rolled over the fields, and even Judas stopped his lounging to listen. Everyone went to church that day, sinners and righteous, rich and poor, sick and well, but he was alone with a dog that had no hope of a better life. He made a quick decision. His store of prayers rivaled that of any young saint. Even though his prayers had produced no visible results, they must have been noticed in heaven, where justice reigned. He had nothing to fear. He set out for the church, walking along the untilled strips between the fields. The churchyard was overflowing with a colorful throng and their decorated carts and horses. He crouched in a hidden corner, waiting for a chance to slip inside through a side door. Suddenly, the vicar's housekeeper spotted him. One of the altar boys had fallen ill, she said. He was to go immediately to the vestry, change, and take his place at the altar. The new priest had ordered it himself. A hot wave of elation swept over him. At last, heaven had noticed him. The pile of his prayers was as high as a harvest of potatoes. He would be close to God, at his altar, under the protection of his vicar. The end of terror was in sight. No more beatings, no more hangings, no more Judas. A new life lay ahead. Smooth as the wheat field swaying in the breeze, he ran to the church. But getting inside was nearly impossible. The garish crowd was dense. Someone spotted him and shouted, and the peasants rushed at him, scourging him with branches and horsewhips. The older peasants laughed so hard they had to lie down. He was dragged under a cart and tied to a horse's tail, held fast between the shafts. The horse reared and kicked him before he managed to free himself. He reached the vestry trembling and aching. The priest, impatient with the delay, was ready to proceed. He shook as he put on the altar boy's mantle. The other boys tripped and poked him when the priest wasn't looking. The priest, annoyed by his slowness, shoved him roughly, and he fell, bruising his arm. Finally, they were ready. The doors opened, and in the hushed, crowded church they took their places at the foot of the altar. The Mass proceeded in all its splendor. The priest's voice was more melodious than usual. The organ thundered. The altar boys performed their roles with solemn precision. Then, a sharp jab in his ribs from the altar boy next to him. A nervous gesture toward the altar. He stared, uncomprehending, his blood pounding in his temples. Another gesture. The priest himself was throwing him expectant glances. He was supposed to do something, but what? Panic seized him. The acolyte whispered that he must carry the missal. He realized his duty to transfer the heavy book from one side of the altar to the other. He had seen it done many times. He would approach the altar, grasp the missal and its base, walk backward to the center step, kneel, then carry it to the other side. Now it was his turn. The gaze of the entire crowd pressed on him. The organist hushed the instrument, as if to heighten the drama of a gypsy assisting at God's altar. Absolute silence enveloped the church. He forced his trembling legs to climb the steps. The missal sat on its heavy wooden tray, tipped with brass balls. Even before he touched it, he knew it would be too heavy. The book alone was immense, let alone the base. He laid his hands on it anyway. There was no retreat. He stood on the altar platform, the candle flames flickering before his eyes. Their wavering light made the tortured figure of Christ seem almost alive. Yet, when he looked at the face, the eyes seemed fixed downward, somewhere below the altar, below them all. A sharp hiss of impatience came from behind him. He placed his sweaty palms under the cool tray of the missal, took a deep breath, and with every ounce of strength, lifted it. He stepped back cautiously, feeling for the edge of the step with his toe. Then, in a moment as brief as a needle's prick, the weight overwhelmed him. He staggered, lost his balance, and the ceiling of the church reeled above him. The missal and its tray tumbled down the steps. A shout tore from his throat involuntarily. His head and shoulders hit the floor. When he opened his eyes, angry red faces loomed over him. Rough hands yanked him up and dragged him toward the doorway. The crowd parted in stunned silence. From the balcony, a voice shouted accusations, and others took up the chant. Hands clamped his body with excruciating force, tearing at his flesh. Outside, he wanted to cry out, to beg for mercy, but no sound came. He tried again. There was nothing. His voice was gone. The fresh air hit his fevered skin. The peasants dragged him toward a large manure pit dug years ago. He realized what was coming, and tried to shout again, but no sound came. Every time he struggled, a heavy hand would clamp down, gagging his mouth and nose. The stench from the pit grew stronger as they neared it. The men talked incessantly about the disruption of the mass, convinced he was a vampire whose presence could only bring evil to the village. They halted at the edge of the pit. Its surface was a brown, wrinkled crust, steaming with a foul, putrid heat. A mass of tiny white caterpillars swarmed over it, and clouds of blue and violet flies circled above, their bodies glittering in the sun. He retched. They swung him by his hands and feet, and the pale clouds in the sky swam before his eyes as they hurled him into the center of the filth. The brown mass parted and engulfed him. Daylight vanished. He was suffocating. He thrashed instinctively in the dense, thick mire, his arms and legs flailing. He touched the bottom and pushed off, rebounding toward the surface. A spongy upswell raised him, and he gasped a mouthful of air before being sucked back down. He pushed off again, this time toward the edge. At the last moment, just as the downswell was about to pull him under, his fingers caught a thick weed growing over the pit's edge. He fought against the suction, pulling himself to the bank, his eyes clouded with slime. He crawled out, seized by violent cramps of vomiting that shook him until his strength was gone. He collapsed into the stinging bushes of thistle and ivy. He heard the distant organ and singing from the church, and he knew that when the mass ended, the people would come out. If they found him alive, they would drown him again. He had to escape. He darted into the forest. The sun baked the brown crust on his body, and clouds of flies and insects besieged him. In the shade of the trees, he rolled in the cool, moist moss, rubbing himself with cold leaves. He scraped off the remaining muck with pieces of bark, rubbed sand into his hair, and rolled in the grass. Then he tried to cry out, and realized his voice was gone. His tongue flapped uselessly in his open mouth. He was terrified, drenched in cold sweat, refusing to believe it. He waited, tried again. Nothing. Only the buzzing of flies broke the forest silence. He sat down. The last cry he had uttered under the falling missile still echoed in his ears. Was it his last? He imagined his voice flying alone under the vaulted ribs of the church roof, knocking against the cold walls, the holy pictures, the thick-colored glass. He followed its aimless wanderings through the dark aisles, driven by the organ and the swell of the singing crowd. He recalled every mute he had ever seen. Their absence of speech made them all seem alike, twitching faces, frantic limbs, strange creatures that others looked upon with suspicion. There must be a cause for his loss of speech. Some greater force commanded his destiny. He doubted it was God, or his saints. With his vast store of indulgences, he should not have been punished so terribly. He must have incurred the wrath of other forces, ones that spread their tentacles over those God had abandoned. He walked deeper into the forest. From the black earth, the stumps of long-cut trees jutted up like cripples, unable to reach for light or air. Their knotholes were like dead eyes staring at the waving crests of their living brethren. They would never be tossed by the winds, only rot slowly in the dampness and decay. When the village boys finally caught him in the forest, he braced himself for the worst, but instead of violence, they took him to the village headman. The man checked for sores or ulcers, made sure he could make the sign of the cross, and after several failed attempts to place him with other peasants, handed him over to a farmer named Makar. Makar lived apart from the settlement with his son and daughter. He was a stranger, having arrived only a few years before, and rumors swirled that he avoided people because of dark sins committed with his children. He was short and stocky, with a thick neck. He suspected the boy was only pretending to be mute to hide his gypsy speech. Sometimes at night, he would rush into the attic where the boy slept, trying to startle a scream out of him. The boy would wake shaking, opening his mouth to cry out, but no sound came. Makar would watch, disappointed, and eventually gave up. The son, Anton, was 20, a redhead with pale, lashless eyes. He was shunned like his father, responding to speech with an indifferent glance and a turn of his head. They called him the Quail, because he only spoke to himself. The daughter, Yuka, was a year younger. She was tall, blonde, and thin, with breasts like unripe pears and narrow hips. She never visited the village either. When Makar and the quail went to sell rabbits in neighboring villages, she stayed behind, sometimes visited by Anolka, the local healer. The villagers disliked Yuka, saying she had a ram in her eyes. They mocked the goiter beginning to disfigure her neck and her hoarse voice, claiming cows lost their milk in her presence. They muttered that Makar's family should be driven out and his house burned down, but Makar carried a long knife in his sleeve, a weapon he could throw with deadly accuracy, and the quail had a hand grenade in his pocket, found on a dead partisan. Makar kept a trained wolfhound named Ditko in the backyard. Rabbit cages lined the outbuildings, the animals sniffing and communicating through wire netting, while Makar kept watch over them all. Makar was a master of rabbits. His cages held specimens so fine that even the wealthiest farmers couldn't afford them. Beyond the hutches, the farm housed 4 she-goats and a male goat, tended by the quail, who milked them, took them to pasture, and sometimes locked himself in the stable with them. After a successful sale, Makar would return home drunk, and he and his son would disappear into the goats' quarters. Yuka would hint maliciously at what they were doing in there, and Ditko would be tied close to the door to keep everyone away. Yuka disliked her brother and father. She sometimes refused to leave the house for days, fearing they would force her to spend the afternoon with them in the goat stable. But she liked having the boy around when she cooked. He peeled vegetables, brought firewood, carried out the ashes, and sometimes she asked him to sit close and kiss her legs. He would cling to her slim calves, kissing slowly from the ankles upward, his lips light on her skin, his hands stroking the taut muscles. He would kiss the soft hollow behind her knee, the smooth white thighs, lifting her skirt as she urged him on with light taps on his back. When he reached the warm mound, her body would shake, her fingers tangling wildly in his hair, her breath quickening. She would press his face hard against herself, then fall back, spent. Afterward, Yuka would hold him between her legs on the bench, hugging and caressing him, her heather-like hair falling over his face. He would look up and see a scarlet blush spread from her face to her neck and shoulders. His hands and mouth would revive, and she would tremble, her shaking hands pulling him closer. When the men returned, Yuka would rush to straighten her hair and skirts while he ran to the rabbit hutches. Later, after Makar and the quail slept, she would bring his meal and lie down naked beside him, eager and impatient. They would spend the night in feverish, tangled embrace, her body taut like rabbit skin stretched to dry, then relaxing again. He followed all her wishes, even when they were painful or meaningless. Sometimes she came for him at the rabbit huts in broad daylight, when the quail was with the goats, and Makar was gone. They would leap the fence and disappear into the high wheat, choosing a safe hiding place, lying on the stubbly ground while the heavy ears of grain moved over them like swells on a pond. He felt secure and happy, watching the swallows and butterflies, the lonely hawk hanging in the sky like a warning. When Uka napped, her hand would instinctively seek him. He would crawl to her and kiss her. Yuka tried to make him a man. She would visit him at night, tickling and pressing, pushing thin straws into his skin, squeezing and licking. He was surprised to discover things over which he had no control, spasmodic, unpredictable, impossible to stop. When she fell asleep, he pondered these mysteries, listening to the rabbits. There was nothing he wouldn't do for her. In his dreams, he forgot he was a gypsy mute destined for fire. He became tall and fair, blue-eyed, a German officer in a tight uniform, or a bird-catcher who knew the secret paths of the woods. His hands induced wild passions in village girls, turning them into wanton Ludmillas, who chased him through flowery glades. He clung to Uka in his dreams, growing into her body like a grafted twig. But another dream haunted him. His body grew monstrous, one part becoming a hideous shaft while the rest stayed small. He was locked in a cage, people watching through the bars. Yuka came naked and joined him in a grotesque embrace, and the witch Anolka lurked nearby with a knife, ready to cut him away and throw him to the ants. Dawn would end the nightmares. Hens squawked, roosters crowed, rabbits stamped, and Ditko growled. Yuka would hurry home, and he would surrender to the rabbits, the grass their bodies had warmed. Makar inspected the hutches daily. knowing each rabbit by name. One female, a white giant with pink eyes, was his particular favorite, though she had never had young. He would take her to the house for days, and she would return ill, bleeding, refusing to eat. One day, Makar ordered him to kill her. The boy couldn't believe it. The rabbit was valuable, her skin rare, and she would surely prove fertile. But Makar repeated the order, and when he hesitated, the man slapped his face. He dragged the heavy, struggling rabbit to the yard, but couldn't lift her high enough for a clean blow. He hit her with all his strength. Then again, to be sure. When she was still, he hung her on the post and began skinning. He carefully cut the skin on the legs, pulling it down, working toward the neck where the blow had left a bloody mess. He proceeded with extreme caution, terrified of damaging the valuable hide. Then a tremor ran through the hanging body. He froze, waited, convinced it was an illusion. But the body twitched again. The rabbit was only stunned. He ran for the club, but a horrible shriek stopped him. The partially skinned carcass began to jump and squirm on the post. He released it, bewildered, and the rabbit fell, running wildly, forward and backward, her skin dragging behind her. She squealed without end, sawdust and dirt clinging to her bare, bloody flesh. She was blinded by the skin falling over her eyes, catching on twigs and weeds. Her shrieks threw the yard into pandemonium. The rabbits went mad in their hutches, trampling their young, males fighting. Ditko strained at his chain. Hens flapped desperately and collapsed. The rabbit, now completely red, dashed through the grass, back to the hutches, through the bean patch. Each time her hanging skin caught, she would halt and spurt blood. Makar rushed out with an axe. He ran after the bloody creature and split it in two with one blow, then hacked the heap of gore again and again, his face pale yellow, bellowing curses. When nothing remained but pulp, he noticed the boy and came toward him, quivering with rage. A powerful kick to the stomach sent the boy flying over the fence. The world swirled. He was blinded, as if his own skin had fallen over his head. The kick left him immobilized for weeks. He lay in an old rabbit hutch. Once a day, Quail or Uka brought him food. Yuka came alone sometimes, but left without a word when she saw his condition. One day, Anulka, having heard of his injuries, arrived with a live mole. She tore it apart before his eyes and applied its still warm body to his abdomen, holding it there until it grew cold. When she finished, she expressed confidence that he would soon recover. He missed Yuka terribly, her presence, her voice, her touch, her smile. He willed himself to get better, but will alone wasn't enough. Every attempt to stand sent a paralyzing spasm through his belly. Crawling out of the hutch to relieve himself was agony, so he often gave up and did it where he lay. Then Makar appeared and gave him an ultimatum. If he wasn't back to work in 2 days, he'd be handed over to the peasants, who were about to deliver quotas to the railroad station and would gladly turn him over to the German military police. So he began practicing walking. His legs wouldn't obey, and he tired quickly. One night, noises outside drew his attention. He peered through a crack between the boards. The quail was leading the he-goat, a large, fierce, stinking animal, toward Makar's room, where an oil lamp flickered. Intrigued, he climbed onto the hutch roof and looked inside. Yuka entered the room, wrapped in a sheet. Makar stroked the goat's underbelly with birch twigs until it was aroused, then forced the beast to rear up with its forelegs on a shelf. Yuka dropped her sheet and, to his horror, slipped naked under the goat, clinging to it like a man. Makar pushed her aside occasionally to excite the animal further, then let her couple with it passionately. Something inside him shattered. His thoughts fragmented, and he felt hollow as a punctured fish bladder sinking into deep, muddy water. Suddenly, everything became clear. This explained the peasant saying about successful people, "He is in league with the devil." He recalled how peasants accused each other of accepting help from demons. The powers of evil lurk near everyone, ready to pounce on any weakness. He imagined the evil spirits scattering their malignant seed on the plowed field of human souls. If the seed sprouted, the demons offered help, but only if it was used selfishly to harm others. The more harm a man inflicted, the more help he received. If he shrank from cruelty, or succumbed to compassion, he weakened and absorbed the suffering he spared others. These demonic creatures watched not just actions but motives and emotions. A man had to consciously promote evil, find pleasure in harming others, to make a good bargain with hell. The confused and uncertain, those lost between curses and prayers, tavern and church, struggled alone, without help from God or devil. He realized he had been one of them, and he was annoyed at his blindness. The evil ones chose only those with sufficient hatred and malice. A man who sold out would remain in their power forever, required to demonstrate increasingly numerous misdeeds. An action harming one person was worth less than one affecting many. Ruining a young life was more valuable than an old one, and if the wrong done changed someone's character, turning them toward evil, there was a bonus. Hatreds of large groups must be most valuable of all. He could barely imagine the prize earned by someone who made all blonde, blue-eyed people hate dark ones. He began to understand the Germans' extraordinary success. The priest had explained that even in ancient times the Germans delighted in war, preferring to steal crops rather than cultivate them. The evil ones must have noticed them then. Eager to do harm, the Germans sold out wholesale, which explained their abilities and talents, a vicious circle of harm and diabolical power. They were invincible, contaminating others with hatred, condemning nations to extermination. Every German, he concluded, must have sold his soul at birth. Cold sweat dripped from him in the dark hutch. He himself hated many people. How often had he dreamed of returning one day to burn their settlements, poison their children and cattle, lure them into deadly swamps. In a sense, he had already made a pact. The evil ones had reason to believe in his future hatred, which would grow like a noxious weed. He felt stronger, more confident. The time of passivity was over. Belief in goodness, prayer, altars, priests, God, these had taken his voice. His love for Uka had been rewarded with betrayal. Now he would join those helped by the evil ones. He hadn't made a real contribution yet, but in time he could become as prominent as any German. People who contacted him would be infected with evil. Every success of theirs would earn him new powers. He had to build a potential for hatred, attract the attention of the evil ones. The pain was gone. He crawled to the house and peered through the window. The goat game was over. The beast stood calmly. Yuka and Quail were playing, naked, taking turns on each other while Makar watched. The sight dripped off his numb mind like water from an icicle. He suddenly desired to act. He hobbled outside. Ditko, recognizing his movements, only growled and slept. He made his way to Anulka's hut at the village's far end, sneaking up, looking for her comet. The old woman woke, and he crouched behind the cask. When she stepped out, he uttered an unearthly howl and jabbed her ribs with a stick. She ran screaming for help. He slipped inside, found an old comet, shoveled burning cinders into it, and sprinted for the forest. Behind him, he heard her shrill cries and the alarmed voices of dogs and people responding. Escape from a village at that time of year was not difficult. He had often watched the local boys attach homemade skates to their shoes, spread canvas sails over their heads, and let the wind push them across the smooth ice covering the marshes and pastures. The marshes stretched for miles between villages. In autumn, rising waters submerged reeds and bushes, and small fish multiplied in the bogs. Snakes could sometimes be seen swimming with heads raised stiffly. The marshes froze later than the ponds and lakes, as if the wind and reeds fought the cold by agitating the water. But eventually, ice gripped everything, leaving only reed tips and odd twigs protruding, frost-coated, and topped with precarious snowflakes. The wild, unharnessed winds bypassed human settlements and gained speed over the flat marshlands, swirling powdery snow, pushing old branches and dried stalks, bending the proud heads of taller trees. He knew the winds fought battles among themselves, wrestling for ground. He had already made a pair of skates, anticipating the day he might need to leave. He attached thick wire to 2 curved wooden lengths, threaded straps through them, and secured them to boots he'd crafted from wooden soles and rabbit skin scraps, reinforced with canvas. At the marsh's edge, he fixed the skates to his boots, hung his burning comet over his shoulder, and spread his canvas sail. The invisible hand of the wind began to push him, and he gathered speed with each gust that drove him from the village. His skates glided over the ice, and he felt the comet's warmth against his back. Soon, he was in the middle of a vast icy plain, the howling wind driving him along, dark gray clouds racing beside him. Flying across that endless white expanse, he felt free and alone, like a starling tossed by every flurry, drawn into an abandoned dance. He spread his sail wider, trusting the wind's frenzied power. It was hard to believe the local people saw the wind as an enemy, closing their windows against it for fear of plague, paralysis, and death, the devil's emissary carrying out evil orders. The swelling air pushed him with steady force. He flew over the ice, dodging frozen stalks. The sun was dim. When he finally stopped, his shoulders and ankles were stiff and cold. He decided to rest and warm himself, but when he reached for his comet, he found it had blown out. Not a spark remained. Fear sagged through him. He couldn't return to the village. He lacked the strength to fight the wind. He had no idea if farms lay nearby, or if he could find shelter before nightfall. In the whistling wind, he heard something like a chuckle. He shivered, thinking the devil was testing him, leading him in circles, waiting for him to accept the offer. Other whispers and moans reached him through the gusts. The evil ones were finally interested in him. They had trained him in hatred by taking his parents, Marta, Olga, delivering him to the carpenter, robbing his speech, giving Uka to the goat. Now, they dragged him through this frozen wilderness, throwing snow in his face, churning his thoughts. He was in their power, alone on the glassy sheet they had spread between villages. He started walking on aching feet. Every step was painful, and he rested often, sitting on the ice, trying to move his freezing legs, rubbing his cheeks and ears with snow, massaging his rigid fingers. The sun dropped to the horizon, its slanting rays as cold as moonlight. The world around him looked like a vast, polished skillet. He stretched his canvas over his head, catching every turbulence as he moved toward the setting sun. Almost out of hope, he spotted the outlines of thatched roofs. But as the village came into view, he saw a gang of boys approaching on skates. Without his comet, he was afraid and tried to angle away, but they had already seen him. They headed in his direction. He started running against the wind but was out of breath. He sat on the ice, grasping his comet handle. There were 10 or more boys. When they came close, they split into 2 groups and surrounded him cautiously. He huddled on the ice, covering his face with the canvas. 3 of the strongest came closer, calling him a gypsy bastard. When he tried to get up, they jumped on him, twisting his arms behind his back. They beat his face, and stomach blood froze on his lip and closed one eye. Some held his legs, while others began pulling off his pants. He knew what they intended. He had seen cowherds rape a boy from another village. Only the unforeseen could save him. He let them strip his pants, pretending to be exhausted, hoping they would leave his skates alone. When they saw he didn't resist, they relaxed. 2 crouched by his bare abdomen and struck him with frozen gloves. He tensed, withdrew one leg slightly, and kicked a boy bending over him. Something cracked. The skate had gone into his eye. He kicked another across the throat with the skate. The 2 boys fell, bleeding. The others panicked, dragging the wounded toward the village, leaving a bloody trail on the ice. 4 remained. They pinned him with a long ice fishing pole and dragged him toward a hole. He resisted at the water's edge, but they widened the hole and heaved him under with the pole. Icy water shut over him. He held his breath, feeling the spike push him under. The ice scraped his head, shoulders, bare hands. The boys let go of the pole. Cold encased him. His mind was freezing. He slid down, choking. The water was shallow. He grabbed the pole and pushed against the bottom, moving under the ice until he reached the cut. With one last push, his head popped out, and he gulped air like boiling soup. He caught the sharp ice rim, holding on to breathe without emerging fully. He waited, not knowing how far the boys had gone. Only his face still felt alive. The rest of his body belonged to the ice. He peered over the edge, and saw the boys diminishing in the distance. When they were far enough, he climbed out. His clothes froze solid, crackling with every movement. He jumped, stretched, rubbed himself with snow, but warmth lasted only seconds. He tied the ragged remains of his pants to his legs, pulled the pole from the hole and leaned on it. The wind struck him sideways. Whenever he weakened, he put the pole between his legs and pushed on it like a stiff tail. He moved slowly away from the huts toward a distant forest. The sun was low, its disk cut by roofs and chimneys. Every gust robbed him of warmth. He couldn't rest until he reached the trees. He began to see bark patterns. A frightened hare jumped from a bush. When he reached the first trees, his head was spinning. He imagined midsummer, golden wheat waving overhead, Yuka's warm touch. Visions of food flooded him. A huge bowl of beef seasoned with vinegar and garlic, coarse gruel with pickled cabbage and bacon, slices of barley bread soaked in thick borscht. He took a few more steps over the frozen ground and entered the woods. His skates caught on roots and bushes. He stumbled, then sat on a tree trunk. Almost immediately he began sinking into a hot bed of soft, smooth pillows and eiderdowns. Someone leaned over him. He heard a woman's voice. He was being carried somewhere. Everything dissolved into a sultry summer night, full of intoxicating fragrant mists. He woke on a wide, low bed nestled against the wall, covered with sheepskins. The room was hot, lit by a thick candle's flickering flame. A dirt floor, chalky white walls, a thatched roof, a cross on the chimney-piece. A woman sat by the fire, barefoot, in a tight linen skirt, and a rabbit pelt jerkin unbuttoned to the waist. When she noticed he was awake, she approached and sat on the bed, which groaned under her weight. She lifted his chin and studied him with watery blue eyes. She smiled, revealing yellow, uneven teeth not covering her mouth as was the local custom. She spoke in a dialect he couldn't fully understand, calling him her poor gypsy, her little Jewish foundling. At first she wouldn't believe he was mute. She looked in his mouth, rapped his throat, tried to startle him, but eventually stopped when he remained silent. She fed him hot borscht, inspected his frozen ears, hands and feet. Her name was Labina. He felt safe with her. In the daytime, Labina worked as a domestic for richer peasants. Often she took him along so he could have a decent meal, though villagers said he should be delivered to the Germans. She responded with curses, shouting that all were equal before God, and she was no Judas to sell him for silver coins. In the evenings, men came to her hut with vodka and food. The hut held a single enormous bed. Between it and the wall, Labina had piled sacks, rags, and sheepskins for him to sleep on. He went to sleep before the guests arrived, but was often awakened by singing and toasts. He pretended to sleep, watching with nearly closed eyes. A drinking bout would last far into the night. Usually one man stayed after the others left. He and Labina would sit by the oven, drinking from the same cup. When she swayed toward him, he would place a blackened hand on her thighs and move it under her skirt. At first she seemed indifferent, then struggled a little. His other hand slid inside her blouse, squeezing her breasts until she cried out. Sometimes he knelt and pushed his face into her groin, biting through the skirt while squeezing her buttocks. He would strike her groin with the edge of his hand, and she would bend and moan. The candle was put out. They undressed in the dark, laughing and cursing, stumbling over furniture, overturning bottles. When they tumbled onto the bed, he feared it would collapse. Labina and her guest tossed and wheezed, calling on God and Satan, the man howling like a dog, the woman grunting like a pig. Often in the middle of the night, he would wake on the floor between the bed and the wall. The bed quivered above him as the bodies struggled, slowly shifting across the tilted floor toward the center of the room. Unable to crawl back into the bed, he had to sneak under it and push it back against the wall. The dirt floor was cold and moist, covered with cat feces and bird remains. He crawled through cobwebs, frightened spiders running over his face, warm mice brushing against him. Touching that dark world filled him with revulsion. He would crawl out, wipe the cobwebs off his face, and wait shivering for the right moment to push the bed back. Gradually, his eyes adjusted. He watched the sweating man mount the trembling woman, her legs wrapped around him like crushed bird wings. The peasant groaned, gathered her body, struck her breasts, and flattened her to the bed. Labina cried incoherently, striking his back. Sometimes, the man lifted her, made her kneel on her elbows, and mounted her from behind. He watched with disappointment and disgust. So that was love, savage, brutal, smelly, sweaty. A brawl where they wrested pleasure from each other, half-stunned, less than human. He recalled his moments with Uka, how differently he had treated her. His touch gentle, his hands and mouth hovering over her skin like gossamer. He sought out sensitive places unknown to her, reviving them with his touch like sunshine on a chilled butterfly. He freed yearnings and tremors that would otherwise have been imprisoned. He wanted only for her to find pleasure in herself. Labina's loves were brief, like spring thunder showers that wet the leaves but never reached the roots. His games with Uka never really ceased, only dimmed when makar and quail intruded. They continued long into the night like a peat fire whipped by the wind. Yet even that love was extinguished as soon as he became incapable of playing with her. Uka forgot him. To his warmth and tenderness, she preferred a stinking goat and its loathsome penetration. Finally, the bed stopped quivering, and the slackened carcasses settled into sleep. He pushed the bed back, climbed over it, and lay down in his cold corner, pulling all the sheepskins over him. On rainy afternoons, Labina grew melancholic, and spoke of her husband, Laba, long dead. Years ago, she had been a beautiful girl, courted by the richest peasants, but against advice, she married Laba, the poorest farmhand, known as the handsome one. He was tall as a poplar, nimble as a top, his hair shone in the sun, his eyes were bluer than the sky, his complexion smooth as a child's. When he looked at a woman, her blood ran fire. He knew he aroused admiration and lust. He paraded about the woods and bathed naked in the pond, knowing he was being watched. But he was the poorest farmhand, hired by rich peasants who humiliated him, knowing their wives and daughters desired him. They also bothered Labina, knowing her penniless husband could only look on helplessly. One day, Laba didn't return from the field. He didn't return the next day or the next. He vanished like a stone dropped into a lake, drowned, swallowed by a swamp, or knifed by a jealous suitor no one knew. Life went on without him. Only the saying, "handsome as Laba," survived. A lonely year passed. People forgot him, but Labina believed he would return. One summer day, a cart pulled by a fat horse emerged from the forest, with a large chest covered by a cloth. Next to it walked handsome Laba in a leather jacket slung hussar style, fine trousers and tall boots. Children ran with the news, and men and women swarmed toward the road. Laba greeted them with a nonchalant wave. Labina waited in the doorway. He kissed her, unloaded the chest, and entered the hut. Neighbors admired the horse and cart, impatient for the couple to reappear. The villagers joked that he had rushed to her like a buck to a goat. Then the doors opened, and the crowd gasped. Laba stood on the threshold in a suit of unimaginable splendor, a striped silk shirt, a stark white collar, a garish tie, a soft flannel suit, a satin handkerchief in his breast pocket, black lacquered boots, and a gold watch as a crowning glory. The villagers stood speechless, their jaws slack with wonder. Nothing in their collective memory compared to this spectacle. Their own coarse homespun jackets, trousers stitched from two narrow strips of cloth, and boots of rough leather nailed to thick wooden soles, suddenly felt like the costume of beggars. Handsome Laba, with a magician's flourish, pulled from his great chest a cascade of garments, jackets of vibrant, unfamiliar cuts, trousers of fine weave, shirts of material they'd never seen, and patent leather shoes so polished they threw back their own astonished faces like mirrors. Handkerchiefs, ties, socks, and underclothes followed, an endless bounty. He became the village's obsession, a figure of legend. Wild stories bloomed around him, and everyone speculated on the source of such riches. Labina, interrogated by 100 curious neighbors, could offer no explanation. Her husband only offered cryptic, maddening answers, which only fanned the flames of his myth. In church, No eye rested on the priest or the altar. The entire congregation fixed on the right-hand corner of the nave where handsome Lava sat rigid and proud in his black satin suit and flowered shirt, his wife at his side. He made a show of checking his glittering wristwatch, the motion deliberate and theatrical. The priest's vestments, once objects of reverence, now appeared as drab as a winter sky. Those seated nearby delighted in the unusual perfumes that clung to him. A fragrance Labina whispered came from a collection of small, exquisite bottles and jars. After Mass, the crowd flooded the presbytery courtyard, ignoring the vicar's attempts to command their attention. They were waiting for Laba. He emerged with a loose, confident swagger, his heels rapping a sharp, proud rhythm on the church floor. The people parted before him. The wealthiest farmers pressed forward, greeting him with false familiarity and issuing invitations to feasts in his honor. He accepted their hands casually, his head never bowing. Women, undeterred by Labina's presence, blocked his path, hitching up their skirts to reveal their thighs and pulling at their bodices, offering themselves brazenly. Handsome Laba abandoned all labor. He refused to help his wife even in the house, dedicating his days to bathing in the lake. He'd hang his spectacular wardrobe on a tree by the shore, his naked, muscular body on display for the excited women who watched from the bushes. It was rumored he allowed some of them to touch him in the shadows, and that they were willing to commit shameful acts with him, acts for which divine retribution was a certainty. In the afternoons, as the villagers returned from the fields, gray and dripping with sweat, they passed handsome Lob, strolling in the opposite direction. He stepped with fastidious care on the firmest parts of the road to protect his shoes from mud, adjusting his tie and polishing his watch with a pink handkerchief. Every evening, horses were sent to carry him to distant receptions, often miles away. Labina was left behind, half dead from exhaustion and humiliation, tending the farm, the horse, and her husband's precious things. Time seemed to have stopped for handsome Laba, but for his wife, it moved with cruel speed, aging her skin and softening her once firm thighs. A year passed. One autumn day, Labina returned from the fields, expecting to find her husband in the attic, his sanctuary, surrounded by his treasures. The key to the heavy padlock hung from a chain around his neck, alongside a medallion of the Virgin. But the house was eerily silent, the chimney cold, and no sound of Laba's singing filtered down from above. Frightened, she rushed inside. The attic door stood open. She climbed the stairs, and the sight that met her stopped her heart. The great chest lay on the floor, its lid torn off, its pale interior empty. Above it, a body dangled. Her husband hung from the large hook where his suits had once hung, swaying like a slow pendulum, suspended by a floral-patterned necktie. A gaping hole in the roof showed where the thief had made off with his prize. The thin, late afternoon sun illuminated handsome Laba's pallid face and the bluish tongue protruding from his mouth. A cloud of iridescent flies murmured around him. She pieced together what must have happened. He had returned from his bath to dress for a parade, only to find the ravaged attic and his beloved chest emptied. All his finery, his reason for living, was gone. Only one necktie remained, lying in the trampled straw like a severed flower. With that, his world ended. No more weddings where he eclipsed the groom, no more funerals where he commanded the worshipful gaze of the crowd, no more proud displays by the lake or the touch of eager hands. With a deliberate, graceful motion no one else in the village could match, he had put on that final necktie, pulled the empty chest into position, and reached for the hook. Labina would never learn the truth of how he acquired his treasures. He had refused to speak of his long absence. No one knew where he had been, or what he had done, nor the price he had paid for his wardrobe. The village only knew what the loss of it cost him. The thief and the stolen goods were never found. Rumors flew: a jealous husband, a spurned lover. Many even suspected Labina herself. The accusation would send her into a fury, her face turning livid, her hands trembling, a bitter odor of rage emanating from her. She'd lash out with clawed fingers, and the neighbors would have to pull her away from the accuser. Later, alone, she'd drink herself into a stupor and hold the boy close, weeping. Eventually, during one of these violent fights, her heart gave out. When the boy saw men carrying her body, he knew he had to flee. He filled his comet with hot embers, and remembering the common belief that a suicide's rope brings good fortune, grabbed the precious necktie from its hiding place beneath her bed. He tucked it away, hoping never to lose this strange token of handsome Laba's end. Summer was waning. Golden sheaves of wheat lay stacked in the fields, and the peasants worked with frantic urgency, though they lacked enough horses and oxen to bring the harvest in quickly. A high railroad bridge spanned the cliffs above the river, its heavy guns encased in concrete pillboxes. At night, when enemy planes droned overhead, the bridge was blacked out, but by morning it would resume its bristling armed presence, soldiers at their posts, and the angular swastika twisting in the wind from its highest point. One hot night, the muffled sound of distant gunfire rolled across the fields, startling birds and men. Man-made lightning flickered on the horizon. The villagers gathered before their houses, the men smoking pipes and watching the unnatural flashes, making grim pronouncements that the front was approaching, that the Germans were losing. Arguments erupted. Some peasants, filled with hope, spoke of the Soviet commissars who would distribute the land fairly, taking from the rich and giving to the poor, an end to landlords, corrupt officials, and brutal police. Others, swearing on their crosses, shouted that the Soviets would nationalize everything, even wives and children, and that the coming of the Reds meant a renunciation of the altar and a descent into sinful lives until God's justice turned them to pillars of salt. The arguments turned violent. Brother fought brother, fathers swung axes at sons before their mothers' eyes, an unseen force sundered families and addled minds. Only the elders, those too old to fight, scurried between the combatants, pleading for peace in their reedy voices, insisting there was enough war in the world without them adding to it. The thunder, growing closer, eventually cooled their tempers. The quarrels were forgotten, as everyone rushed to dig pits in their barns and cellars. They buried stores of butter, pork, veal, rye, and wheat. Some secretly dyed sheets red to greet the new rulers with flags, while others hid crucifixes and icons in the safest places they could find. The boy understood little of the politics, but he felt the frantic urgency in the air. No one paid him any mind. He wandered among the huts, listening to the sounds of frantic digging, nervous whispers, and murmured prayers. Lying in the fields with his ear pressed to the earth, he could hear a deep, rhythmic thudding. Was it the Red Army marching? The earth seemed to pulse with a heartbeat. He found himself pondering strange questions. If God could so easily turn sinners into pillars of salt, why was salt so valuable? And why not turn sinners into meat or sugar, things the villagers needed just as desperately? The boy lay on his back, watching the clouds drift across the sky, until he felt himself floating with them. The rumor of communal ownership stirred a strange hope in him. To belong to everyone, the idea was almost too bright to hold. He imagined many fathers' firm hands on his head, many mothers embracing him, older brothers defending him. He would have countless younger siblings to protect. The peasant's terror seemed absurd to him. Why fear something that sounded so warm? He watched the clouds dissolve and reform, darkening and lightening. Somewhere above that shifting sky, God supposedly directed everything. He understood now why a small black creature like him was so easily overlooked. God was too busy. Vast armies and machines, animals and men, all battling beneath those clouds, and God decided who won, who lived, who died. But if that were true, why did the peasants panic about their churches and priests? If the commissars truly meant to destroy their altars, God would have to intervene. A distracted God couldn't ignore such a threat. Yet that logic led to an uncomfortable question. Why weren't the Germans, who also destroyed churches, losing? Perhaps, the boy thought, God would see everyone as guilty. Maybe everyone deserved to lose, since everyone was committing murder. The idea of shared children and wives remained puzzling, but the boy hoped the commissars would include him. He worried his age disqualified him, almost 11, though still smaller than most 8-year-olds. His muteness and his problem keeping food down surely proved his need. He deserved to become common property. One morning, he noticed unusual activity on the distant bridge. Helmeted soldiers swarmed over it, dismantling cannons and machine guns, hauling down the German flag. Trucks moved westward, and the harsh sound of German songs faded with them. The peasants said they were running away, that the Germans had lost the war. The next noon, a band of mounted men rode into the village. There were perhaps 100, moving with astonishing ease, as if fused with their horses. They wore green German uniforms, bright buttons, forage caps pulled low. The peasants recognized them instantly. Kalmucks. Terror erupted. Women and children must hide. The village had heard stories for months. Kalmucks were deserters from the Soviets who had joined the Germans, allowed to loot and rape as part of their war customs. They were sent to punish towns in the path of the advancing Red Army. The riders galloped in, bent low, spurring their horses and crying hoarsely. Under their unbuttoned uniforms, bare brown skin showed. Some rode without saddles, heavy sabers swinging at their belts. Panic seized the village. Too late to flee. The boy watched with fascination. These men had black oily hair that glistened, blue-black even darker than his own, matching their eyes and swarthy skin, their large white teeth and high cheekbones. For a moment, he felt a surge of strange pride. These proud horsemen, dark as he was, were nothing like the fair-haired villagers who feared them so. He belonged with them. They were his kind. The riders pulled up between the houses. A squat man in a buttoned officer's cap shouted orders. They dismounted, tied their horses, and took blue-gray meat from their saddles, cooked by the heat of horse and rider. They ate with their hands, drank from gourds, coughing and spluttering. Some were already drunk. They rushed into huts, grabbing women who hadn't hidden. Men defended them with scythes. One Kalmuk cut a defender down with a single saber stroke. Others tried to flee but were shot. The village exploded in screams from every quarter. The boy rushed into a thick cluster of raspberry bushes in the square and flattened himself. Men defended houses, more shots rang out, and one man, wounded in the head, ran in circles blinded by his own blood before being cut down. Children scattered wildly, stumbling over ditches and fences. One stumbled into the boy's hiding place but, seeing him, fled back out and was trampled by galloping horses. Kalmucks dragged a half-naked woman from a house. She struggled and screamed. Other riders rounded up women and girls, whipping them. Husbands, fathers, brothers begged for mercy and were chased away. A farmer ran through the main street, his hand severed, blood spurting from the stump as he searched for his family. Nearby, soldiers forced a woman to the ground. One held her throat while others spread her legs. They took turns. The woman soon limp and unresisting. Another woman screamed and begged as Kalmuk stripped her, threw her down and raped her from both ends, lashing her with a bullwhip when she struggled. 2 young girls were passed from man to man, forced into strange positions, flogged when they resisted. Screams came from every house. A girl broke free, half naked, blood streaming down her thighs, howling like a whipped dog. 2 soldiers chased her, laughing through the square. They caught her. Weeping children watched. New victims were caught constantly. The drunken Kalmucks grew more aroused, some copulating with each other, competing and raping women in ever stranger ways. The younger women were nearly torn apart. Quarrels broke out among the soldiers. Women sobbed and prayed aloud, their men locked in houses recognizing their voices and shrieking in response. In the square, some displayed their skills on horseback. One stripped to his boots, rode in circles, lifted a naked woman onto his horse before him. He pulled her close, forced her to lean back against the horse's mane, and at every lunge of the horse penetrated her, shouting triumphantly. The others applauded. He turned her around, lifted her slightly, and repeated the feat from behind while clutching her breasts. Encouraged, another Kalmuk jumped onto the same horse behind the woman, facing backward. The horse groaned, the load too much, and the 2 soldiers raped the fainting woman simultaneously. Other feats followed. Women were passed from horse to horse. One tried to couple with a mare. Others aroused a stallion and tried to push a girl under it, holding her up by her legs. The boy crept deeper into the bushes, overwhelmed by dread and disgust. Now everything made sense. Why God ignored his prayers, why he was hung from hooks, beaten by garbos, Why, he lost his speech. He was black. His hair and eyes were black like the Kalmucks. He belonged to their world. No mercy could exist for him. His fate was sealed, the same dark hair and eyes, the same savagery. Then a tall, white-haired old man emerged from a barn. He was called the Saint, and perhaps believed it himself. He held a heavy wooden cross with both hands, a wreath of yellowed oak leaves on his white head. His sightless eyes turned skyward. His bare feet, deformed by age and disease, searched for a path. He moaned a psalm, pointing the cross at unseen enemies. The soldiers stilled, even the drunks eyeing him uneasily. One ran up and tripped him. He fell, losing his grip on the cross. The Kalmucks jeered and waited. The old man tried to rise, groping for his cross, his bony hands searching the ground. The soldier kept flipping the cross away with his foot. The old man crawled, babbling and moaning softly. Finally, exhausted, he breathed with a hoarse wheeze. The Kalmuk lifted the heavy cross, stood it upright. It balanced for a moment and toppled onto the prone old man. He moaned, and then went still. A soldier hurled a knife at a girl trying to crawl away. She lay bleeding in the dirt, ignored. Drunken Kalmucks passed women spattered with blood from one to another, beating them and forcing them into degrading acts. One soldier rushed into a house and emerged with a small girl of about 5, lifting her high for his comrades to see. He tore off her dress and kicked her belly while her mother crawled in the dust, begging. He unbuttoned his trousers, still holding the child above his waist, then crouched and thrust into her. When she went limp, he threw her into the bushes and turned to the mother. At a house doorway, half-naked soldiers fought a powerfully built peasant, swinging an axe with wild fury. They overpowered him, dragged a fear-numbed woman out by her hair, sat 3 soldiers on the husband, and tortured and raped his wife. Then they dragged out 2 youthful daughters. When the Kalmuk's grip on the peasant loosened, he lunged up and crushed the skull of the nearest soldier with one blow. The soldiers surrounded him, raped him, then castrated him before his wife and daughters. The frantic woman rushed to defend him, biting and scratching, roaring with delight. The Kalmucks held her, forced her mouth open, and pushed the bloody scraps down her throat. A house caught fire. In the commotion, some peasants ran for the forest, dragging half-conscious women and stumbling children. Kalmucks fired at random, trampling some with horses, capturing and torturing new victims. The boy hid in the raspberry bushes. Drunken Kalmucks wandered nearby. He was frozen with terror, unable to think, and closed his eyes. When he opened them, a Kalmuk was staggering toward him. He flattened himself further, barely breathing. The soldier picked and ate raspberries, stepped into the bush, and trod on the boy's outstretched hand. The boot's heel and nails dug into his skin, but he didn't move. The soldier leaned on his rifle and urinated. Suddenly losing balance, he stumbled over the boy's head. The boy jumped up, but the Kalmuk grabbed him and struck his chest with the rifle butt. Something cracked inside him. Knocked down, he managed to trip the soldier and ran zigzagging toward the houses. The Kalmuk fired twice, both bullets missing. The boy tore off a barn board, climbed in, and hid in the straw. Inside the barn he still heard cries of people and animals, rifle shots, the crackling of burning sheds and houses, the neighing of horses and raucous Kalmucks' laughter. A woman moaned softly. He burrowed deeper into the straw, every movement hurting. He wondered what had broken inside his chest and touched his heart. It still beat. He didn't want to be crippled. Despite the noise, exhaustion overtook him, and he dozed. A powerful explosion woke him. Beams fell. Dust obscured everything. He heard scattered rifle fire and continuous machine gun rattle. Peering out cautiously, he saw panicking horses and half-naked Kalmucks trying to mount them. Gunfire and engine roar came from the river and forest. A plane with a red star flew low over the village. The cannonade ceased, but engine noise grew louder. The Soviets were near. He dragged himself out, but the pain nearly knocked him over. Coughing, he spat blood. Struggling to walk, he reached the hill. The bridge was gone, blown up. Tanks crawled from the forest, followed by helmeted soldiers strolling casually. Some Kalmucks hid behind haystacks, but seeing the tanks they emerged, staggering, and surrendered. They threw down weapons, some falling to their knees begging mercy. Red soldiers rounded them up systematically. Most were quickly captured, their horses grazed nearby. Tanks stopped, but new formations kept arriving. A pontoon appeared on the river. Sappers examined the ruined bridge. Planes flew overhead, dipping wings. The boy felt disappointment. The war seemed over. Machines filled the fields. Tents and field kitchens were set up, telephone wires strung. Men sang and spoke a language resembling the local dialect. He guessed it was Russian. The peasants watched uneasily. When some red soldiers showed their Kalmuk like Uzbek or Tartar faces, women screamed and recoiled, though the new arrivals smiled. A group of peasants marched in carrying red flags with clumsily painted hammers and sickles. Soldiers cheered. The regimental commander shook hands with the delegation, inviting them into his tent. The embarrassed peasants removed their caps, and unsure what to do with the flags, deposited them outside. Beside a white truck with a red cross, a doctor and orderlies treated wounded women and children. A crowd circled, curious. Children followed the soldiers, asking for sweets, and the men embraced them, playing with them. At noon, word came that the red soldiers had hanged all captured Kalmuks by the legs from the oak trees along the river. Despite his pain, the boy followed the crowd to see. From a distance, the hanging figures looked like overgrown pine cones, each dangling from a separate tree by his ankles, hands bound. Soviet soldiers, friendly and smiling, rolled cigarettes calmly. Though they kept peasants at a distance, some women, recognizing their tormentors, cursed and threw chunks of wood and dirt at the limp bodies. Ants and flies swarmed the strung-up Kalmuks, crawling into their open mouths, noses, eyes, ears, and ragged hair, fighting for the best spots. The men swung in the wind, some revolving slowly like sausages smoking in a fire. Some shuddered, emitting hoarse shrieks or whispers. Others hung lifeless with wide, unblinking eyes, neck veins monstrously swollen. Peasants lit a bonfire and whole families watched, recalling cruelties and rejoicing. A gust shook the trees, the bodies swinging in widening circles. The peasants crossed themselves. The boy felt death's breath in the air. It had the face of dead Marta, romping among oak branches, brushing the hanging men, entwining them with cobwebby threads, whispering treacherous words, trickling chill through their hearts, strangling their throats. Death came nearer than ever, almost touchable. It stopped before him, preening, hinting at another meeting. He wasn't afraid. He hoped it would take him to the fathomless marshes, where branches dip into steaming cauldrons, where ghosts clatter and the wind shrieks like a distant violin. He reached out, but the ghost vanished among the trees with their rustling leaves and crop of corpses. Something burned inside him. His head spun, and he was covered in sweat. He walked toward the riverbank, the moist breeze cooling him. He sat on a log. The swift river carried timber, branches, sackcloth, straw, and swirling eddies. Bloated horse bodies floated by. He glimpsed a bluish rotted human corpse under the surface. Then a mass of fish killed by the explosions rolled over, crowding as if the river no longer had room for them. Shivering, he decided to approach the red soldiers, though unsure how they'd regard his black, bewitching eyes. Passing the hanging bodies, he thought he recognized the man who'd hit him. The Kalmuks swung in wide circles, open-mouthed, fly-ridden. The boy turned his head for a better view, and a piercing pain shot through his chest. The regimental hospital released him. Weeks had passed. It was autumn 1944. The pain in his chest was gone. Whatever the Kalmuk's rifle butt had broken had healed. He'd feared they'd send him away, but they let him stay with the soldiers temporarily. He knew. He expected to be left in some village when the regiment moved to the front line. For now, they were encamped by the river, and nothing suggested an early departure. It was a communications regiment, mostly very young soldiers and recently recruited officers who'd been boys when the war started. Everything was brand new: cannon, machine guns, trucks, telegraph, and telephone equipment, all well-oiled and untested. Even the tent canvas and uniforms hadn't faded yet. The war, the front line, was already far away. Radio reports daily announced new German defeats. The soldiers listened, nodded with pride. and trained. They wrote long letters home, doubting they'd see battle before the war ended. The Germans were being routed by their older brothers. Life was calm and orderly. Every few days a biplane landed with mail and newspapers. Letters brought news from home where people were rebuilding. Newspaper photos showed bombed cities, smashed fortifications, and bearded German prisoners in endless lines. Rumors of the war's end circulated more frequently. Two men looked after him most of the time. Gavrila, a political officer who'd lost his whole family in the first days of the Nazi invasion, and Mitka the cuckoo, a sharpshooting instructor and crack sniper. He also enjoyed the protection of many of their friends. Every day, Gavrila spent time with him in the field library, teaching him to read. He pointed out that the boy was already over 11, and Russian boys that age could not only read and write, but fight the enemy when necessary. The boy didn't want to be seen as a child, so he studied hard, watched the soldiers, and imitated them. Books fascinated him. From simple printed pages, one could conjure a world as real as anything perceived by the senses. And the world of books, like canned meat, somehow seemed richer and more flavorful than ordinary life. In real life, he saw many people without truly knowing them in books. He even knew what people were thinking and planning. His first book, with Gavrila's help, was Childhood. Its hero, a small boy like him, lost his father on the first page. He read it several times. It filled him with hope. The hero's life hadn't been easy, either left alone after his mother's death. But despite difficulties, he grew up to be a great man, Maxim Gorky. His books filled many shelves in the library and were known worldwide. He also liked poetry. It was written like prayers but was more beautiful and understandable. Poems didn't guarantee days of indulgence, but they weren't recited as penance, they were for pleasure. The smooth, polished words meshed like oiled millstones. But reading wasn't his main occupation. Gavrila's lessons mattered more. He learned that the world's order had nothing to do with God. God didn't exist. Priests had invented him to trick superstitious people. No God, no Trinity, no devils, no ghosts, no death-hunting sinners, all tales for the ignorant who didn't understand the natural order or believe in their own powers. People alone determined their lives and controlled their destinies. That was why every person was important. An individual might think his actions didn't matter, but that was an illusion. His actions, like those of countless others, formed a great pattern visible only from society's summit. Random stitches of a needle contributed to a beautiful floral pattern. History's rules, Gavrila said, occasionally produced a man from the nameless masses who wanted others' welfare. Because of his superior wisdom, he knew that divine help wouldn't suffice on earth. Such a man became a leader, guiding people like a weaver threading colors into a pattern. Portraits of these great men hung everywhere: the library, hospital, recreation hall, mess tents, soldiers' quarters. He'd often studied their faces. Many were dead. Some had short, resounding names and long, bushy beards. The last one, however, still lived. His portraits were larger, brighter, handsomer. Under his leadership, Gavrila said, the Red Army defeated the Germans and brought equality to liberated peoples. No rich and poor, no exploiters, no persecuted dark peoples, no gas chambers. Gavrila owed all he had, education, rank, home, to this man. The library owed its books. The boy owed his recovery and care. Every Soviet citizen owed everything to him. His name was Stalin. In his portraits, Stalin had a kind face and compassionate eyes like a loving grandfather or uncle. Gavrila told many stories about Stalin's life. At the boy's own age, Stalin had already fought for the underprivileged, resisting centuries of exploitation. Looking at photographs of Stalin's youth, the boy saw very black, bushy hair, dark eyes, heavy brows, and later a black mustache. He looked more gypsy than the boy did, more Jewish than the man the German officer had killed, more Jewish than the foundling on the railroad tracks. Stalin was lucky not to have grown up in those villages. If he'd been beaten for his dark features, he might have spent his time fending off boys and dogs instead of helping others. But Stalin was Georgian. Gavrila didn't say whether the Germans planned to incinerate Georgians, but the boy was certain that if they'd captured Stalin's comrades in the photographs, all swarthy, black-haired, dark-eyed, they'd have gone to the furnaces. Moscow, because Stalin lived there, was the world's heart, the longed-for city of working masses everywhere. Soldiers sang songs about it, writers wrote books, poets praised it in verse films, and tales spread its legend. Under its streets, entombed like gigantic moles, gleaming trains rushed smoothly through marble stations more beautiful than churches. The Kremlin was Stalin's home, a compound of palaces and churches behind high walls, domes like radishes pointing skyward. Other pictures showed the quarters where Lenin, Stalin's late teacher, had lived. Some soldiers were more impressed by Lenin, others by Stalin, like some peasants spoke more of God the Father, others of God the Son. Soldiers said Stalin's Kremlin windows stayed lit late into the night. All of Moscow, all working masses worldwide, looked to those windows for inspiration. There, the great Stalin watched, worked, and devised the best ways to win the war and destroy enemies. His mind was filled with concern for all suffering people, even those in distant lands still oppressed. Their liberation was coming, and Stalin worked late into the night to hasten it. After these lessons, the boy walked in the fields, deep in thought. He regretted all his prayers, thousands of wasted days of indulgence. If there was no God, no Son, no Holy Mother, no saints, where were his prayers? Else circling an empty heaven like nestless birds, or trapped somewhere like his lost voice, struggling to break free. He felt cheated by his prayers' words meaningless, Gavrila said. Why hadn't he realized sooner? And yet he found it hard to believe priests didn't believe in God and only used him to fool people, and the churches, Roman and Orthodox, were they built only to intimidate through God's power, forcing people to support the clergy? But if the priests acted in good faith, what would happen when they discovered there was no God, that above the highest dome there was only a boundless sky where red-starred airplanes flew? What would they do when they found their prayers worthless, that everything they did at the altar and told from the pulpit was a fraud? The weight of that discovery that God was a fiction would crush a priest harder than losing a father or seeing his lifeless body. People had always taken comfort in belief, and they usually died before their children. Such was nature's law. Their only consolation was knowing God would guide their children after they were gone, just as children found solace in the thought that God would greet their parents beyond the grave. God was always in people's minds, even when he was too busy to listen to their prayers or track their days of indulgence. But Gavrila's lessons built a new confidence in the boy. In this world, there were practical ways to promote good, and people who dedicated their lives to it. Communist Party members. They were selected from the population, given special training and specific tasks. They were ready to endure hardship, even death, for the working people's cause. Party members stood at that social summit from which human actions were seen not as meaningless jumbles, but as part of a clear pattern. The party could see farther than any sniper. That was why every party member not only understood events, but shaped them toward new goals. No party member was ever surprised. The party was to the working people what the engine was to a train. It led toward the best goals, pointed out shortcuts to a better life, and Stalin was the engineer at the throttle. Gavrila always returned hoarse and exhausted from long, tempestuous party meetings. Members evaluated each other, criticizing themselves and others, giving praise, or pointing out shortcomings. They stayed alert to events, always trying to forestall harmful activities by those influenced by priests and landlords. Their constant watchfulness tempered them like steel. Among party members were young and old, officers, and enlisted men. The party's strength, Gavrila explained, lay in its ability to rid itself of those who, like a jammed wheel, impeded progress. This self-purging happened at meetings, where members acquired necessary toughness. It was immensely captivating. A man dressed like everyone else, working and fighting like all the rest. He seemed just another soldier. But he might be a party member, carrying his party card in his uniform pocket over his heart. Then he changed in the boy's eyes, like sensitized paper in the photographer's darkroom. He became one of the best, one of the chosen, one who knew more than others. His judgment carried more force than a box of explosives. Others fell silent when he spoke, or spoke more carefully when he listened. In the Soviet world, a man was rated by others' opinions, not his own. Only the group, the collective, could determine a man's worth and importance. The group decided what made him useful, or reduced his usefulness. He became the composite of everything said about him. Learning a man's inner character was a never-ending process. There was no way of knowing if an enemy of the working people, an agent of the landlords, lurked at the bottom of his soul like a deep well. That was why a man had to be watched constantly by friends and enemies alike. In Gavrila's world, the individual had many faces. One might be slapped while another was kissed, a third temporarily unnoticed. At every moment, he was measured by yardsticks: professional proficiency, family origin, collective, or party success. He was compared with other men who might replace him, or whom he might replace. The party looked at a man through lenses of different focus, but unvarying precision. No one knew what final image would emerge. Becoming a party member was the goal, but the path was not easy. And the more the boy learned about regimental life, the more he understood Gavrila's world's complexity. To reach the pinnacle, a man had to climb many ladders simultaneously. He might be halfway up the professional ladder while just starting the political one, ascending one, descending another. His chances constantly shifted, and the peak was often one step forward, 2 steps back. Even after reaching it, one could easily fall and start over. A person's rating depended partly on social origin. Family background counted, even if parents weren't living. A man had better political chances if his parents were industrial workers rather than peasants or clerks. This family shadow trailed people relentlessly, just as original sin hounded even the best Catholic. The boy felt apprehension. He couldn't remember his father's exact occupation, but he recalled a cook, a maid, a nurse, surely classified as exploited victims. He knew neither parent had been a worker. Would his social origin handicap him, just as his black hair and eyes had been held against him? On the military ladder, position was determined by rank and function. A veteran party member obeyed a commander who might not even be party later. At a meeting, he could criticize that commander and, with support, cause his transfer to a lower post. Sometimes, the reverse happened. A commander punished a party officer, and the party demoted him further. The boy felt lost in this maze. Human aspirations were entangled like tree roots in a thick forest, each struggling for moisture and sunlight. He worried what would happen when he grew up. How would he look through the party's many eyes? What was his deepest core, healthy as a fresh apple or rotten as a maggoty plum? What if the collective decided he was best suited for deep water diving, though he was terrified of water because of his near drowning under the ice? The group might see his near drowning as valuable experience, qualifying him to train. Instead of inventing fuses, he'd spend his life diving, hating water, panic-stricken before every plunge. How could an individual presume to put his judgment ahead of the many? He absorbed Gavrila's every word, writing questions on his slate, listening to soldiers' conversations before and after meetings, eavesdropping through tent canvas. Soviet grown-ups' lives weren't easy, maybe as hard as wandering from village to village, taken for a gypsy. A man had many paths, roads across life's country. Some were dead ends, others led to swamps and traps. In Gavrila's world, only the party knew the right paths. He tried to memorize every word. To be happy and useful, one joined the march of the working people, keeping in step in one's assigned place. Pushing too close to the front was as bad as lagging behind. It meant losing contact with the masses, leading to decadence. Every stumble could slow the whole column, and those who fell risked being trampled. In late afternoon, crowds of peasants came from the villages, bringing fruit and vegetables to trade for American canned pork, shoes, or tent canvas for trousers or jackets. As soldiers finished duties, accordion music and singing rose. The peasants listened intently, barely understanding the words. Some joined boldly and loudly. Others appeared alarmed, suspiciously watching neighbors who showed sudden affection for the Red Army. Women came in increasing numbers with their men, flirting openly with soldiers, trying to lure them away from husbands and brothers trading nearby. Ashen-haired and light-eyed, They pulled down ragged blouses and hitched up worn skirts, swinging their hips. Soldiers approached with bright cans of American pork and beef, tobacco packets and rolling papers. Disregarding the men, they looked deep into the women's eyes, brushing against their bodies and breathing in their scent. Soldiers sometimes sneaked out to villages to trade and meet girls. The regiment command tried to prevent such contacts. Political officers, battalion commanders, divisional news sheets all warned against individual escapades. Wealthier farmers were influenced by nationalist partisans in the forests, trying to slow the Soviet advance and prevent the coming workers' and peasants' government. Men from other regiments had returned severely beaten. Some had disappeared. One day, a few soldiers disregarded the risk and slipped out. The guards pretended not to notice. Camp life was monotonous. Soldiers were desperate for entertainment. Mitka the cuckoo knew about his friend's outing and might have gone if not crippled. He often said Red Army soldiers risked their lives for these local people, so there was no reason to avoid their company. Mitka had looked after the boys since the hospital. Thanks to him, the boy gained weight. Mitka fished the best meat from the great cauldron, skimmed fat off soup, and assisted during painful injections, boosting courage before exams. When the boy got indigestion from overeating, Mitka sat with him for 2 days, holding his head when he vomited, wiping his face with a wet cloth. While Gavrila taught serious things about the party, Mitka introduced poetry and sang songs, strumming his guitar. Mitka took him to the regimental cinema, carefully explaining the films. He watched mechanics repair powerful army truck engines with Mitka, and Mitka took him to see sharpshooters training. Mitka was one of the regiment's most beloved and respected men, with a distinguished military record. On special army days, his faded uniform bore decorations that would make regimental or even divisional commanders envious. He was a hero of the Soviet Union, the highest military honor and among the most decorated in the division. His sharpshooting feats were described in newspapers and books for children and adults. He appeared in newsreels viewed by millions of Soviet citizens on collective farms and in factories. The regiment took great pride in him. He was photographed for divisional news sheets and interviewed by correspondents. Soldiers told tales around evening campfires about the dangerous missions he'd undertaken only a year earlier. They discussed his heroic actions behind enemy lines, parachuting in alone, sniping at German officers and couriers with extraordinary long-range marksmanship. They marveled at how he managed to return, only to be sent out again. During these talks, the boy swelled with pride. He sat next to Mitka, leaning on his strong arm, listening intently so as not to miss a word. If the war lasted until he was old enough to serve, perhaps he could become a sharpshooter, a hero whose name working people spoke at their meals. Mitka's rifle was the object of constant admiration. Yielding to requests, he'd take it from its sheath, blowing off invisible specks of dust from the sights and stock. Young soldiers, trembling with curiosity, bent over the rifle with the reverence of a priest at an altar. Old soldiers with large horny hands picked up the weapon with its softly polished stock like a mother lifting a baby from its cradle. Holding their breath, they examined the crystal-clear lenses of the telescopic sight. Through this eye Mitka saw the enemy. The lenses brought targets so close he could see their faces, gestures, smiles. It helped him aim unerringly at the spot beneath the metal bars where the German heart beat. Mitka's face darkened as soldiers admired his rifle. He instinctively touched the pain-stiffened side of his body where fragments of a German bullet were still embedded. That bullet had ended his sniper career a year ago. It tormented him daily, changing him from Mitka the cuckoo to Mitka the master, as he was now more often called. He was still the regimental sharpshooting instructor, teaching young soldiers his art but not what his heart craved. At night, the boy sometimes saw his wide-open eyes staring at the tent roof. He must have been reliving those days and nights hidden in branches or ruins far behind enemy lines, waiting for the right moment to pick off an officer, a staff messenger, an airman, a tank driver. How many times he must have looked the enemy in the face, followed their movements, measured distance, set his sights again. With each well-aimed bullet, he strengthened the Soviet Union by removing one enemy officer. Special German squads with trained dogs had searched for his hiding places in wide manhunts. How many times he must have thought he'd never return, but those must have been the happiest days of Mitka's life. He would not trade those days, when he was both judge and executioner, for any others. Alone, guided by his telescopic sights, he deprived the enemy of their choicest men, recognizing them by decorations, rank insignia, uniform color. Before pulling the trigger, he must have asked if this man was worthy of death from Mitka's rifle, if he should wait for a choicer victim. Every shot could bring death not only to the enemy but to himself, robbing the Red Army of one of its finest soldiers. Thinking about it, the boy admired Mitka more and more. Here was a man who worked for a better world, not by praying at altars, but by excelling in his aim. The German officer in the magnificent black uniform, who killed helpless prisoners and decided the fate of small black fleas, now seemed pitifully insignificant compared to Mitka. When the soldiers who'd slipped out to the village didn't return, Mitka grew worried. Night inspection was approaching. Their absence might be discovered. He paced nervously in the tent, rubbing his hands moist with emotion. They were his closest friends, Grisha, a good singer he accompanied on accordion, Lonka, from the same city, Anton, a poet who could recite better than anyone, and Vanka, who Mitka claimed had once saved his life. The sun set. The guard changed. Mitka kept glancing at his watch's phosphorescent dial war loot. A commotion rose among the guards outside. Someone shouted for a doctor as a motorcycle sputtered across camp toward headquarters. Mitka rushed out, pulling the boy with him. Others followed. Many soldiers had assembled at the guard line. Several, covered in blood, knelt or stood around 4 motionless bodies laid on the ground. From their incoherent words, they'd attended a feast in a nearby village and were attacked by drunken peasants who become jealous of their women. The peasants disarmed them, killing 4 with axes and badly wounding others. The deputy commander arrived with senior officers. Soldiers made way, standing at attention. The wounded tried to rise. The deputy commander, pale but composed, listened to one injured man's report and gave orders. The wounded were taken to the hospital, some walking slowly, supporting each other, wiping blood from their faces and hair with sleeves. Mitka crouched at the dead men's feet, staring silently at their butchered faces. Other soldiers stood visibly upset. Vanka lay on his back, his white face turned to the onlookers in dim lantern light. Streaks of congealed blood showed on his chest. Lonka's face had been split by a terrible axe blow, splintered skull bones mixed with hanging ribbons of neck muscles. The other 2 were barely recognizable. An ambulance drove up. Mitka angrily clutched the boy's arm as the bodies were taken away. The tragedy came up in evening report. The men swallowed hard, listening to new orders forbidding contact with the hostile local population and any action that could aggravate relations. That night, Mitka whispered and muttered, beat his head with his fist, then sat brooding. Several days passed. Regimental life normalized. The dead's names were mentioned less. Soldiers sang again, preparing for a field theater visit. But Mitka wasn't well. Someone else replaced him in training duties. One night before dawn, Mitka woke the boy and told him to dress quickly, saying nothing more. When he was ready, the boy helped him bind his feet and pull on his boots. Mitka groaned with pain but moved with haste. Dressed, he made sure the other men were asleep, then pulled his rifle from behind the bed, took it from its brown case, and slung it over his shoulder. He replaced the empty case, locking it to look as if the rifle were still inside. He uncovered the telescope and slipped it into his pocket with a small tripod, checked his cartridge belt, and looped the field glasses strap around the boy's neck. They slipped silently from the tent, past the field kitchen. When the guards had marched by, they ran toward the bushes, crossed the adjoining field, and were soon outside the encampment. The horizon was still swathed in nocturnal mist. A country lane's white streak crept between dim fog layers. Mitka wiped the sweat off his neck, hitched his belt, and patted the boy's head as they hurried toward the woods. The boy didn't know where they were going or why, but he guessed Mitka was doing something on his own, something he wasn't supposed to, something that might cost him his position and esteem. Yet he felt pride at being chosen to accompany him, to help a hero of the Soviet Union on a mysterious mission. They walked fast. Mitka was obviously tired, limping and pulling up his slipping rifle. When he stumbled, he muttered curses he usually forbade other soldiers to use, then ordered the boy to forget them. The boy nodded, though he would have given much to have his speech back to repeat those magnificent curses, as juicy as ripe plums. They bypassed a sleeping village, no smoke from chimneys, dogs and roosters silent. Mitka's face stiffened, his lips dry. He opened a flask of cold coffee, took a gulp, and gave the rest to the boy. They hurried on. It was daylight when they entered the forest, but the woods were still gloomy. Trees stood stiffly like sinister monks in black habits, guarding glades with their broad branch sleeves. At one point, the sun found a tiny opening among the treetops, and rays shone through the open palms of chestnut leaves. After some thought, Mitka selected a tall, sturdy tree near the forest's edge, close to the fields. The trunk was slippery, but knots and low, broad boughs offered footholds. He helped the boy onto a branch, then handed up the long rifle, binoculars, telescope, and tripod, which the boy hung carefully on the branches. Then it was his turn to help Mitka up. Groaning and puffing, wet with sweat, Mitka reached him on the branch, and the boy climbed higher. Helping each other, they managed to get almost to the top with all the equipment. After resting, Mitka deftly bent back obscuring branches, cutting some and tying others, creating a comfortable, well-concealed seat. Unseen birds fluttered in the foliage. The boy grew accustomed to the height, discerning the outlines of buildings in the village ahead. First puffs of smoke rose into the sky. Mitka attached the telescope to his rifle, fixed the tripod firmly, sat back, and carefully placed the rifle on its support. He spent a long time scanning the village through binoculars, then handed them to the boy and began adjusting the telescopic sight. Through the binoculars, the village appeared amazingly enlarged houses, seen just in front of the woodland, so sharp and clear he could almost count the straws in thatched roofs. He saw hens pecking in yards and a dog lazing in thin morning sunshine. Mitka asked for the binoculars, but the boy had one more quick glimpse, a tall man leaving a house, stretching his arms, yawning, looking at the cloudless sky. His shirt was open in front, big patches on his pant knees. Mitka took the binoculars and placed them beyond reach, studying the scene intently through his telescope. The boy strained his eyes, but without glasses could only see dwarfed houses far below. A shot rang out. The boy's startled birds fluttered in the thicket. Mitka raised his red, perspiring face and muttered something. The boy reached for the binoculars. Mitka smiled apologetically and held back his hand. The boy resented the refusal, but could guess what happened in his imagination. He saw the farmer keeling over, reaching above his head with his hands, as if seeking invisible support, slumping on his threshold. Mitka reloaded, placing the used cartridge in his pocket. He calmly inspected the village through binoculars, whistling softly through tight lips. The boy tried to visualize what he saw: an old woman in brown rags emerging, looking at the sky, crossing herself, then catching sight of the man's body. She approached with clumsy waddling steps, bent to turn his face toward her, noticed the blood, and ran screaming toward neighboring houses. Startled by her cries, men pulling on trousers and half-awake women ran out. The village swarmed with people rushing to and fro, men bending over the body, gesturing wildly, looking helplessly in all directions. Mitka moved slightly, eye glued to the telescopic sight, rifle butt pressed to his shoulder. Drops of perspiration glistened on his forehead. One broke away, rolled into his bushy eyebrows, emerged at his nose's base, and started along his cheek's diagonal ridge toward his chin. Before it reached his lips, Mitka fired 3 times in quick succession. The boy closed his eyes and saw the village again, 3 bodies sliding to the ground. The remaining peasants, unable to hear the shots at that distance, scattered in panic, looking around in bewilderment. Fear gripped the village. Families of the dead sobbed wildly, dragging bodies by hands and feet toward houses and barns. Children and older people milled aimlessly. After a few moments, everyone disappeared. Even shutters were closed. Mitka examined the village again. No one left outside. Suddenly, he put aside the binoculars and seized the rifle. The boy wondered. Perhaps a young man was sneaking between houses, trying to evade the sniper and get back to his hut. Not knowing where bullets came from, he stopped and stared about him. As he reached a row of wild rose bushes, Mitka fired again. The man stopped as if nailed to the ground, bent one knee, tried to bend the other, then toppled into the rose bushes. Thorny branches shook uneasily. Mitka leaned on his rifle and rested. The peasants were all in their houses, none dared come out. The boy envied Mitka. He suddenly understood what a soldier had said in discussion with him, that human being was a proud name, that a man carries within himself his own private war, his own justice to administer. Mitka the cuckoo had meted out revenge for his friends' deaths, regardless of others' opinions, risking his position and his hero title. If he couldn't avenge his friends, what use was all that sniper training, the mastery of eye, hand, and breath? Of what value was the rank of hero, respected by tens of millions, if he no longer deserved it in his own eyes? There was another element. A man, no matter how admired, lives mainly with himself. If he isn't at peace, if he's tormented by something he didn't do but should have to preserve his self-image, he's like the unhappy demon, spirit of exile gliding high above the sinful world. The boy understood something else. There were many paths to the summit, but one could also reach it alone, with at most a single friend, the way he and Mitka had climbed the tree. This was a different summit, apart from the march of the working masses. Mitka handed him the binoculars with a kind smile. The boy peered eagerly at the village, seeing only tightly shut houses, the occasional strutting hen or turkey. He was about to hand the glasses back, when a big dog appeared between the houses, wagging its tail and scratching its ear with a hind leg. He remembered Judas. He'd done just that as he scowled at the boy hanging on the hooks. He touched Mitka's arm, pointing to the village with his head. Mitka thought he meant people were moving and concentrated on the sight, then looked at him questioningly. The boy signaled that he wanted the dog killed. Mitka showed surprise and refused. The boy asked again. Mitka refused, looking at him with disapproval. They sat in silence, listening to the fearful rustle of leaves. Mitka surveyed the village again, folded the tripod and removed the telescopic sight. They started down slowly. Mitka muttered from pain as he hung by his arm, searching for footholds. He buried spent cartridges under moss and removed all traces of their presence. They walked toward camp, hearing engines tested by mechanics, and slipped back unnoticed. In the afternoon, when other men were on duty, Mitka quickly cleaned the rifle and sight and replaced them. That evening he was mild and cheerful again, singing sentimental ballads about Odessa's beauty and gunners avenging mothers who'd lost sons. Soldiers nearby sang the chorus, voices carrying loud and clear. From the village came the faint, steady tolling of funeral bells. It took him days to accept that he had to leave Gavrila, Mitka, and all his other friends in the regiment, but Gavrila was firm. The war was ending, his country was fully liberated, and regulations required lost children to be delivered to special centers until their parents could be found. He looked at Gavrila's face while he spoke, holding back tears. Gavrila himself seemed uneasy. The boy knew he and Mitka had discussed his future. If there'd been any other solution, they'd have found it. Gavrila promised that if no relatives claimed him within 3 months after the war, he would take care of him personally, sending him to a school where they'd teach him to speak again. In the meantime, he urged the boy to be brave, to remember everything he'd learned, and to read Pravda every day. The soldiers gave him a bag full of gifts. Gavrila and Mitka added books. He put on a Soviet army uniform made specially by the regimental tailor, finding in the pocket a small wooden pistol with Stalin on one side and Lenin on the other. The moment of parting came. He was leaving with Sergeant Yuri, who had military business in the town with the Lost Children's Center, the country's largest industrial city, where the boy had lived before the war. Gavrila made sure he had all his things, and that his personal file was in order, containing everything the boy had told him about his name, residence, parents, hometown, relatives, and friends. The driver started the engine. Mitka patted his shoulder, urging him to uphold the Red Army's honor. Gavrila hugged him warmly, and the other shook his hand in turn as if he were grown. He wanted to cry but kept his face straight and tight as a soldier's boot. They started for the station. The train was packed with soldiers and civilians, stopping often at broken-down signals, moving on and stopping again between stations. They passed bombed-out towns, deserted villages, abandoned cars, tanks, guns, airplanes with wing and tail surfaces cut away. At many stations, ragged people ran along the tracks begging for cigarettes and food, half-naked children staring open-mouthed at the train. It took 2 days to reach their destination. All tracks were in use: military transports, Red Cross carriages, open cars loaded with army equipment. On the platforms, crowds of Soviet soldiers and ex-prisoners in various uniforms jostled with limping invalids, shabby civilians, and blind people tapping flagstones with canes. Nurses directed emaciated people in striped clothes. Soldiers fell silent. These were the saved, returning from concentration camps. He clutched Yuri's hand, looking into their gray faces, their feverishly burning eyes shining like broken glass in a dying fire's ashes. Nearby, a locomotive pushed a gleaming rail car to the station center. A foreign military delegation emerged in colorful uniforms and medals. An honor guard formed. A band struck up an anthem. The smartly uniformed officers and the men in striped camp clothes passed within feet of each other in silence on the narrow platform. New flags flew over the main station. Building loudspeakers blared music, interrupted by hoarse speeches and greetings. Yuri checked his watch and led the way to the exit. A military driver agreed to take them to the orphan's home. The city streets were full of convoys, and soldiers' sidewalks swarmed with people. The orphanage occupied several old houses on a side street. Innumerable children peered from windows. They spent an hour in the lobby. Yuri read a newspaper while the boy feigned indifference. Finally, the woman principal came, taking the folder from Yuri, signing papers, and placing her hand on his shoulder. He firmly shook it off. Epaulets weren't meant for a woman's hands. The moment of parting arrived. Yuri pretended to be cheerful, joking, straightening the boy's forage cap, tightening the string around the books with Mitka's and Gavrila's inscriptions. They hugged like two men. The principal stood by. The boy clutched the red star on his left breast pocket, a gift from Gavrila, with Lenin's profile. He believed this star, leading millions of workers to their goal, could bring him luck. He followed the principal. Walking crowded corridors, they passed open classroom doors where lessons were in progress. Children scuffled and shouted. Some boys pointed and laughed at his uniform. He turned away. Someone threw an apple core. He ducked, and it hit the principal. He had no peace the first few days. The principal wanted him to exchange his uniform for civilian clothes from the International Red Cross. He nearly hit a nurse when she tried to take it away. He slept with tunic and trousers folded under his mattress. After a while, the long, unwashed uniform began to smell, but he still refused to part with it. The principal, annoyed, called 2 nurses to take it by force. A jubilant crowd of boys watched the struggle. He broke free and ran into the street, accosting 4 casually strolling Soviet soldiers. He signaled that he was mute. They gave him paper, and he wrote that he was the son of a Soviet officer at the front, waiting for his father at the orphanage. He carefully added that the principal was a landlord's daughter, who hated the Red Army and beat him daily because of his uniform. The young soldiers were aroused by his message. They followed him inside one systematically smashed flower pots in the principal's carpeted office, while others chased nurses, slapping and pinching them. The frightened women screamed. After that, the staff left him alone. Teachers even ignored his refusal to learn reading and writing in his mother tongue. He wrote on the blackboard that his language was Russian, the speech of a land without exploitation, where teachers didn't persecute pupils. A large calendar hung over his bed. He crossed off each day with a red pencil. He didn't know how many days remained until the war's end, but he trusted the Red Army to finish soon. Every day he sneaked out to buy Pravda with Gavrila's money, reading hastily about the latest victories and studying new pictures of Stalin, fit and youthful, reassuring. Everything was going well. The war would end soon. He was summoned for a medical examination, refusing to leave his uniform outside and carrying it under his arm. Afterwards, He was interviewed by a social commission. An older member, reading his papers carefully, approached him in a friendly way, mentioned his name, and asked if he knew where his parents had planned to go. He pretended not to understand. Someone translated the question, adding that the man thought he had known the boy's parents before the war. He wrote nonchalantly on a slate that his parents were dead, killed by a bomb. The commission gave him suspicious looks. He saluted stiffly and walked out, upset by the inquisitive man. There were 500 at the orphanage, divided into groups, attending lessons in small dingy classrooms. Many children were crippled, acting strangely. The classrooms were crowded, short of desks and blackboards. He sat next to a boy his age who kept muttering, "Where is my daddy?" looking around as if expecting his father to emerge from under a desk. Behind them sat a girl who'd lost all her fingers in an explosion, staring at other children's lively fingers. They quickly hid their hands, afraid of her eyes. Farther away, a boy with part of his jaw and arm missing had to be fed by others. The odor of a festering wound emanated from him. There were several partly paralyzed children. They looked at one another with loathing and fear. You never knew what your neighbor might do. Many boys were older and stronger, thinking the boy was a moron because he couldn't speak. They called him names, and sometimes beat him. In the morning, after a sleepless night in the crowded dormitory, he felt trapped, fearful, and apprehensive. The anticipation of disaster increased. He was as taut as slingshot elastic, and the slightest incident could throw him off balance. He wasn't afraid of being attacked so much as of seriously injuring someone in self-defense. They often told him that would mean jail, and the end of his hopes of returning to Gavrila. He couldn't control his movements in a scuffle. His hands acquired a life of their own and couldn't be torn away. After a fight, he couldn't calm down for a long time, pondering what had happened and getting agitated all over again. He couldn't run away either. When he saw a group of boys approaching, he stopped immediately. He tried to tell himself it was strategy, avoiding being hit from behind, better gauging the enemy's strength and intentions. But the truth was that even when he wanted to flee, he couldn't. His legs grew strangely heavy. Weight distributed oddly, thighs and calves turned to lead, while his knees became light and sagged like soft pillows. Memories of successful escapes didn't help. Some mysterious mechanism bound him to the ground. He'd stop and wait for his attackers. He thought constantly of Mitka's teachings. A man should never allow himself to be mistreated, or he'd lose self-respect, and his life would become meaningless. What preserved self-respect and determined worth was the ability to take revenge. A person should avenge every wrong or humiliation. There were too many injustices to be weighed, and judged a man had to consider each wrong and decide on appropriate revenge. Only the conviction that he was as strong as the enemy and could pay him back double enabled people to survive. Revenge should fit his nature and means. If someone was rude in a way that hurt like a whiplash, punish him as if he'd used a whip. If a slap felt like 1,000 blows, take revenge for 1,000. The revenge should match all the pain, bitterness, and humiliation felt. A slap might not hurt one man much for another. It could force him to relive hundreds of days of persecution. The first man forgot in an hour, the second might be tormented for weeks. The opposite also held. If a stick blow only hurt like a slap, take revenge for a slap. Life at the orphanage was full of unexpected attacks and brawls. Nearly everyone had a nickname. There was the tank, who pummeled anyone in his way. The cannon, who threw heavy objects for no reason. The saber, who slashed with his arm's edge. The airplane, who knocked you down and kicked your face. The sniper, who hurled rocks from a distance. The flamethrower, who lit slow-burning matches and tossed them into clothing and satchels. Girls had nicknames too. The grenade lacerated faces with a hidden nail. The partisan, small and unobtrusive, tripped people with a neat leg snatcher ally. The torpedo would hug a prostrate opponent as if making love, then deliver a professional knee kick to the groin. Teachers couldn't control them, often staying out of the way, fearing the stronger boys. Serious incidents happened. The cannon threw a heavy boot at a girl who refused to kiss him. She died hours later. The flamethrower set fire to 3 boys' clothes and locked them in a classroom. 2 were hospitalized with severe burns. Every fight drew blood. Boys and girls battled for their lives and couldn't be separated. Worse happened at night. Boys assaulted girls in dark corridors. Once, several boys raped a nurse in the basement, keeping her for hours, inviting others, exciting her in elaborate ways learned during the war, until she reached a state of insane frenzy, screaming all night until the ambulance came. Other girls invited attention, stripping and asking boys to touch them, blatantly discussing sexual demands made on them during the war. Some couldn't sleep without a man, running into parks at night to pick up drunken soldiers. Many children were passive and listless, standing against walls, silent, staring at images only they could see. Some had lived in ghettos or concentration camps without the occupation's end. They'd have died. Others had been kept by brutal foster parents who exploited and flogged them. Some had no past, placed by army or police. No one knew their origins, parents, or wartime whereabouts. They refused to tell anything, responding with evasive phrases and half-smiles of infinite contempt. The boy feared falling asleep. Boys played painful practical jokes. He slept in his uniform with a knife in one pocket and a wooden knuckle-duster in the other. Every morning he crossed another day off his calendar. Pravda said the Red Army had reached the Nazi viper's nest. Gradually, he became friendly with a boy called the Silent One, who acted mute. No one had heard his voice since he arrived. It was known he could speak, but had decided there was no point. Others tried to force him, even beating him bloody, but extracted no sound. The Silent One was older and stronger. At first they avoided each other. The boy felt the Silent One's refusal to speak, mocked true mutes if he could speak, but chose not to. Others might think the boy could too. Friendship could only enhance that impression. One day, the Silent One unexpectedly rescued him, knocking down a boy beating him in the corridor. The next day, the boy felt obliged to fight on his side in a recess scuffle. After that, they sat at the same desk in the back of the classroom, first writing notes, then learning to communicate by signs. The Silent One accompanied him on expeditions to the railroad station, making friends with departing Soviet soldiers. Together, they stole a drunken postman's bicycle, went through the city park still mined and closed, and watched girls undressing in the communal bathhouse. Evenings, they sneaked out of the dormitory, roaming squares and courtyards, scaring lovers, throwing stones through open windows, attacking unsuspecting passers-by. The taller, stronger Silent One was always the striking force. Every morning, the train whistle woke them, peasants bringing produce to market. The same train returned in the evening, lighted windows twinkling like fireflies. On sunny days, they walked along the track, over warm cross-ties and sharp pebbles hurting their bare feet. Sometimes, with enough children from nearby settlements watching, they put on a show. Minutes before the train, the boy would lie face down between the tracks, arms folded over his head, body flat as possible. The Silent One assembled an audience. As the train approached, he felt the thudding roar through the rails, shaking him. When the locomotive was almost on top of him, he flattened more, trying not to think. The hot furnace breath swept over him as the engine rolled furiously above his back, followed by rhythmically rattling carriages. He waited for the last one to pass. He remembered playing the same game in the villages once. An engineer released burning cinders at the moment of passing over a boy, killing him. The fireman had apparently leaned out, seen him, and done it on purpose. Another time, free hanging couplings were longer than usual and smashed the boy's skull like a pumpkin. Despite grim memories, there was something immensely tempting about lying between the rails as a train passed. Between the locomotive and the last car, he felt life as pure as milk strained through cloth. During those roaring moments, nothing mattered but being alive. He forgot everything. The orphanage, his muteness, Gavrila, the Silent One. At the experience's bottom lay the great joy of being unhurt. Afterward, he'd rise on trembling hands and weak legs, looking around with satisfaction greater than any revenge. He tried to preserve that feeling for moments of fear and pain compared to waiting for an approaching train. All other terrors seemed insignificant. He walked off the embankment feigning indifference, the Silent One approaching protectively with elaborately casual air, brushing gravel and wood splinters from his clothing. Gradually the trembling subsided. Others stood in a circle, watching in admiration. Later, returning to the orphanage with the silent one, he felt proud, and knew his friend was proud too. None of the other boys dared do what he'd done. They gradually stopped bothering him, but he knew he'd have to repeat the performance every few days, otherwise some skeptical boy would doubt his courage. He'd press his red star to his chest, march to the railroad embankment, and wait for the thunder of an approaching train. The boy and the silent one passed their days along the railroad tracks, watching the trains rumble past, sometimes leaping onto the rear steps of the slow-moving cars and dropping off again as the crossing neared. That crossing lay a few miles outside the city, where an old abandoned spur line had been begun before the war and never completed. The switch points, rusted and choked with moss, had sat unused for years, and the unfinished track ended abruptly at a cliff's edge, where a bridge had once been planned to span the river below. The two boys had examined the mechanism many times, but the lever was frozen solid, immovable. Then they saw a locksmith at the orphanage free a jammed lock with a simple trick, soaking it in oil. The next day, the silent one stole a bottle of oil from the kitchen, and that evening they poured it over the switch's bearings. They waited for it to soak in, then threw their full weight against the lever. Something gave way inside with a grinding groan, and the points screeched as they slid to the other track. Startled by their success, they hastily shoved the lever back. From then on, they exchanged knowing glances every time they passed the fork. It was their secret. Sitting in the shade of a tree, watching a train appear on the horizon, the boy felt a strange, dizzying sense of mastery. The lives of everyone aboard hung on a single impulse from him, one push of that lever, and the whole train would plunge over the cliff into the river below. He thought of other trains, those that had carried people to the gas chambers, and imagined the men who had orchestrated such vast destruction. They must have felt a similar power, the ability to decide with a word whether millions lived or died, their faces and names unknown, their existence reduced to ash on the wind. All it took was an order, and entire populations were rounded up and sent to their end. The boy understood that kind of power now, the intoxicating awareness that one could choose the fate of strangers. He wasn't sure if the pleasure lay in the knowing or in the doing. Weeks later, the silent one took him to the weekly market where peasants sold their produce and crafts. The place was chaos, farmers shouting, women bargaining, heifers lowing in panic, pigs squealing between the legs of the crowd. The boy was staring at a militiaman's polished bicycle when he stumbled into a tall table laden with dairy goods. Buckets and jugs toppled, spilling milk and cream everywhere. Before he could run, a furious farmer struck him hard in the face. He went down, spitting out 3 teeth and a gush of blood. The man grabbed him by the neck like a captured rabbit and kept hitting him until the blood splattered across his own shirt. Then, to the laughter of the crowd, he shoved the boy into an empty sauerkraut barrel and kicked it into a heap of garbage. Dazed and choking, the boy felt his face swelling grotesquely, his head spinning from the beating and the tumbling of the barrel. Through the noise of the peasants' jeers, he saw the silent one, pale, trembling, trying to pull him out. The crowd called the boy a gypsy stray and laughed at the effort. Fearing more attacks, the silent one began rolling the barrel toward a water fountain, while village boys ran alongside, trying to trip him and take it away. He fended them off with a club until they reached the fountain, where the boy crawled out, soaked in blood and water, splinters embedded in his back and hands. The silent one supported him as he staggered back to the orphanage. A doctor treated the cuts on his mouth and cheek, and the silent one waited outside the door. After the doctor left, he stood for a long time, studying the boy's ruined face in silence. 2 weeks later, before dawn, the silent one woke him. He was dusty and sweating, his shirt clinging to his body. The boy could tell he had been out all night. He signaled to follow, and the boy dressed quickly. They slipped out unnoticed. The silent one led him to a derelict hut near the railroad crossing they had oiled, and they climbed onto its roof. He lit a cigarette he had found along the way and gestured for the boy to wait. The boy had no idea what was coming. but he had nowhere else to be. The sun was just rising, burning off the dew on the tar paper roof, and brown worms began to crawl from the gutters. Then they heard the train's whistle. The silent one stiffened, pointing. The boy watched the locomotive emerge from the distant haze, drawing closer. It was market day. The early morning train was packed with peasants from outlying villages, their baskets hanging from the windows, many clinging to the steps in clusters. The silent one drew near, sweating, his hands damp, licking his cracked lips, brushing his hair back. He stared at the approaching train, and in that moment he seemed to age. The train reached the crossing. Peasants leaned from the windows, their blond hair streaming in the wind. The silent one gripped the boy's arm so hard he flinched. At that exact instant, the locomotive veered sharply, twisting violently as though yanked by some unseen hand. Only the first two cars followed the engine. The rest buckled, then piled onto one another like a collapsing column of animals, tumbling off the embankment in a grinding, screeching crash. A cloud of steam shot skyward, blotting out everything. Screams and cries rose from below. The boy felt like a wire struck by a stone, stunned, vibrating with shock. The silent one sagged, clutching his knees for a long moment as the dust settled. Then he bolted for the stairs, dragging the boy behind him. They hurried back to the orphanage, steering clear of the crowd rushing toward the wreck, the clang of ambulance bells already filling the air. Back at the dormitory, everyone was still asleep. Before they went inside, the boys studied the silent one's face. It was utterly calm, relaxed. He looked back and gave a soft smile. The boy wished he could return it, but the bandage over his mouth kept him still. In the days that followed, the orphanage buzzed with talk of the disaster. Black-bordered newspapers listed the dead, and the police hunted for saboteurs. Cranes lifted the mangled, twisted cars from the tracks. The next market day, the silent one hurried the boy back to the square. They pushed through the crowd. Many stalls stood empty, marked with black crosses. The silent one looked at them with obvious satisfaction. They made their way toward the spot where the farmer had once stood. The boy looked up and saw the familiar standits jugs of milk and cream, butter wrapped in cloth, some fruit, and behind it, like a puppet appearing on stage, popped the head of the man who had beaten him and stuffed him into the barrel. The boy felt a wave of anguish. The silent one stared at the man in disbelief. Then he caught the boy's glance, grabbed his hand, and they fled the market. Once they reached the road, the silent one collapsed onto the grass and wept with a terrible muffled agony. His face pressed to the ground, his words indistinct. It was the only time the boy ever heard him speak. A teacher summoned the boy from the dormitory early that morning. He was being called to the principal's office. At first he assumed it was news from Gavrila, but doubt crept in as he walked the corridors. In the office, the principal waited alongside the social commission member who had once claimed to recognize his parents. They greeted him warmly and gestured for him to sit. The boy sensed they were both trying to hide their nervousness. He glanced around uneasily and caught the murmur of voices from the adjoining room. The commission man stepped into the other room and spoke with whoever was there. Then he opened the door wide. A man and a woman stood inside. The boy's heart thumped beneath the red star on his uniform. It looked strangely familiar. He forced his face into blank indifference while his eyes raced over their features. The resemblance was unmistakable. These two could indeed be his parents. His thoughts scrambled in every direction at once, a ricochet of panic and indecision. Should he admit he recognized them, or pretend he didn't? They moved closer. The woman bent toward him, her face crumpling into tears. The man, his spectacles slipping on a damp nose, held her arm, his own body shaking with sobs. He mastered himself quickly and spoke to the boy in fluent Russian, his voice as refined as Gavrila's. He asked him to unbutton his uniform. There should be a birthmark on the left side of his chest. The boy knew the mark was there. He hesitated, weighing whether to reveal it. If he did, there would be no escaping the truth. He would be claimed as their son. But the woman's tears moved him. Slowly, he opened his uniform. There was no way around it now. Gavrila had often said that parents had rights over their children. At 12, he was still a child in the eyes of the law. Even if they didn't want him, and they clearly did, it was their duty to take him. He studied them again. The woman smiled through her tear-streaked powder. The man rubbed his hands with nervous excitement. They did not seem like people who would hurt him. If anything, they looked fragile, unwell. The birthmark was plainly visible. They bent over him, crying, embracing, kissing his face. The boy felt trapped between impulses. He could still run, catch a crowded train, disappear. But he wanted Gavrila to find him, and running would only make that harder. Surrendering to these people meant abandoning his dreams, the fuses that could change people's color, the promise of life in Gavrila and Mitka's world, where today was already tomorrow. His world was shrinking, tightening around him like a stifling attic. A man always risked falling into the snares of enemies who hated him, or into the arms of those who claimed to love him. He couldn't accept the idea of suddenly belonging to someone, of being cared for and therefore obligated. Obedience born from love rather than fear seemed somehow more confining. Parents had their purpose when a child was very small, but a boy his age should be free to choose his own guides. Still, he couldn't bring himself to flee. He looked at the tearful woman who was his mother, the trembling man who was his father, and something inside held him fast. He felt like Lex's painted bird, pulled by an invisible force toward its own kind. His mother stayed with him while his father went to complete the paperwork. She promised he would be happy, that he could have anything he wanted, even a new uniform identical to the one he wore. As she spoke, the boy recalled the hare Makar had caught in a trap, a magnificent, defiant animal that had raged against its cage until Makar threw a tarpaulin over it, breaking its spirit. Eventually, it ate from the boy's hand. One day, Makar left the cage door open. The hare bounded out toward the meadow, paused, ears cocked, tasting the scent of freedom, then seemed to shrink, to sag, and slowly, as if aged and exhausted, turned back and climbed into the cage. The boy had closed the door, though it wasn't necessary. The hare carried the cage inside itself now, in its brain and heart. Freedom had left it as a fragrance leaves crushed clover. His father returned. They hugged him again, looked him over, exchanged remarks. It was time to leave. They went to say goodbye to the silent one, who eyed them with suspicion, shook his head, and refused to acknowledge them. Outside, the streets were chaos, ragged, exhausted, people with sacks on their backs, returning to homes that may have been taken by others, arguing with those who had occupied them. The boy walked between his parents, their hands on his shoulders and hair, feeling suffocated by their love and protection. They took him to their cramped apartment, a single room and a kitchen, with a washroom on the landing. It had been borrowed with difficulty, after they learned their son might be at the center. There was a surprise waiting, a 4-year-old boy, an orphan whose parents and sister had been killed, adopted by them during the war. They clearly loved the child deeply. The boy's doubts multiplied. Wouldn't it be better to wait for Gavrila to adopt him? He longed for the uncertainty of wandering, the freedom of the road. Here, everything was predictable and stifling. His father had a heart condition and would grow pale and sweat if upset, reaching for his pills. His mother queued for food before dawn and spent her days cooking and cleaning. The small boy was a constant nuisance, demanding attention whenever the boy tried to read the newspaper. One day, the child grabbed his pants and knocked over his books one too many times. The boy grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Something cracked, and the child screamed. A doctor was called. The bone was broken. That night the boy watched the child whimpering in bed with his arm in a cast, glancing at him in terror. His parents said nothing, but their silence was heavy. He often slipped out to meet the silent one. Then one day, the silent one didn't appear. The orphanage later told him the boy had been transferred to another city. Spring came. On a rainy day in May, the news arrived the war was over. People danced in the streets, embracing and kissing. That evening, the city's ambulances were busy collecting those injured in drinking brawls. The boy visited the orphanage often in the following days, hoping for a letter from Gavrila or Mitka. None came. He read the papers closely, trying to understand the new world. Not all armies were going home. Germany would be occupied, and it might be years before his friends returned. The city grew more difficult by the day, flooded with refugees hoping to rebuild their lives, all struggling for food, shelter, and dignity. They were tense, quick to anger, everyone feeling entitled because they had survived. One afternoon, his parents gave him money for the cinema. A Soviet film was showing a story about a man and a girl who had agreed to meet at 6 o'clock on the first day after the war. The boy waited for hours in the queue at the cinema box office. When his turn finally came, he found he'd lost one of his coins. The cashier, seeing he was mute, set his ticket aside and told him to return with the rest of the money. He rushed home, retrieved the missing coin, and was back within half an hour. But when he tried to claim his ticket, an attendant waved him away. He'd have to wait in line again. Without his slate, he gestured frantically, trying to explain that he'd already queued and his ticket was reserved. The attendant wouldn't listen. To the amusement of the onlookers, he grabbed the boy by the ear and shoved him out. The boy stumbled and fell hard on the cobblestones, blood spilling from his nose onto his uniform. He hurried home, pressed a cold compress to his face, and began planning his retaliation. That evening, while his parents prepared for bed, he dressed to go out. They asked where he was going, and he signed that he just wanted a walk. They warned him it was dangerous at night. He ignored them. He went straight back to the theater. The box office was nearly empty now, and the attendant who'd thrown him out was idling in the yard. The boy picked up 2 heavy bricks from the street and crept up the staircase of the neighboring building. From the 3rd-floor landing, he dropped an empty bottle. As he'd expected, the attendant hurried to investigate the crash. When the man bent down, the boy dropped both bricks, then fled down the stairs and vanished into the streets. After that night, he slept through the days and prowled only after dark. His parents protested, but he wouldn't listen. At night, the city transformed. Men staggered through the streets or darted from shadow to shadow like grasshoppers, swigging from bottles. Women with open blouses and tight skirts lurked in dark doorways. Couples writhed behind the meager shrubs. In the ruins of a bombed-out house, boys cornered a girl. An ambulance screamed around a corner. A fight erupted in a tavern, glass shattering. The boy learned the city's hidden geography. The lanes where girls younger than him solicited men older than his father. The spots where well-dressed men traded contraband that could land them in prison for years. A nondescript house where young men collected piles of leaflets to post on government buildings. He saw militiamen tear them down in rage, saw them organize a manhunt, saw armed civilians kill a soldier. In daylight, the world seemed peaceful, but at night, the war went on. Every evening, he visited a park near the zoo on the city's outskirts, where men and women gathered to trade, drink, and gamble. They were kind to him, giving him chocolate and teaching him knife-throwing and disarming techniques. In return, he delivered small packages across the city, dodging the militiamen and plainclothes police. When he returned from his missions, the women drew him close, their bodies fragrant with perfume, and he obliged them with the caresses he'd learned from Ukaka. He felt comfortable among these people of the night, whose faces remained hidden in darkness. He troubled no one, and they appreciated his muteness. It guaranteed his discretion. Then one night, it ended. Searchlights blazed from behind the trees, whistles shrieked, and the park was surrounded by militiamen. Everyone was taken to jail. On the way, a militia officer pushed the boy too roughly, ignoring the red star on his chest, and he nearly broke the man's finger. His parents came for him the next morning. He was brought out filthy and exhausted, his uniform in shreds. He was sorry to leave his night friends. His parents looked at him with puzzled expressions but said nothing. He was too thin and not growing properly. Doctors recommended mountain air and exercise. The teachers said the city was bad for him. That fall, his father took a job in the Western Hills, and they left the city. When the first snows fell, the boy was sent to the mountains to live with an old ski instructor in a shelter far above. His parents visited only once a week. Every morning, The instructor knelt to pray. The boy watched with indulgent condescension, a grown, educated man still clinging to the belief that he wasn't alone in the world. The boy knew better. Every man stood alone, and the sooner one accepted that all people Gavrilas, Mitkas, the silent one, were expendable, the better. It didn't matter if one couldn't speak, people didn't understand each other anyway. They collided or charmed, embraced or trampled, but each knew only himself. Emotions and memory and senses divided people as effectively as reeds screened the main stream from the bank. Like the mountain peaks around them, they could only look at one another across the valleys too high to remain unnoticed, too low to touch the heavens. His days passed skiing the long, empty trails. The hills were deserted, the hostels burned, the valley people driven away. New settlers were only beginning to arrive. The instructor was calm and patient. The boy tried to obey, and was glad when he earned even a word of praise. The blizzard came without warning, burying the peaks and ridges in swirling snow. The boy lost sight of the instructor and sked alone down the steep slope, desperate to reach the shelter. His skis bounced over the hard, icy crust, the speed stealing his breath. When he saw the deep gully ahead, it was too late to turn. April sunlight was flooding the room when he opened his eyes. He moved his head. No pain. He pushed himself up on his hands, then the phone rang, insistently. The nurse was gone. He pulled himself out of bed and crossed to the table. He lifted the receiver and heard a man's voice. He held it to his ear, listening to impatient words from somewhere far away. Someone at the other end wanted to speak with him. A powerful need rose in his throat. He opened his mouth, and strange sounds clawed up from deep inside. He concentrated fiercely, shaping them into syllables, words. They tumbled out of him like peas from a split pod. He set the receiver aside, barely able to believe it. He began reciting sentences, fragments of Mitka songs. The voice lost in that distant village church had found him at last, filling the whole room. He spoke loudly, without stopping, now like the peasants, now like the city folk, as fast as he could, drunk on the sounds that were heavy with meaning, convincing himself over and over that speech was truly his, now, that it would not slip away through the door to the balcony. The end. As the silence settles around this story, thank you for staying with it, for walking through its shadows, and refusing to turn away. Some journeys ask you to watch from a distance. The Painted Bird asks something harder. It asks you to witness. Jerzy Kosinski carried difficult memories with him, though the story itself was never presented as a direct autobiography. He once spoke about the emotional weight left behind by war and by the unsettling realization that reality could sometimes feel more brutal than imagination itself. Rather than writing a historical study, he turned toward fiction, believing that stories could reach places facts sometimes cannot. But bringing that pain onto the page was not simple. The novel arrived surrounded by debates, controversy, and questions that followed Kosinski for years. And perhaps that tension became part of the story's identity, because The Painted Bird was never meant to feel comfortable. Beneath all of its harshness lives something quieter, a question about what happens when someone is treated as different, isolated, marked. The Painted Bird itself becomes more than an image. A bird changed on the outside returns to its own flock and is destroyed for being unfamiliar. It is difficult not to see reflections of fear, prejudice, loneliness, and the human need to belong. Long after the war setting fades, those ideas still remain painfully close to us. Kosinski continued exploring human behavior in other works too, stories like Steps and Being There, each very different in tone, yet carrying that same fascination with identity, illusion, and the strange masks people wear. For decades, many believed The Painted Bird could never become a film at all. Then filmmaker Václav Marul spent years trying to bring it to the screen. He wrote the screenplay himself, and approached it with an almost obsessive patience. Rather than placing the story in one clearly defined country, he wanted it to feel like a nightmare belonging to all of Eastern Europe and to no single place at all. To create that feeling, he made an unusual decision. The characters would speak in Inner Slavic, an artificial language designed to sound familiar across many Slavic cultures. It gave the world an eerie distance, as if the story existed somewhere between memory and dream. Marhul's adaptation remained deeply loyal to the emotional spirit of Kosinski's novel, preserving much of its brutality and loneliness, though some moments were softened or reshaped for film. The journey of the boy feels slightly more guided, a little less abstract than on the page, and cinema sometimes chooses what to show and what to leave unseen because pages and images wound differently. The production itself became its own difficult journey. Filming stretched across more than a year, moving through locations in Ukraine, Slovakia, Poland, and the Czech Republic. Vladimir Smutny captured the world in stark black-and-white photography that felt almost frozen in time, while Jan Vlasak's production design and Helena Rovna's costumes built a world that looked weathered by history itself. Harsh weather repeatedly interfered with filming, especially scenes requiring frozen landscapes and ice that nature refused to provide on schedule. Shooting eventually stretched to roughly 100 days across 16 months. And then there were the faces that appeared along the way: Harvey Keitel, Stellan Skarsgård, Barry Pepper, Udo Kier, Julian Sands, each arriving briefly, almost like figures stepping out of dark folklore before disappearing again. Yet at the center stood Petr Kotler, carrying much of the film's emotional burden through long stretches where silence often spoke louder than words. One small detail stayed with many viewers despite the film's immense scale and visual ambition: its world often feels strangely empty. That loneliness was intentional. Marhul wanted the audience to experience not just physical isolation, but emotional abandonment. If this story stayed with you tonight, consider spending time with the original novel someday. Stories change when they live in your own imagination. The spaces between words become personal, and sometimes those private versions stay with us longest. And if these journeys mean something to you, I'd love to hear what you carried away from this one, your interpretation, your disagreement, even the moments that unsettled you most. If you'd like to return for more stories like this, subscribing simply helps keep these quiet places of storytelling alive. And if someone else might find meaning in this journey, pass it on. Stories end on pages. Films fade into black. But some of them never really leave. They wait somewhere in the corners of memory. And years later, in unexpected moments, they find their way back to you.